Suspense. Now let's see. Suspect, suspectant, suspend. Ah, here we are. Suspense. The condition of mental uncertainty, usually accompanied by apprehension or anxiety. Fear of something which is about to occur, as do not keep me any longer in suspense.
For our story of suspense tonight, we invite you to enjoy The Devil in the Summer House by John Dickson Carr.
Somewhere along the Hudson, perhaps not far from Tarrytown, there is a modest house in its own grounds. Behind it, in a spacious garden, stands a summer house of evil memory. More than 25 years ago, a man shot himself, or at least died, in that summer house. They found Major Kenyon with a scorched bullet hole in his head and the weapon beside him. But we are in the present now. The latticed summer house has grown heavy with vines, and only the other evening 2 men came into that garden at twilight, over the shaggy grass, as a storm was brewing along the Hudson. 2 men, the lawyer from New York.
Who's there?
And Captain Burke of the homicide squad.
Easy, my friend, easy. I was just going to ask you the same thing.
My name is Parker. I'm an attorney. You're not Captain Burke.
Yeah, the very same and no other. I thought I recognized you, Mr. Parker. Must be something important to bring you so far from New York at this time of night.
I was in Tarrytown anyway. I thought there'd be a housekeeper here, but I don't see any lights.
You've got business here?
Yes, in a way. Have you?
I don't know. I'll tell you better after you tell me what brought you to a place that no one has lived in for 10 years.
Tell me, Captain. Did you ever get an anonymous letter from a dead man? Did you?
No, I can't say I did. The letter's anonymous. How do you know the man's dead?
Because they're all dead. Every last one of them. Dead and under the ground, where they can't be hurt any longer. Look. There's the summer house where Jerry Kenyon used to work. There are the windows of the library and the dining room. Looking toward it. Confound this lightning.
Makes the windows blaze, don't it?
Jerry Kenyon hadn't a care in the world. Yet he shot himself. I'll show you the letter.
Now, look, Mr. Parker, I couldn't read anything in this light. But if we can get inside the house
Certainly we can get into the house. I was the family attorney. I've got the keys. Why should a dead person send me a letter?
No lights working, eh? But you got a flashlight, I see. Came here prepared for anything, eh?
This is the library. There were always candles on the mantel. Yes, there they are. Have you a match, Captain?
Yes, I'll light them.
That's better. Same old heavy furniture. Same old thick carpet. Same old globe map.
Now, Mr. Parker, this letter that you were talking about.
Yeah. Read it.
Hey, wait a minute. This thing is dated November 2nd, 1918.
That's right, and be careful of that paper. You see how old it is? But it was mailed yesterday.
From where?
I don't remember. I didn't keep the envelope. Read it.
Dear Joe.
In case you didn't know it, I'm Joe.
Dear Joe, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died...
But we know how he died. It was suicide.
Are you sure it was? Whoever wrote this letter doesn't seem to think so. If you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. Press hard at the back of the drawer. Yours very truly. It's not signed.
That's right.
Now, you sure you don't know who wrote that letter?
This is the first time I've been back in this room, Captain. It was almost a home to me once. There's the chair where Isabel sat on the afternoon it happened. Isabel was Jerry Kenyon's wife. Beautiful woman. There's the door that the maid let me in by that afternoon. You know, Captain, seems to me they're all here tonight.
Who?
We stand beneath the sounding rafter, and the walls around us are bare as they echo our peals of laughter. It seems that the dead are there.
Yet we stand to our glasses steady.
You know it?
I was in my school reader. How does the rest of it go?
Yet we stand to our glasses steady and drink to our comrades' eyes. Here's a glass to the dead already. Hurrah for the next that dies. Excuse me, Captain. I don't know what's come over me talking that way. I was very fond of these people.
Are you going to look in the desk drawer?
This is a lot of nonsense.
Then why are you here, Mr. Parker?
Jerry Kenyon was always a happy man. At least that's what I always thought. Big, boisterous fellow.
Yeah?
He had a good position with Vitaton. You know, the phonograph company.
Yeah, sure, I know.
But he'd just been made a major in the Army. 1917. There was a war on then, too, if you remember.
I remember. To make the world safe for democracy.
Old days. Old heartaches. Old memories. I remember that blazing hot day in August when all the windows were up. I remember this room. And Isabel, that was Jerry's wife, sitting in that chair, knitting. I remember...
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
There's a man to see you, Miss Kenyon. He says his name's Parker.
Yes, I'm expecting him. Show him in, please.
All right, ma'am. Shall I take your knitting in your knitting bag?
Why should you take my knitting?
I don't know, Miss Kenyon. I just wondered. You can come in now.
Thank you.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Isabel. You sent for me?
Joe, I must apologize for Kitty. Servants are getting to be a problem nowadays.
She looks pretty enough to get along.
Oh, Kitty's got large ideas. She wants to go on the stage, if you please, and do imitations, like Miss Draper. If she only knew how hard it was acting all your life.
Isabel, you've been crying.
I have not. At least...
Is that why you sent for me?
I've missed you. You haven't been here in over a week, Joe.
I had an idea Jerry was getting a little tired of having me around this house.
Oh, no, Joe. Why, Jerry...
Yes, what about Jerry?
I wish I knew, Joe. That's why I wanted you here.
Where is he, by the way? I want to say goodbye to him before he leaves.
He's probably out in the summer house where he works with all those papers. He's got a lot of work to catch up with. He's going overseas tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
He's out there. He's been out there all day. His last day here, and I've been alone.
That sounded like a shot.
Yes, it was a shot, Joe,
In the house.
dear.
Doesn't seem to worry you.
It's only Paul, Jerry's brother, Paul.
Oh, thought you'd gotten him off your hands for good.
Jerry asked him out. He got here 2 nights ago.
That doesn't make it any easier for you, does it?
No, I don't mind. Jerry's fixed him up with a pistol range in the cellar. Paul's a terribly bad shot. Not like the rest of us. You don't seem to like it, Joe. Shall I have Kitty go down and tell him to stop?
No, it's bearable. As long as he keeps away.
Poor Joe.
But, about Jerry, who is it this time?
Joe, Jerry's been home 5 days on leave from camp. Well, never mind what camp. But he spent 4 evenings of those 5 with that Fisk woman.
Diane Fisk? The redhead with all the money?
Oh, she got money?
Well.
She must have some attraction then. Please understand me, Joe. It's not that I'm jealous any longer. It's just
No,
that
of course not.
Jerry goes his way and I go mine. I may not be without admirers myself, if it comes to that.
You've no idea how true that is, Isabel.
No, I was thinking about Jerry. He may not always be lucky. He may meet some girl who's not as broad-minded as I am. And then when he gives her the go-by... Paul must be getting really furious down in that cell. He's not hitting anything.
He must be using a lot of ammunition.
Now, your trouble, Joe, is that you're too much of a gentleman. And if you really want to see Jerry, there he is now.
Where?
Just standing in the door of the summer house. Look out the window.
Infernally bright out there.
Doesn't he look noble in his new uniform? Sam Brown belt and revolver and everything. Look how he turns around and waves his cap at us. Like a real soldier.
Real soldiers don't exactly wave their caps, do they?
He does. Jerry! Jerry!
Hello there!
Jerry, Joe Parker's here.
Who?
Joe Parker. He wants to see you.
Well, give him a drink or something. I'll be up in a minute.
Into the summer house again. Not a care in the world, has
Now,
he?
listen, Isabel, you've got to slow down. You'll be crying again in a minute. Come on over here and sit down.
Light hurts my eyes, that's all.
Well, then we'll just pull these blinds. We'll still be able to see. There, how's that?
It's better, thanks.
Now, can I get you anything?
Oh, no, you heard the Great White Chief's orders. I'm to get you something. What'll you have, Joe? A highball?
Don't bother with that.
Oh, it's no bother. Everything's out in the dining room here. The iceman didn't deliver today of all days, so I'm afraid I can't give you any ice. I read in the paper yesterday that we're likely to have automatic ice boxes any day now. Things that freeze ice by electricity or something. Do you believe that, Joe?
I doubt it. Listen, Isabel.
Here you are. It's not cold at all. It's the best I could do.
Thanks very much. What I wanted to say was, couldn't you get that brother of yours to give up practicing now? Hasn't he done his good deed for the day?
Yes, maybe he has. I'll ring for Kitty.
You don't have to call me, Miss Kenyon. I'm here.
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
It's only to tell you there's another visitor. This time it's a woman.
Lady, Kitty. Call her a lady, please.
Well, maybe. She says her name's Diane Fisk.
Diane Fisk, that's Jerry.
Kitty, tell the lady I'm not in.
Lady. She's a fine lady. I don't want to intrude, my dear. I don't want to intrude. Anyway, it's too late, Miss Kenyon. She's coming down the hall now.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon.
How do you do, Diane? This is a friend of ours, Miss Fisk, Mr. Parker.
How do you do?
Now, I don't want to intrude, really. I don't. I wouldn't have intruded for worlds, especially on a day like this. Isn't it awful? But your husband simply insisted, my dear Mrs. Kenyon. He simply wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Do you know what he's brought from his office as a surprise?
No.
A phonograph recording machine. He's going to let us use it.
So that we can all hear ourselves talk twice. How nice. Heaven's name, can't somebody stop that firing?
Don't fly off the handle. Take it easy now.
Kitty,
Yes, ma'am.
would you please go down the cellar and tell Mr. Kenyon's brother he's driving us all crazy. Tell him to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon, I do hope I haven't offended you in any way. I know I'm a silly little chatterbox. They say people who have red hair often are. Because at your age, you must find the heat very trying.
Don't you think we'd all better sit down?
I
was very much interested in what Miss Fisk said about a phonograph recording machine. Mrs. Kenyon was just talking about a machine to make ice.
Yes. Isn't science wonderful? But I do think it was mean of Major Kenyon to invite me out here and then go and fall asleep in the summer house.
Did you say fall asleep?
Yes, of course.
How did you know?
Well, I came up the back way and I saw him in the summer house with his head forward on the table, taking a nice little snooze.
That's very queer.
Of course, you couldn't see much except in the bright light of the door, but I think I saw him there. I didn't disturb him, naturally.
But I think I'd better disturb him.
Oh, now, please don't trouble on my account.
The fact is, my dear, I don't altogether trust myself in this room. A woman of my age has to conserve her strength, you know.
So if you'll just excuse me.
Well, of course, if you... Oh, dear, I just can't think what I'm always saying because I have the best intentions in the world, Mr. Barker. But,
Parker.
Oh, yes, Parker, but I do somehow manage to offend people being so dependent and everything. Except the men, of course. I couldn't offend you, Mr. Parker. Now, could I?
Madam, I'm not sure.
Well, of course, the person I really came to see was Paul, Mr. Kenyon's brother. He's a little young, of course, but he's joining up next month, and I think we should all do our bit, don't you? He has such a pleasant personality. I think he likes me. Why, if he walked in at that door this minute...
Now, how am I ever going to get any place? Someone's always interrupting my revolver practice just when I'm getting to the point where I can... Oh.
Why, Paul...
Good Lord, are you here again?
You're a very untidy object, Paul.
Well, it's pretty untidy in this cellar. And dirty. I've got cockroaches on me, so keep away.
Did you have a good day's shooting?
Swell. One of the best.
Hit the target?
On the only shot that mattered, I hit the target dead center. That sounded like Isabel.
I think it was Isabel.
Why have you got those blinds down? Get them up. What is it? What's wrong with you? What are you looking at through that window?
That was 25 years ago, Captain Burke. We found Jerry Kenyon lying across the table in the summer house. He'd shot himself through the head with his own revolver from the holster. It was lying on the floor beside him.
Shut up, right? I see.
When Isabel found him, he'd been dead about half an hour.
The doctors proved that, did they?
Yes, that shot had been fired against his head. The front of his uniform cap was powder burned where the bullet entered.
There's no doubt about that.
None at all. We never noticed the real shot
Because that young lad was shooting off guns like a maniac in the cellar.
Precisely. Now they're all dead. By accident, illness, they're all gone. Isabel Kenyon died less than a year afterwards. I think she died just because she was so fond of Jerry. I suppose you've guessed my little secret.
Oh, I think I can sort of read between the lines. You were in love with Isabel Kenyon, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, these things happen.
I never let her see it, you understand?
Women know, pretty generally.
So, they're gone. The youngest of them. And I'm left alone with old tunes, old ghosts, wondering why the fellow ever killed himself. Why? Why? And this morning, out of a clear sky, I get a letter saying, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. But I tell you, we know how he died.
Well, aren't you going to do it?
Naturally. I've got a key somewhere here that fits the drawer.
Now, listen, Mr. Parker. In my father's country, in Ireland, they got a saying that when a man's going to commit suicide...
I thought of doing that, too.
Then the devil comes in and takes him by the hand and talks to him. They say you can see the devil as plain as I see you just before you pull the trigger.
The devil must have been in the summer house that afternoon, then.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
What do you mean?
Major Kenyon didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
My dear Captain Burke, the police covered all that at the time. Everybody had an alibi.
They did they?
Well, think of what I've told you. Isabel and I were together all the time. Paul, her brother, was shooting off guns in the cellar.
Yeah?
Diane Fisk.
Yeah, what about her?
Her chauffeur who drove her there swore he saw her walk straight up to the place. She passed the summer house, but didn't stop there.
Well, that checks.
Even Kitty, the maid, could prove she'd never stirred out of the house until just a minute or so before Isabel went herself.
Oh, and why did the maid have to leave the house at all?
She was taking Jerry the black coffee he drank every afternoon. He'd already been dead half an hour then. And that, my dear Captain, disposes of everybody.
Well, now listen, Mr. Parker. You're a good guy, and I'm not going to hold out on you any longer. You see, I say Major Kenyon was murdered because I know he was murdered.
By an outsider?
By one of the people in the house.
That's impossible.
Is it? Well, why don't you open that desk drawer and see? What time is it?
It's 8:15.
8:15. And I haven't got much time.
For what?
Holy St. Patrick, will you open that drawer?
If it's waited 25 years, my friend, it can wait a minute more. I've got the key somewhere in this bunch of keys. Everything the same. Paul never altered what he inherited. Same old desk, same old phonograph. Same old... I think this is the key. Yeah, it opens. There's nothing here except one or two old newspapers. Everything very dirty.
The letter says to press hard at the back. Now, have you tried that?
Doesn't seem to. Yes, by George, it does work.
Well?
There seems to be a movable back on a hinge.
Well, what's inside?
Some sort of flat brown paper parcel sealed with wax. And about as dirty as it can get.
Open it, man. Open it.
I'm going to. It's a phonograph record. There's a plain white label. Something on it written in pencil. I don't see too well nowadays without my glasses.
Well, here, give it to me. I'll read it to you.
Go on.
A record of how I killed Jerry Kenyon. Say, don't you get it, Mr. Parker? This is the real goods. The murderer's going to tell us his own story 25 years later.
Be careful. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
Well, you seem to be interested enough now.
I don't say I'm not interested. I say I can't believe it.
You know, when you were talking about the dead coming back and that kind of thing, you sure started giving me goose pimples. But that's just what it is, a dead person. Now, there's the phonograph. Put that record on. Let's hear what the ghost says.
Any of them could have made the record, of course. The apparatus was all here.
Don't just stand there by the phonograph. Won't it work?
Yes, it works.
Is it wound up?
Yes, it's wound up. Here goes.
Now, look, Mr. Parker. Whose voice do you think it's going to be?
I don't know.
Now, I want to warn you. The voice you're going to hear from there...
Please, be quiet. Listen. I've started it up. Well, speak up. Who killed Jerry Kenyon?
I killed him, Joe, dear.
Isabel.
I'm sorry about it, Joe. But I had to have you for an alibi. And you were so terribly easy to
It's
fool.
only a phonograph record, man. Don't look at it as if it was alive.
You said you and I were always together, Joe. But that wasn't quite true. I left you to go into the dining room and mix a highball, remember?
Yes.
And I was carrying my big knitting bag. Remember that, too? And there was something else in it besides knitting. I'm an awfully good revolver shot, Joe. I told you we were all good except Paul. And the back windows of the dining room faced the same way as the back windows of the library.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Jerry
very
was
much.
in the summer house. I made a sign to him from the window, and he came to the door there. In bright sunlight, 50 feet away.
True again, Isabel. True
Joe,
again.
don't you know what August heat is in a wooden summer house? Didn't anybody see that no man would be wearing a cap inside on a day like that? Jerry had taken his cap off before he went into the summer house. We saw him do it. He was bareheaded when he came to the door. So I lifted the revolver and shot him through the head. Then I dropped the gun back in my knitting bag and went back into the library with your drink.
Isabel.
Don't talk back to the thing,
There
man.
was
You'll drive me
something else
screwy.
in my knitting bag, too. I had to use it. It was a duplicate of Jerry's army camp with a powder-burned hole already fired through it in the place I wanted.
Very clever of you, Isabel. So I've been the goat for 25 years.
I waited for some time and then slipped out to find the body. I fitted the new cap over Jerry's head in place where it ought to go. I put the old cap in my knitting bag. I took his revolver out of the holster and kept it. The gun that I'd used, I dropped on the floor beside him. So I proved it was suicide. You see?
You proved it to me.
Joe, listen, I'm very sick. They tell me I'm going to die.
You are dead.
Joe, I'm afraid. I'm going out in the dark, and I don't know what's there.
Don't go away, Isabel. Come
Joe.
on. Just for a minute.
Okay, I've had just about enough of this.
Joe, I want you to tell everybody about it. I want you to tell them how a poor, crazy woman couldn't stand that man any longer, and how...
There. It's cut off, and it's going to stay cut off.
Thank you. I've heard about enough, too. But you can't arrest her now, my friend. You can't arrest her now.
After hearing that, I'm not going to arrest anybody.
Tell me, Captain. Did you know what was on the record?
No. That's why I had to hear it. I knew about it, but I wasn't sure what it had to say. But so help me, I never guessed how hard it would hit you. Man, don't you get it even yet?
Yes, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't see anything. That was how the fake suicide was managed, yes. That's just how it was all done, bar one or two little things. Only
what?
Only it wasn't Isabel Kenyon who committed the murder.
Did I hear you correctly?
You did?
This is another one of your little jokes, I imagine. Can't you let me alone? Have you some kind of personal spite against me? What did I ever do?
You're going to hear the real truth now if I have to hold you down in that chair. I know Mrs. Kenyon didn't kill her husband because I've just come from talking to the real murderer up the river.
But they're all dead.
Oh, no, they're not. And I haven't got much time either. That clock's just going to strike 8.
What's the time got to do with it?
Good deal if you'll follow me. Mrs. Kenyon died less than a year after her husband, didn't she?
Yes.
But it wasn't Mrs. Kenyon's voice you just heard on that record.
What?
I'm telling you, the real murderer hated her. Hated her like poison and wanted her blamed for the crime. When Mrs. Kenyon died, the real murderer wrote a letter.
Well?
But she never mailed that letter. She made a lying record of Isabel Kenyon's voice as evidence. Now you figure it out for yourself. Who was pretty enough to take Major Kenyon's eye and strike back like fury when she got thrown over? Who wanted to go on the stage and do impersonations?
Kitty, the maid.
Ah, you're talking sense.
She shot Jerry from the dining room window.
When she couldn't borrow Mrs. Kenyon's knitting bag, she went out to the summer house with a gun and the fake cap wrapped in a napkin on a coffee tray.
She did go out, I remember.
Actually, she got there before Mrs. Kenyon did. But the summer house was dark inside, and Mrs. Kenyon never noticed her. The next day, Kitty wrote that letter, but she couldn't bring herself to send it. So she kept that letter till the day before yesterday. Then one of the boys at Sing Sing...
Wait a minute.
...thinking he was doing her a kind action, put a stamp on it and mailed it.
Did you say Sing Sing?
Yes. They're electrocuting her tonight for the murder of an Italian down at Collier's Hook. I found out about the record, all right. But the one thing I wasn't sure of was that she had done the job alone. Now, frankly, the way you acted, I thought that you might have been in on it, too. Well, that's why I had to hear it through. And it was anything but a joke. And now, here it goes to blazes forever. Eight o'clock. Now she's dead.
And so ends The Devil in the Summer House. Tonight's story of Suspense. The part of Mr. Parker was played by Martin Gables. Again next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. A story dedicated to the thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step. Another adventure in suspense. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, and John Dickson Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Home at 7 by R.C. Sheriff, the part of David Preston is played by Patrick Barr, Janet, his wife, by Isabel Dean, and Dr. Sparling by James Thomason. The scene is set in the Prestons' house in the London suburbs. The year is 1950. Home at 7.
Hello, Janet, my dear. Have you got a cup of tea?
Oh, David, my darling, my darling.
Janet, what on earth's the matter? What happened? Janet, what is it? Aren't you well? For heaven's sake, please, what is it?
Oh, David, it's been terrible. I thought I'd go mad. What happened to you? Where have you been?
Where have I been? To the office, of course. Where do you think I've been?
But last night, and all today.
What on earth are you talking about? I've never seen you like this before, Janet. If you didn't feel well, why didn't you ring me at the bank? You only had to phone. I'd have come home at once.
I've been in torment all day and all last night. I thought I was going mad.
All last night? What do you mean, all last night?
When you didn't come home.
Janet, dear, look at the clock up there. It's just gone 7. I'm always home at 7, every night. Look, there's nothing for you to worry about. It's just been an ordinary day, dear, just like any other Monday.
But today's Tuesday.
Monday, darling.
It's Tuesday, David.
You're tired, Janet. You've got confused. I do know what day of the week it is.
It's Tuesday.
Yesterday was Sunday. Don't you remember? It rained a little in the morning. It cleared up, and in the afternoon we worked in the garden. After supper we listened to the radio. Remember? Look, I'll just go and make you a cup of tea, dear. You probably had an afternoon nap and dreamt that I didn't come home. But I did. Everything's all right.
David.
Yes?
Just a moment.
Well?
The evening paper you just brought in. Look, Tuesday.
Tuesday? But it's not Tuesday.
Darling, we've always understood one another. If you suddenly felt you wanted to go away and be alone for a while, well, that's perfectly all right. I should have understood. But why couldn't you have telephoned and told me you weren't coming home?
Janet, something's happened. I don't understand. You must give me time to think, because... Well, I'm sure there's really quite a simple explanation that'll come in a minute. Anybody at the bank could tell you I've been there all day.
You've not been at the bank all day. I rang the manager. I had tea ready on this table here at 7 o'clock last night, like I always do. When you didn't come in, I thought you'd missed your train at Cannon Street, or perhaps the train was late for some reason. Then 8 o'clock came, and I was terribly worried, because you've always telephoned me if you're going to be late. Then at 9 o'clock, I couldn't bear it any longer. I rang up the police.
You rang up the police?
Well, what did you expect me to do? Did you expect me to lock up the house and go to bed as if nothing had happened? The sergeant on duty said he'd inquire at the hospitals and let me know if anyone had been brought in. I sat up in this chair all night, waiting and listening. When the bank was open, I rang up the manager.
What?
He said you hadn't come in the morning, but you left last night as usual at 5 o'clock. You said you always leave at 6. You told me you always leave at 6.
That's right, I always do, at 6.
I asked him again because it surprised me. He repeated it. He said you always leave at 5.
He must have made a mistake, or you misunderstood him. He always leaves at 5. He was speaking of himself when he said that.
About noon, he rang again and said you still hadn't come in. Since then, I just sat here for hours and hours, and I thought I was going mad. And then you walk in as if nothing had happened and say I must have dreamt it all.
I can only tell you one thing, Janet. Unless I've taken leave of my senses, I've been at the bank all day and done the usual work I always do on Monday.
Oh, really?
Look at my clothes. Do I look as if I'd wandered about all night? Where could I have washed and shaved? Do I look any different from what I look when I come in every evening from the office? This Tuesday paper, I don't understand. There must be some explanation, some quite simple explanation. Answer it, will you?
Hello? Yes, it's Mrs. Preston speaking. Yes, he's just come in. No, he's quite all right. I don't know. Yes, I'll tell him. It's the manager. He says you've not been at the bank all day. He'd like to speak to you.
Good evening, Mr. Cooper. Yes, I'm quite all right. I don't know. I'd like to talk to you. Well, I really can't tell you anything now. I'll be at the bank early at 8:45 and come and see you in your office. Yes. Yes, good night.
I'll get you a cup of tea.
Yes, please. Thank you, Janet.
Good evening, Mrs. Preston.
Oh, Dr. Sparling, I'm so glad you've come. Do come in.
Thank you.
My husband's upstairs lying down. He didn't want me to call you, but I think you ought to see him. Come in here, will you?
Thank you. You, definitely think he's ill?
I don't know. I know nothing more than what I told you on the telephone. He came in looking quite well and cheerful. He looked perfectly all right until I told him what had happened.
And then?
Then, well, he refused to believe it until I showed him the paper and the bank manager rang up.
He believed it then?
Naturally, he had to.
Oh, well, he couldn't possibly have thought that he could walk in like that and make you believe that nothing had happened. Unless he honestly believed that nothing had happened himself.
I know. That's what I don't understand. I believe he was absolutely genuine when he seemed surprised, and yet I had a feeling he was concealing something.
Oh?
Well, it's a small thing, but he told me he left his office at 6:00 last night, that he always leaves at 6. But the manager told me on the telephone that he leaves at 5, regularly. Every night.
Well, that hardly explains him being away for 24 hours.
No, but it...
Did you ask him about it? About the time of his leaving?
Yes. He said it was a mistake. He was so certain that I had to believe him.
Yes, of course.
You don't know us very well, Doctor, but we're absolutely happy together.
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
And that made it rather hard for me to say what I did to him. But I did try to make him realize that I would understand perfectly if he wanted to go off by himself for a while.
And what did he say?
He said quite definitely that there was nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Then I think you should accept that.
Yes, I do. Because I'm certain he always has told me the truth in all the years we've been together.
Well, now, if you'll let him know that I'm here.
Yes, I'll go and tell him. David, Dr. Sparling's here.
Right, I'll come down.
Well, I'll leave you together.
Yes, all right. Good evening.
Good evening, Doctor.
Well, it's quite a while since we last met.
Yes, that knee of mine 2 years ago now.
Has it been all right?
Perfectly. I rubbed that liniment in a couple of times and forgot all about it.
Good. But we've met since then, you know. Do you remember the social club dance?
Oh, at Christmas. Yes, we had quite a good crowd that evening.
Yes. A lot of young people, I noticed.
We encourage the young ones all we can. We make a rule to elect at least 3 under-20s to the committee every year.
Good idea. It keeps you pretty busy, treasurer of a big club like that.
It does, rather. It takes a good deal of time, but I enjoy it.
Well, shall we sit down?
Right. My wife, told you on the phone what happened?
Yes, she told me everything you had told her. As a matter of fact, I knew last night that, something had happened.
How?
Well, the police rang through to the hospital to ask if anyone had been brought in. I was there at the time. They gave your name, of course.
I'm sorry my wife did that.
Well, I think she did the only thing possible in the circumstances.
Oh, quite, I realize that, but, one doesn't want a lot of talk.
No, of course not. But I don't think you need worry.
Well, I hope not.
Now, I understand from your wife that you left for the city in the usual way yesterday morning.
Yes.
You came home this evening at your usual time, believing it was the same day, when it was actually a day later.
Yes. It's all so queer, Doctor. I got home as I always do, just at 7. I was feeling perfectly all right. I found my wife in a terrible state. Well, when she told me what had happened, I thought she must have dreamt it. I couldn't believe it until I saw the date on the newspapers, and the bank manager rang up and said I hadn't been there all day. I still can't believe it. It's like a nightmare.
Yes, but do sit down again.
Oh, sorry.
Look, I don't want you to take this in the wrong way. But you do realize that anything you tell me is in absolute confidence, even from your wife.
Yes, of course.
Well, it's impossible for me to help you unless I know everything. If there's anything you don't want Mrs. Preston to know...
I can tell you nothing more than I told my wife, and I've told her everything I know.
Well, we must try and explore and see what we can discover. Now, between the time you left home yesterday morning and the time you got back tonight, there's only one thing that could have happened. There must have been a lapse of memory that apparently lasted for a full 24 hours.
But surely, when a man loses his memory, there must be a moment when he recovers it and wonders where he is and what's happened.
No, not necessarily.
No?
You see, the return of the memory isn't always a sudden thing. It's quite possible that it gradually returned, that you gradually noticed familiar things around you and picked up the thread of your normal routine without even being aware of the lapse.
But where could I have been for 24 hours? Where could I have washed and shaved? Well, look, there's still a crease in my trousers. My coat and hat were perfectly clean and brushed. Where could I have been?
Well, that's what we've got to try and find out.
Yes.
Have you been quite well recently?
Perfectly.
Nothing seriously worrying you?
Well, nothing to account for this.
I see. Was there anything unusual in your journey to London?
Nothing at all. I got to the station a few minutes before the train came in. I met Major Watson on the platform, the president of our social club. We travelled up together and talked about club affairs. The new tennis courts we're laying out in the general meeting next month. I remember that perfectly. Nothing happened at the bank because the manager told my wife on the telephone I was there all day.
And you left the bank at the usual time?
Yes. You said just now that everything I tell you will be in confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, there is one thing. It's really such a trivial, harmless thing. It couldn't possibly have any connection with all this, but you must understand that my wife and I are perfectly happy together.
I'm sure of that.
But everybody's got little things they like and dislike. My wife doesn't like alcoholic drinks. Oh, she's not a fanatic or anything like that. I'm perfectly sure that if I wanted beer or sherry or anything else in the house, she wouldn't raise the least objection, but I respect her feelings about this and don't have them. In any case, I drink very little and don't need them in the house at all, but, well, like a lot of other men, I enjoy a glass of sherry in the evening when I finish my day's work.
Oh, so do I, very much.
It's been a habit of mine for some while to drop in at a little place and have a glass of sherry on the way to the station every evening.
Well, why not?
It was just after the war. We were short of staff, and I was working until 7 every night. At 6 o'clock, I used to go out and have my drink and go back to finish my work. It's a little pub in a side street near the bank, run by a brother and 2 sisters, very nice people. Joe's around 40, I suppose, and Ellen's about the same age. Peggy's much younger, under 30, I imagine. I know what you're thinking, Doctor.
Oh, no, not at all. Why should I?
It's all perfectly harmless, I can assure you. We'd pass the time of day, have a joke or two while I sat drinking my sherry, that's all. Well, then a few years ago, this late work finished, and I was free to leave the office at the usual time, at 5 o'clock. I was rather disappointed to think that this little interlude would have to end. They didn't open till 6, of course. I could scarcely hang about for an hour waiting.
So you went round to the side door?
Yeah.
Well, I used to do that at a pub in Winchester during the war.
Well, they live over the premises, and Joe said I only had to go round to the private door, knock, and go in. It was against the licensing rules, but it really wasn't a very serious offense. I suppose it was rather silly not to tell my wife, but I just let her think I still worked at the office until 6.
Oh, well, I don't think that's very terrible. I imagine a good many other city men do the same. Why didn't you tell your wife?
I really don't know why I haven't. Mainly, I think, because I didn't want her to feel that she was depriving me of something I could easily have at home. Oh, she'd have insisted on getting the sherry in, but I didn't want it in. I liked having it where I do at that time of the evening.
I understand.
If I suddenly told her now I'd been doing this, she might think it was somehow connected with what happened yesterday, but, well, I'm sure it isn't.
You went there as usual last night?
I arrived just after 5 and left at 6 in good time to catch my train.
And nothing unusual happened?
Nothing at all. I just sat there in their private room having my sherry. Then, when we all went into the bar and had a game of darts. I remember 6 o'clock striking from St. Paul's as I said good night.
Then it all boils down to the next hour. Because normally you'd have been home at 7.
Yes.
Can you remember how you were feeling on the walk to the station?
I was just feeling happy and contented like I always do walking to the station after my sherry.
Did you have more than usual to drink that evening by any chance?
No, I'm certain of that. 2 is my limit and they never press me.
And you arrived at Cannon Street in good time for your train?
Yes. There is just one thing. I do remember a curious feeling as I went into the station and looked up at the big clock. Can't exactly describe it, just a vague, uncertain kind of feeling. I remember looking very hard at the clock. So hard that I can see it quite distinctly now. The white face, the big black hands that pointed to 6:15.
Ah, now that might be something.
Then I remember rather a dazed, uncertain feeling as I went for my train. I had to think before I could recollect the number of the platform, though it's always number 5 every night.
Well, can you remember the journey home?
It's such a routine journey. I don't remember any special incidents.
Was there anybody you knew on the train coming down?
I don't think so.
You're not really very sure about that journey, are you?
Not absolutely.
Sorry, I thought perhaps you'd finished.
Come in, Mrs. Preston, do.
I'm not disturbing you.
No, not at all. That's if Mr. Preston doesn't mind.
No, of course. Now come in, Janet, please.
Well, I can promise you one thing, Mrs. Preston. Your husband's perfectly well in himself. A case of lost memory is disturbing, naturally. But there's no need to be alarmed.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Preston, have you ever had a serious illness or accident?
No, never. I've always kept very well.
What were you doing during the war?
At the bank, as usual. I was an air raid warden.
You went through some pretty bad bombing?
Oh, yes, this was Fly Bomb Alley here, you know.
Well, can you remember any especially bad incident?
Oh, well...
There was that one in Elm Tree Road, David.
Yes, I had a narrow squeak that night. A fly bomb came down on a piece of wasteland just behind the houses. I wasn't more than 100 yards away. Naturally, the blast was pretty bad. I wasn't hit by anything, but I was deaf in this ear for a few days.
Did you have medical attention?
Well, I didn't think it was necessary. I felt all right by the deafness, and that soon wore off.
Well, a shock like that can play funny tricks on you sometimes. We've had a lot of it since the war. You know, perfectly normal people can have a thing like this happen without even remembering the original cause of it. It may come from a severe shock like this one of yours, or it may be the result of a long period of strain.
You mean there's permanent injury?
Oh, no, not at all. Well, it may be a good thing in a way. It may clear the system of a suppressed nervous condition. Once it's over, you're free of it for good.
If only I knew when it happened and what I was doing all those hours.
I think we're fairly clear when it happened.
Are you?
Your husband remembers feeling a bit queer at Cannon Street Station.
You mean he lost his memory at Cannon Street last night and stayed there until this evening?
It's quite possible.
Oh, but surely the station master or somebody would have done something.
Or you could stay in a big place like that for hours without attracting any special attention.
Yes.
You may have gone into the restaurant and had supper. You may have gone out to the station and walked back to the city. This morning you may have gone to a barber's shop and had a shave. This evening you may have returned subconsciously to Cannon Street. The sight of the station clock may have been the thing that brought your memory back.
I can't believe that. I know every inch of London, every street. If I walked about all night and all today, why shouldn't one of 1,000 other familiar things help my memory to come back?
Familiar things would tend to help, of course. That's why I think it happened the other way. That feeling on the station, your confusion about the platform your train left from, the uncertainty about the people in the carriage, all that sounds to me like the period of losing the memory.
You mean it may have happened in the train coming home?
That's something we don't know. Perhaps after a good night's sleep you may think of some little thing that'll piece the rest together. Well, I'll look in at about 10 in the morning.
I must leave for the bank at 8. I promised the manager I'd be there early.
Well, I wouldn't go to the bank tomorrow if I were you.
Oh, but I...
Have a quiet day. Don't worry. Do the garden. Go for a walk. As I say, I don't think you'll have any return of this.
There's one thing that's worrying me a bit, Doctor, about the bank.
Hmm?
It's practically certain I shall be manager of the Eastbourne branch next year.
Well?
It's a good appointment, but it may affect things very much if the directors hear about this. Naturally, I don't expect you to make a false statement, but is there any way of preventing the bank from knowing what happened?
But I understand that they do know. Didn't you say that you told the manager on the phone, Mrs. Preston?
Well, I had to. What else could I say?
Yes, but you only said I hadn't come home. You never mentioned lost memory.
Well, of course I didn't. I didn't know.
Supposing I said that there was some misunderstanding. If I say I spent the night with friends and my wife had forgotten, or I'd forgotten to tell her.
Well, that's entirely up to you. If I'm asked for a certificate, then, of course, I would have to say what happened.
Well, I wouldn't need a certificate for 2 days' absence. Could I go to the bank the day after tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I think so.
I could say I was taken ill at my friends, and by misunderstanding they didn't send the message to the bank or to my wife.
Well, it's no affair of mine what you decide to say. I'm only concerned if I'm asked for a certificate.
Well, you won't be. I'll ring the manager in the morning and explain.
I wonder if that's the police sergeant.
Well, did you ring up to say I'd come back?
Yes, just before I rang the doctor.
It's not a thing the police have to do anything about, is it, Doctor?
Oh, no. Well, but I'd see him for a moment if I were you, now that you are home.
Oh, then let him in, Janet.
Yes, all right.
Well, I'll send you some sleeping pills.
Oh, I never take things like that.
Well, go to bed early, then.
Oh.
Then have a good rest, and I'll come in at about 10 tomorrow morning.
It's Major Watson, David.
Oh, hello, Major. Come along in. Do you know Major Watson, Doctor? President of our social club.
Yes. How are you, Major?
Oh, I'm pretty good, thanks. I saw you at that Christmas dance of ours. You came as a guest, didn't you?
Yes, I came as a guest.
What do you think of the supper?
Oh, excellent.
You can tell a man by his friends and a club by his food. That's what I always say. Have you roped him as a member, Preston?
No, not yet. I think we ought to.
Of course he ought. You propose him and I'll second him.
Yeah, right.
It's the best club for miles round. Bridge, billiards, everything. Including a monthly brains trust. And we've just been running a sweepstake on Zazarovich to raise funds for a new hard tennis court. Collected over 500 quid. The club takes 20%, so we didn't do too badly.
Very well indeed.
I'd sell you a ticket if we hadn't closed on Sunday with a draw tomorrow.
Well, if I'm a member next year, I'll have a chance of winning it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
No, I'll see you out, Doctor. I'd like to have a word with you.
All right.
Just wanted to ask.
Yeah, nice chap.
Yes.
I was only thinking the other day, we ought to rope in a few doctors. Got a couple of chemists, you know, but no doctors. But what's he here for? Aren't you well?
Nothing much, just a bit of tummy trouble, that's all.
Oh, I wonder why he went on the train this morning. Been at home all day?
No. Matter of fact, I spent last night with friends. Something I had for supper disagreed with me, so I stayed the night with them. I've only just got home.
You say you spent last night with friends?
Yes.
You mean you slept the night there?
I just told you. Some old friends on the other side of London. I go there now and then.
Oh. Well, I just came to see that you have got the sweepstake money.
The sweepstake money?
You did take it away from the club last night, didn't you?
What?
Robinson, the club steward, said you were there in the office at 10 o'clock. You must be pretty late for dinner with those friends of yours on the other side of London who didn't leave the club till after 10. You did go to the club last night and take the money, didn't you?
I tell you, I spent the night with friends.
You never went to the club at all?
No.
Oh.
What did the club steward tell you?
Whatever he told me was a damn lie, and the man's a dirty, low-down thief.
What did he tell you?
He came round to my house last night to leave the keys, because he's going off on his holidays today. He said he turned out all the lights and spent half an hour in his pantry clearing up. But just as he was going, he saw a light in the office. He thought he left it on by mistake, so he went in to turn it out and found you there at the safe.
He found me at the safe?
Yes. He said it was open, and he saw the sweepstake money, all those bundles of notes, on a chair. He said you told him you weren't happy about leaving all that money in the safe, and you were going to take care of it until the prizes were paid out. Do you mean that's all a lie?
I've told you I wasn't there.
That damn thief. He had it all so smooth and pat, I never doubted him. He was artful enough to say that he quite agreed with you, taking it, because he thought himself it was too much to leave in that small safe. And then, just when he was going, he slipped in a bit that I understand now.
What was that?
He said you acted strange and lost your temper and told him to get out and mind his own business. Well, knowing that you never liked the fellow, I didn't doubt that either. But you see why he said it.
Why?
To make me wonder about you when we found the money was gone and give him more time to get clear. And now that dirty scoundrel has had a clear day's start.
Are you certain the money's gone?
Of course I'm certain. I went round this evening. £515 of club money, members' money, with the draw tomorrow night.
Oh, Lord.
Well, we must get the police on him at once. If they pick him up quickly, there's a chance you won't have had time to spend it. Can I use your phone?
Major Watson, don't do anything tonight.
Don't do anything? What do you mean?
The scandal it would mean for the club.
Scandal? Good heavens, man, it's the dirty, barefaced robbery. He tries to throw it on you, and you say don't do anything.
There may be some mistake, some misunderstanding.
How can there be a mistake? The money's gone.
Well, it may not have been stolen.
Well, if it wasn't, where is it? We counted the money ourselves on Sunday night and locked it up. If Robinson didn't take it, who did?
I don't know. I only know that I'm club treasurer, and I feel myself responsible. If there is a mistake, then it would be a terrible thing to put the police onto Robinson and accuse him if he's innocent.
Well, what's your idea? Sit back and talk and let the dirty skunk get away with it? You know we aren't insured against losing money.
I tell you, I feel responsible.
Well, it beats me. You never liked the man, you never trusted him. And now he does the dirty on us, you want to cover him up.
Look, I'm tired tonight, Major. I've had a bad day. I'm not well.
Do you suppose I'm well after this? Huh. What are you going to tell us subcommittee tomorrow when we meet to draw the horses? Pretend the money's still in the safe, or say we don't know who stole it when we do?
Will you wait until the morning, Major? Let's decide then.
Give him another clear night for his getaway.
It's very serious to accuse a man until we're certain.
Look, what are we going to know in the morning that we don't know now?
Please.
Well, I don't know what's happened to you, Preston. I thought you were a businessman, and I thought you put the club above everything.
I'll ring you first thing in the morning.
I'll probably ring you before you ring me. I'm president of the club, remember. I've got my responsibilities.
David, isn't it terrible?
How did you know?
I met Mrs. Warren just now when I saw the doctor out.
Well, how did she know?
It was in the late paper.
What was in the paper?
But didn't Major Watson come to tell you? Do you mean he hadn't heard?
Heard what?
They found Robinson, the club steward, this evening in that little wood by the pond on the common. He's been murdered.
Good morning, Mr. Preston.
Good morning.
I'm Inspector Hemingway. I spoke to you on the telephone just now.
Oh, yes, that's right. Will you come in?
Thank you. Oh, what a lovely show of those dwarf chrysanthemums you've got out there.
Yes, I go in for those.
That's a wonderful touch they give to an autumn garden. Well, how do you get such fine colours?
Oh, I managed to get a little good manure from the riding school.
Not much of the good old stable stuff about these days.
No, I'm afraid there isn't.
You know, down my way, the milkman still comes round with a horse and cart. And the people with gardens all wait with pails and shovels, hoping for a bit of luck.
Well, that's one way.
The trouble is, horses are so regular in their habits that the same man gets it every morning. May I sit here?
Yes, of course.
Well, it's a bit of a shock for you, this Robinson business.
Yes.
I never met the chap myself. Stranger around here, wasn't he?
Yes, he came from the north, I think.
Yes, I got a bit about him from Major Watson this morning. Lonely sort of chap, by all accounts. The landlady says he's got a brother somewhere, but we haven't traced him yet. You're the treasurer of the club, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I suppose you knew him pretty well.
Well, only as club steward. He'd bring me the accounts and I'd check them over and pay the money into the bank.
Were they always in order? No trouble?
No, none at all. He wasn't a good housekeeper. There were small mistakes and additions, but nothing deliberate.
Did he do everything in the club?
Well, there's a woman who does the cooking, and a little fellow who works in the kitchen at weekends. He works at the hospital the rest of the week, so Robinson was practically on his own.
Mm-hmm. What's the name of the cook?
Mrs. Pritchett.
Miss Pritchett. And the name of the other chap?
I don't remember.
Oh, I suppose I could contact him at the hospital.
Of course.
Major Watson told me a queer story. I think he saw you last night.
Yes, he came in.
From his account, this fellow Robinson had some idea of involving you, Mr. Preston.
Yes, so Major Watson told me.
Of course, we've no proof yet that he took the money at all. He hadn't got it on him when he was found.
He hadn't?
No. I don't imagine he really thought he could involve a man like you, but it was the time he wanted. Still, if he did think he could involve you, he was certainly out of luck, because Major Watson says you were staying with friends on the other side of London that night.
Yes.
Well, of course, we have to check up on everything in a case like this. It's only a routine matter, so if you'll just give me the name and address of the people you stayed with on Monday night, we can clear that up right away.
I spent the night with an old friend. His name is Wainwright.
Yes, Wainwright. Will you give me his address?
182 Manor Farm Road, Wembley.
182 Manor Farm Road, Wembley. I was over at Wembley for a day at the Olympic Games in the summer of '48. Did you see them?
No.
It was the day of the marathon race. I'll never forget that finish. Terrific. It's pathetic in a way.
Hmm?
That poor Belgian fellow losing in the last few yards after all those miles, remember?
Yes.
Yes, if you're a sportsman, that sort of thing nearly makes you cry.
Yes, it does.
Well, I won't keep you, Mr. Preston. They'll need you at the inquest because this story Robinson told Major Watson will come in as evidence, but you'll know in good time. It's bad luck on your club.
Yes, it is.
Were you insured against that kind of robbery?
No, they won't insure money.
Well, let's hope we get it back for you.
Yes.
I don't suppose you could spare a few of those chrysanthemums.
Well, of course.
My wife loves a bit of colour in the flat. We don't have a garden, worse luck.
Well, I'll ask my wife to pick some.
Thanks, that's very nice of you. I'll drop by and pick them up on my way home, if I might, around 5 o'clock.
I'll see they're ready for you.
Fine. Well, we'll keep you informed.
Thanks. I'll see you out.
No, that's all right. Don't you trouble. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did the inspector say?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Who are you ringing up?
Please, Janet, I can't talk if you're here.
I'm sorry.
I promised the inspector some chrysanthemums. Would you go out and pick him some?
Everything's all right, then?
Yes. Now run along, please.
All right. I'm going.
Hello? Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Wainwright, please. What? When did he go away? Last Saturday. Well, I must get in touch with him. It's very urgent. But you must know what hotel he's staying at. I see. No, there's no message. Goodbye.
Did he say what colours he likes?
Colours? What colours?
Well, you said the inspector wanted some chrysanthemums.
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
Oh, but David, dear, you told me a minute ago.
A few of each, that'll be all right.
Oh, I'll go. I expect it's Dr. Sparling.
Good morning, Mrs. Preston.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you go in? I'm just going to pick some flowers. My husband's in the sitting room.
Oh, right. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
All right, thanks.
Did you have a good night?
No, I couldn't sleep.
I didn't think you would. That's why I wanted to give you something.
You heard what's happened?
No.
It was in the paper.
Oh, you mean that club steward?
Yes.
Yes, I have heard. Well, now, have you been able to piece things together at all?
No.
No small thoughts or memory that might help us?
No, there's nothing.
Well, shall we try running through things again, quietly and slowly, to see whether perhaps...
Oh, well, for heaven's sake, no, I did all that in the night for hours. I began to think I was going mad. It was too horrible.
Oh, you mustn't think like that.
You don't suppose I can close my mind to it and not think at all?
No, but you...
Why don't you say what's in your mind and have done with it?
I know exactly what you're thinking. Every imaginative person suffering a lapse of memory fills the blank periods with all kinds of things that might have happened. But, my dear chap, if you connect this matter of the club steward with yourself, well, it's just absurd.
Why is it absurd?
Because a person suffering from lost memory still retains his own character. If a criminal lunatic lost his memory, he probably continued to behave like a criminal lunatic. But a normal, honest man would continue to behave normally and honestly.
Suppose a normal, honest man hated somebody. Wouldn't he go on hating that person subconsciously when his memory had gone?
Yes, I imagine he would. But you didn't hate this man, Robinson.
I did hate him.
You did?
How can I explain it? From the day he came to the club, I disliked him. I opposed his appointment because of that, and I'm sure he found out I opposed him.
Oh, what made you do that?
Well, how can I say? I've never had any bad feelings for any man in my life except for him. Partly, I think it was because I enjoy the club so much. I helped to found it, and I liked its pleasant, friendly atmosphere. Directly I set eyes on this fellow, I knew he was wrong for a club like ours. I disliked his type, his big, fat body and his pale, flabby face. Most of all, I disliked his eyes, the way he looked at me. I don't suppose I had any proper grounds for opposing his appointment. He brought a good character from the army. He'd been in some kind of catering job. Oh, the committee overruled me. Naturally, I was hurt at being overruled in a club that I'd helped to found.
Did he prove himself to be the wrong man?
Oh, he did his work well enough. He didn't drink or anything like that, but the more I saw of him, the more I loathed him. I used to look forward to going to the club, but after he came, I began to hate it. I felt his eyes on me every time he came into the room. I felt something evil and horrible about him. I knew he'd glory in hurting me if he could and was waiting for the chance.
Imagination can play cruel tricks. That's why I told you to stay at home today and
You
rest.
don't think I'm suddenly imagining all this? For months now, I wake up in the night fuming at what this man has done to destroy my pleasure in the club, wondering what I can do to get rid of him.
But you've got to be sensible. You never in your wildest moment thought of murdering him.
Naturally, I didn't.
Then you're not very likely to have murdered him on Monday night.
Do you know what happened on Monday night? A few hours before he died. He told Major Watson he saw me in the club taking the sweepstake money.
Hmm? Well, you can prove you didn't do that either.
How can I?
By common sense and reason.
Yeah, but how?
If a man were desperately in need of money, he might be drawn subconsciously to a place where money could be found. But
that is possible.
If he definitely had theft in mind before he lost his memory. But if you're going to tell me that you've been calmly planning robbery and murder for the past few weeks, then I don't believe you. And what's more, I can't help you, because you're making no attempt to help yourself. Now sit down and keep calm.
Sorry. When you left me last night, I hoped I'd wake up with everything clear. But when I heard about this murder, I didn't dare to sleep. Reason told me that if my memory remained completely blank, then I could honestly defend myself against everything they accused me of. I could answer with a clear conscience, and I had no knowledge or recollection. But if it did come back, if I knew what happened, well, then I'd have to tell the truth or wait for it to be dragged out of me in court. I was dead tired when I went to bed, but I fought all I could to keep myself awake. I had a feeling that if I could get through just one night...
But you did go to sleep and dreamt every horrible thing on earth.
No, I didn't sleep. I never lost the sound of the rain trickling outside and the trains and traffic in the distance. It began to come in little bits at first, like you said it would. Queer little disconnected things. A chestnut tree, some strips of thin metal tinkling like bells, and a man's feet rustling through dead leaves. One side of my brain fought against it, the other side went probing on. Then, suddenly, it came together. I was on the common. I saw every detail. The moon was shining and the wind was rattling those little metal strips that hang around allotments to scare the birds. I saw the pond and the line of chestnut trees with the dry leaves coming down, and the 2 old dugouts under the mound. I was walking along the path beside the pond in a desperate kind of fear, and this man Robinson was following, creeping along in the dark like a fat grey slug. I went between the trees and down the steps to one of those dugouts. There was a heap of old sacking in one corner. I put the money under it and covered it over with sand, and all the time I could hear him up there roaming about in the dead leaves. Then I went up the steps and looked out. I could just see him going into the wood, and I followed him.
When did you know that he'd been murdered?
Well, last night when somebody told my wife.
Did this person tell your wife how it was committed?
I didn't ask her.
How was it committed when he came back to you last night?
I followed him into the wood and... Well, then I tore my mind away from it. It was too horrible.
You see, perfect autosuggestion. Doesn't that make you see reason? You dreamed what you were told by your wife.
If only I could believe that.
And you added to the dream what Major Watson told you about the stolen money. And you woke up and your information about the details came to an end.
You said my memory might return, so how can you be really certain?
I can only weigh the two things together and go for the one that's more probable.
If I were asked point blank whether I remember anything of those lost hours, I mean, if anybody in authority were to ask me on my oath, would it be honest to say that I still remember nothing?
Well, in your place, I certainly would. Whether it was honest, I don't know, but that's what I'd do if I were questioned.
I have been questioned.
When?
Just now. An inspector came to see me. He wanted to know where I was that night. You see, I told Major Watson I spent that night with friends. He told the police, and they came to ask me the name and address of the people.
Well,
I couldn't very well go back on what I told the Major, could I? If I'd gone back on what I told him and said I'd lost my memory, I might just have asked to be arrested.
What did you tell him?
I told him I spent Monday night in Wembley with a man named Wainwright. He's my best and oldest friend. I knew if I rang him up and asked him to tell the police if they inquired that I was with him that night, he'd do it without question.
Did he agree to that?
A caretaker answered the phone. Wainwright went off on a motor tour on Saturday morning.
Oh. Oh, I'm afraid this is rather serious.
What do you think I ought to do?
Nothing until you've had proper advice. No, I think a solicitor would know the right thing to do.
I haven't got a solicitor. Do you know anybody?
Well, most people around here go to Mr. Petherbridge.
I've never met him.
They're an old family firm. They've been here for years. It's all to the good to have somebody who knows the local police and the way to talk to them. I'll drive round and see if I can get him. Oh, Mrs. Preston, this is Mr. Petherbridge.
How do you do?
How do you do? It was good of you to come so quickly.
Well, not at all. Luckily, I was in my office.
Will you please come in?
Thank you.
This is my husband, Mr. Petherbridge.
How do you do?
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Ah, thank you. Well, Dr. Sparling gave me a brief outline of the facts on the way here, Mr. Preston.
I see.
It's 1,000 pities that you felt it necessary to mislead the police with an untrue statement. It makes it very difficult.
Yes, I know.
I shall be obliged to ask you some questions that may seem unpleasant, but a legal advisor must be in possession of the entire truth before he can decide upon the best means of defense.
If Dr. Sparling told you everything I told him, then you have the entire truth.
My husband lost his memory, Mr. Petherbridge.
Yes, quite.
But you said something about defense, as though he'd done something wrong. You surely don't have to defend yourself simply because you lose your memory.
No, but you have to realize that your husband made a grave misstatement to an official inquiry into his movements on Monday night. I'm afraid that in itself would constitute an offense in the eyes of the police.
He made that statement at a time of stress and anxiety. I think the police should be told that.
I understand this statement involved another person, a close friend of yours who was in fact in no way connected with your movements on Monday night.
That's perfectly true.
Well, that friend might have felt compelled to support your request and declare that you were in his house that evening.
He wouldn't have felt compelled. He'd have done it gladly and willingly, as I would for him.
You were asking him to commit perjury. If he'd been at home, and if he'd agreed, then he might easily have found himself committed as an accessory after the fact.
Are you for me or against me in this, Mr. Featherbridge?
I warned you I'd have to ask some unpleasant questions, Mr. Preston. I should also have warned you that I'd have to remind you of some unpleasant facts.
Then, will you make one point quite clear to me?
If I can.
If a man committed a crime in a period of lost memory, would it be judged like a crime committed by a man in a normal condition?
Well, that's extremely difficult to answer. We should have to search for precedents and examine them. I've no knowledge of any acquittal upon the plea that the accused had lost his memory at the time when he committed it, although I've no doubt that the plea has often been made.
You don't believe I did lose my memory?
No, I didn't say that. If you tell me upon your honor that you did in fact lose your memory, then I accept it without question.
Thank you.
Our task will be to convince the police. But I'm afraid you've given them a tremendous advantage in making a false statement of your whereabouts on Monday night. In a court of law, a good counsel might go a long way with that.
I think there's another thing in Mr. Preston's mind. I told you he had some impressions. Well, personally, I think it was a dream.
You mean concerning this money?
Yes. A man can imagine all kinds of things. But there is a chance of his memory coming back in fragments, even completely.
So it may be difficult to decide what part is imaginary and what part is true.
Yes, exactly. But it's easy enough to settle about this dream last night simply by going to those dugouts and seeing whether the money's there.
I think that would be most unwise.
Why?
Well, the police would have men on duty in the neighborhood of a murder. We should be inviting suspicion. In any case, even if the money's not there...
It would at least settle Mr. Preston's mind.
Yes, I know, but that's not the important issue. A dream which turns out to be imaginary is no proof of a man's innocence. Definite clues are the factors that really count. Mr. Preston, is there any personal property that you can't account for? Any small things that you had with you before you lost your memory, which are missing now?
Yes, your gloves and a handkerchief, David.
Oh. Did the handkerchief have your name on it?
My initials, DHP.
Can you describe the gloves?
Ordinary brown leather, almost new.
Oh, he may have left them in the train.
Yes, we must hope that he did. Well, Mr. Preston, at the moment there's only one thing to advise. Absolute frankness. I suggest that we communicate with the police at once and tell them that you wish to correct your previous statement.
Well, what will they do then?
It depends on so many things. Whether they have clues or witnesses to support them, the extent to which they accept your husband's statement that he did actually lose his memory.
But he did. We know that.
We have to prove it, Mrs. Preston. Normally one does that by establishing an alibi. Unhappily, your husband sought to prove a false one, and we've no means of telling what view the police will take of it. We shall endeavor to explain, of course, but they may feel their case strong enough to stand upon circumstantial evidence alone. They may proceed on those grounds. So we must engage the best possible counsel to defend you.
What'll that cost?
In a difficult case like this, there's a psychological value in engaging an outstanding one.
I don't quite see what you mean.
I mean that an important counsel commands a larger fee than a lesser man. If you can show yourself in a position to meet that fee, then automatically you show the jury that you are unlikely to have stolen out of urgent need.
What would an important counsel cost?
Well, I don't think it would be a long case. Counsel's fees may be, well, 250 guineas. Expert medical evidence, perhaps 50 guineas. If the case went against us and an appeal were made, well, then perhaps another 100 guineas.
I'll go.
Yes, I would say that 500 guineas would provide for everything.
I'm sorry to disturb you again, Mrs. Preston. I'd like another word with your husband, if I may.
Will you come in?
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Featherbridge.
Mr. Preston has asked me to act for him. You know Dr. Sparling?
Yes, of course. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Inspector.
I expect you know why I called again, Mr. Preston.
Yes.
Wembley Station called at Mr. Wainwright's house.
Yes, I know. Mr. Wainwright left for his holidays on Saturday.
Yes. If you knew Mr. Wainwright had gone away, I'm wondering why you told me you stayed with him.
I didn't know.
You mean you didn't know when you told me this morning?
That's correct.
If you'll excuse me, Inspector, wouldn't it be
It's quite
better-
all right, Mr. Featherbridge. This is just an informal talk, that's all. I don't intend to make any notes.
Oh, very well.
Mr. Preston, the caretaker at Mr. Wainwright's house told our people that somebody rang up for Mr. Wainwright about 10 o'clock. Was that you, by any chance?
Yes, I intended to ask Mr. Wainwright...
That's all right. It occurred to me you may have given that information by mistake. That you stayed with Mr. Wainwright some other time and got it mixed up with a visit to some other friend on Monday night. When I called this morning, I explained I only needed the information to rule out the story Robinson told Major Watson.
Yes, but
I'm not asking for a minute-by-minute account of everything you did that evening, because a man can't often do a thing like that when he's suddenly asked. You see what I mean? I only just want a rough idea.
I can't tell you anything of what I did on Monday night or anything about Tuesday until I came home in the evening because I had a lapse of memory.
A lapse of memory, I see. Do you know when you lost your memory and when it came back?
I've been able to account for everything up to 6:15 on Monday evening at Cannon Street Station. I remember feeling strange on the station. I had some difficulty in remembering the platform my train left from.
You mean you think you were losing it then?
He was either losing it or it was coming back.
I see. About that safe in the clubhouse, do you happen to know how many keys there are to it?
There are 3. Major Watson has one, I've got one, and there's another kept at the bank down here.
I imagine you keep yours in a safe place.
I keep it here with my other keys. My office keys, a latch key to the house. This is the key to the safe.
So Robinson, the steward, didn't have one then?
Oh, no, there was no need for him to go to the safe. He had a cash box of his own.
Have you got a key to the club itself?
Oh, yes, with the others. Here.
Do you drop in sometimes after the steward closes up for the night?
Occasionally. I've got a desk there for club papers. Sometimes I've walked round after dinner.
You've no recollection at all of going there on Monday night?
No.
Well, now, I wonder if you'd just walk round to the station with me. You know, it's one of our routines to take down a statement. It's just a formality. I've taken one from Major Watson this morning, and I shall be taking quite a few more.
I'll do whatever you need.
It won't take long.
Shall I be coming back?
Why, yes, of course.
Would it be all right if I came too?
You want to make a statement, Mrs. Preston?
No, but I think my husband would like me to come, wouldn't you, David? I mean, I'd like to wait for you.
Well, I think I'd stay here, Janet. There's really no need.
But I would rather come with you.
I imagine you were wearing what you might call a city suit on Monday.
Yes.
Do you mind if we take that along? And the shoes you were wearing?
What do you want
Oh, it's just another bit of routine.
If you need them, I'll get them.
I'll come up and help pack them.
You've no objection to my being with my client when he makes his statement?
No, not at all. We'd prefer you to. Well, we won't keep your husband's things for long, Mrs. Preston. Good clothes aren't easy to get these days.
I look after all his things myself.
You haven't cleaned or pressed the suit since he went to the city on Monday?
No, I haven't had time. We've been so worried.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, we'll be with you in a few minutes, Mr. Featherbridge.
Right.
Shall we go upstairs and collect your things?
Yes, of course. Shall I lead the way?
Thank you.
Mr. Featherbridge.
Yes, Mrs. Preston.
About the fees that you mentioned just now. I'm wondering, if I were to pay them myself, could you do anything to prevent my husband from knowing?
Well, how could we do that?
Could you say that the barrister had offered to defend him without fees?
Would he believe that, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. Look, if I tell you something, will you promise not to say a word about it to my husband?
Well, certainly.
I'll go if you like, Mrs. Preston.
No, I want you to know too, Doctor. I think it'll help you to understand why my husband seems so worried and difficult.
Very well.
You see, for a long time he's been terribly in need of money, although I only knew about it last week.
Oh?
His father was an agent who travelled round collecting money for his firm. And then one day he couldn't pay. I believe it was betting. They were going to have him arrested, but David said that he'd pay back every penny his father had taken.
I see.
First of all, he sold an insurance policy, but that wasn't nearly enough. So he borrowed some from friends, and the rest he got from a moneylender. Gradually, he paid back all his friends, but the moneylender kept adding expenses and things, and now it's nearly double what it was to begin with.
You say your husband only told you of this last week.
No, he never told me.
But you said that...
Yes, I saw a letter. I went to a drawer in his desk for something, and I couldn't help seeing it. It was a horrible letter.
From this moneylender?
Yes. It said if all the money wasn't paid in a month, he'd tell my husband's bank and then get them to stop it out of his salary. I had to speak to him about it. You see, I've got a little money of my own, an annuity I bought with a legacy. I wanted to sell it there and then, but he was furious. He said nothing would make him use my money.
If the police happen to ask for any statement, Mrs. Preston, I think you'd be well advised to say nothing whatever about this.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of telling them. David would never forgive me. But you do see why we must pay those fees without my husband knowing. He couldn't hope to pay himself. He'd rather not be defended at all if he knew that it came from my money.
Yes. My own charges will be purely nominal, but, well, we must face the fact that counsel will require a fee.
Oh, I'll never believe that David did this terrible thing.
They haven't said so, Mrs. Preston, and it's possible they never will.
But they think it. I can see that. If they don't, why does the inspector want to take away his clothes? They do that to criminals. It's horrible.
It's something they always have to do.
I'm sure he'd like me to go with him. Do you think I could?
Of course.
Well, I'll give you the annuity papers tomorrow. You will get the best possible man, won't you?
You can rest assured we'll get the very best.
Thank you. I'll go and put on my things.
You know, Dr. Sparling, it's a very difficult position.
Yes, it certainly is. Hello, who can that be? Can you see through the window?
Yes. It's Major Watson.
Ah, well, I'll go and let him in.
Oh, hello, Doctor. I came along to see Preston.
You can't see him now. He's with the police inspector upstairs.
Oh? Why upstairs?
I think you'll have to see him some other time.
Well, it was about the club account books. You see, he keeps them here on his desk.
Well, you better speak to Mr. Petherbridge about that.
Oh, hello, Petherbridge.
Hello, Major. You know, I don't think it would be wise to touch anything without police authority.
But it's about our sweepstake. Preston's got a list of members and what they pay for tickets. We've got a subcommittee meeting tonight. Lord knows what's going to happen.
If you explain at the police station, I'm sure they'll do what they can.
Why can't I see him?
He's not well.
I thought he looked funny last night. It's queer, isn't it?
What exactly do you mean?
Why, the whole thing. He told me last night he stayed with friends on Monday, somewhere on the other side of London. I heard just now the police were looking for him.
Who told you that?
Oh, chap on the bus. Police rang up the hospital, wanted to know if Preston was there.
Now, look here, Major, you mustn't take any notice of anything Preston may have said last night, because he was ill.
He seemed all right. What's wrong with him?
He suffered a lapse of memory on Monday night.
Good Lord. That's a bit thin, isn't it?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean it's a bit thin, that's all. What's he told the police?
He's told them the truth.
Poor old Preston. I'd never have thought it. Have they got the money back?
I'm not aware that Preston had anything whatever to do with the money or the murder.
But you said he told the truth.
That he lost his memory on Monday night.
Does that mean they haven't got the money back yet?
I don't know. The police have got that in hand.
Oh, well, it can't be far away. Aren't you helping the police?
Mr. Preston has asked me to act for him.
Oh. If he didn't have anything to do with it, what's he want you for?
For that very reason, Major Watson. It sometimes happens that an innocent man needs more protection than a guilty one.
Oh, good morning, Major Watson.
Good morning.
Mr. Petherbridge, the inspector said, would you mind coming up for a minute?
Yes, of course.
My husband's given him permission to look round his room, and he'd like you to be there.
Yes, I'll come. Oh, and, Major, if you go to the police station and explain why you want to see the books, I've no doubt they'll help you.
Oh, all right. Do you think they'll swallow this loss of memory idea, Doctor?
Oh, why not, if it's true?
Do you believe it?
Certainly I do.
Why?
Because I talked to Preston last night and again this morning, and I'm certain he's not the kind of man who would plan a careful robbery, then carry out a cold-blooded murder. I've been a doctor for nearly 20 years, Watson. I had a good deal of experience in judging people, and I'll stake my reputation on Preston.
You mean he really did lose his memory?
I told you so.
But could a fellow do all this when his memory was gone?
It's possible, but I don't believe he did.
What would they call it? Insane or something like that?
Look here, you're an old friend of his, aren't you?
I've known him 10 years or more. I pulled him in when I started my club.
Then I should have thought that you would want to help him all you can.
I don't want to make it worse for him any more than you do. But I'm president of the club, and I've got to see that money back.
Why are you so convinced that he took the money?
Well, it's bound to come out, so why shouldn't I tell you? First of all, Preston was hard up. He'd borrowed money all round the club. I lent him 50 quid myself.
Yes, but he paid you all back.
Oh, he paid us back. In time.
Well, then.
I never knew a fellow get clean out of debt once he started borrowing. You're a man of the world, Doctor, you know that. Another thing, he hated the club steward.
Yes, I know that.
You do?
Yes. Do you know why?
No, I don't know. But Preston was always bringing up piddly little complaints and trying to get him sacked. And here's another thing. That safe of ours wasn't opened with a key. It was broken open.
If Preston had his own key, why do that?
Well, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to work that out. He broke it open because he had a key and Robinson hadn't.
Oh, really?
It was a smart job, too. I never suspected anything, but he hadn't touched the lock. He'd taken away a side panel.
The side panel of a safe?
Well, it's more strong box than a safe. It only needed a screwdriver and a bit of patience. The police showed me this morning how it was done. I wasn't too happy myself about putting all that money in it, but Preston disagreed. Said it was okay. And he knew that Robbins was off on his holidays on Monday night. See?
I don't see anything but a few chance things that might happen any day to anybody.
I didn't see Preston's face when I told him Robinson had been round to my house. Men don't look like that about chance things.
What did he say?
Nothing at first. And then he pulled out that story about staying Monday night with friends. When I thought I was going to the police about the robbery, he pretty nearly went down on his knees to stop me.
But, my dear man, if he was at the safe and Robinson caught him there, then why let Robinson come round and tell you about it before doing anything?
He didn't know Robinson was coming round. That's why. Now, put yourself in his place and see what you'd do. You arrange to plant a robbery on somebody else, and the very man you're going to plant it on catches you red-handed. You tell him a yarn about taking care of the money yourself. He goes off. But you don't know whether you convinced him or not. Then you remember you've broken the damn safe open to make it look as if he'd done it. All right so far?
Perfectly.
Okay. You're in a hell of a jam. You know Robinson's going home to get his bag and take the train to London. You know where he lives, and you know the path he'll take to the station across the common.
How was the murder done?
Knocked on the head from behind. Battered in.
Why are you saying all this against Preston?
I'm not saying a word against him. I'm giving you plain facts.
Yes, it looks bad for Preston. But then if you tie a lot of chance things together and throw in a bit of imagination, it might look just as bad for others. Even for you.
For me? That's rich.
Oh, why not? Supposing you wanted money. Well, you knew where it was just as well as Preston did. What proof have you got that Robinson ever came round to your house that night at all? Was there a witness?
My wife was there.
In the room?
She'd gone to bed, but she would have heard the bell.
Well, that's easy. You could have gone outside and rung the bell yourself if necessary. You see, we've only got your word that Robinson ever came round and accused Preston. Supposing you broke open the safe because you have a key. You said yourself it only needed a screwdriver and a bit of patience. At first, you mean it to look like an outside burglary, but Robinson catches you red-handed. Anything wrong with that so far?
Quite a bit. I was at the pictures all Monday evening. I only got in a few minutes before Robinson called.
Can you prove it? Did you go with anyone?
My wife doesn't like the pictures. I always go alone.
You see? No proof you were at the pictures. No proof that Robinson ever called. You kill Robinson to keep him quiet. Then you think of Preston. You know it's common knowledge in the club that he disliked Robinson, and you knew he borrowed money. You also know that he's a quiet man who spends most evenings at home. His wife might say that he was in that evening, but the police don't trust the word of a devoted wife. You go round to Preston's house to feel the way, and by the grace of the devil, you discover this lapse of memory that makes even Preston doubt himself. It's wonderful. You're clear. Leave Preston alone, and his own imagination will do the rest.
You've got quite a bit of imagination yourself.
But you make one big mistake. In your over-anxiety to settle this thing squarely on Preston, you talk against him so much that you naturally make the police suspicious. They inquire into your own movements and discover that you can't prove a thing about that night.
Tell you I was at the pictures.
When you tell the police that old yarn, they laugh. Every man trying to prove a false alibi says he was at the pictures. No, Preston's in a far stronger position than you.
Why?
Because his lapse of memory is too improbable to be a lie. But would any man in his senses commit a murder and then disappear for 24 hours without a single attempt to lay false clues, then walk back into his own sitting room and try and convince his wife that it was the previous day? Oh, no, Major, that's absurd.
And he said he was in his right senses. The shock of killing a fellow might make him lose his wits. Then he wouldn't remember a thing.
No, I don't think so. The shock might bring his memory back. It wouldn't make him lose it.
But if he...
My dear Major, I know perfectly well you didn't have anything to do with it. I'm only saying how easy it would be for an innocent man to bring suspicion on himself by trying to incriminate another one.
I never said I wanted to.
I know. I was just talking generally, that's all.
Well, I'll be along down to the police station about those books. All I want is to get that money back.
I'm sure you'll get it back.
Well, I sincerely hope so. I most sincerely hope so.
Tea, David?
Good.
I thought you'd like some toast.
Yes, that's fine. I've been sorting out a few things this afternoon, Janet.
Oh?
There's only the gas bill and the laundry and a small account from Rogers for the tulips. I've written checks for those. You know the bank pays my salary straight into the account, and that'll come in next Wednesday. As it's a joint account, you can write checks yourself without any trouble or worry.
Oh, I'm certain it won't be necessary.
I know, but I've always done these little things myself, and I wouldn't like you to be confused and troubled if you were alone.
Oh, I'm sure there isn't any need, David. If they were going to do anything, they would have done it yesterday when they had you at the police station. The inspector was so nice when you came out of that room.
Yes, he's a nice man. I'm lucky.
He told me to see that you rested when you got home and not to worry. He wouldn't have been so cruel as to say a thing like that if he meant anything.
Yes, he let me come home, but he put a policeman to watch the house.
Oh, you imagine things. There's always a policeman up there by the high street.
Well, there was one there all night. I can see from the bedroom window.
You're just tormenting yourself.
If you were by yourself, Janet, I wouldn't like you to live alone. I was thinking perhaps your sister would come, or perhaps you'd rather go to her. Your sister'd have her pension, and you'd have your annuity. Are you listening, dear?
Yes.
I had a talk with the solicitor this morning about that moneylender, and there's nothing whatever for you to worry about, because he'd have no power to make any claim on you. So if he does write you, then give the letter straight to Mr. Petherbridge. And don't do anything silly, like raising money on that little annuity of yours and sending it to him. You promise me that, Janet.
Yes.
I've written this letter to the bank. I want you to post this if they take me away. I've explained everything, and I'm sure they'll do something for you after all the years I've been there.
You mustn't talk like this, David. I can't bear it.
I know, dear, but I couldn't bear it if I had to go away without feeling we'd arranged everything we possibly could.
But even if they did take you away, they couldn't treat you like a criminal. It wouldn't be human to blame you for something that happened when you weren't yourself.
We're not certain they'll believe I lost my memory at all.
But it's true. It is true, isn't it?
I swear that, dear. Whatever happened that night, I knew nothing about it. I did nothing deliberately. I really don't mind now what happens, so long as you promise to carry on and be happy.
Oh, how could I be happy?
By believing in me, dear. It's going to help me so much if you do that.
Still think it won't happen. It's just your imagination all the time. Oh, you haven't slept or even rested properly since you came home. Why don't you lie down and try to get some sleep?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
At 7 o'clock we'll have supper. Then why not go to the pictures? It's our night, isn't it?
Yes, I forgot that. Thursday.
They didn't say you got to stay in. We'll say good evening to that policeman at the corner, and he'll say good evening back, and not take a bit of notice. And you wonder why you've been so silly.
I don't know why you're so good to me.
Oh, darling. You will try and rest, won't you?
Yes, I'll go up now, straight away.
And I'll get the supper ready.
Oh, good evening. Does Mr. Preston live here?
Yes.
Are you Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Well, could I speak to Mr. Preston, please?
Well, he's resting. I can't disturb him now.
But it's about this trouble, this murder.
Oh, are you from the papers?
No, I'm not. I'm a friend of Mr. Preston's.
Oh, well, you better come in.
Thank you. You see, I'm really quite an old friend of Mr. Preston's, and I thought I might be able to help him.
I think I know most of my husband's friends.
Oh, yes, I expect you do, but I don't suppose Dave ever told you about me.
Dave?
Oh, I'm sorry. He always let me call him Dave. Is he in trouble about this murder? I mean, really in trouble? Because if he is, I think I can help him.
You haven't told me your name.
Oh, Peggy Dobson. I work with my brother and sister at the Feathers in River Lane. In the city, you know.
The Feathers?
It's a public house. Our own place.
Oh. Well, won't you sit down?
Yes, thanks.
What is it that you want to say?
Well, I came down as quickly as I could. I only heard about this trouble at lunchtime.
My husband's name hasn't been in the papers. How did you know he was in trouble?
Well, a young man who has lunch at our place comes from down here, and he told us how they took Mr. Preston round to the police station yesterday.
Oh.
Well, of course, we'd read about this murder in the papers, but even if they had mentioned him, we might never have known it was our Mr. Preston. And we only realised it when this young man said, you know that fellow Preston who comes here in the evening, they're after him for that Bromley murder. Oh, I saw at once. I'd got to come.
Well, what have you come about?
Well, everything. Last Monday night.
What?
Well, you see, Mr. Preston's been coming to our place ever since the war. He just drops in of an evening on his way home.
I see.
Now, look, if you think there's anything in this, you're wrong, because there isn't. I'm not the sort that runs after other people's husbands.
I didn't suggest it, Miss Dobson.
No, but you're looking it. It's no good talking if you aren't going to listen. Why don't you bring Dave down? Let me tell him.
I told you my husband's very tired and trying to rest. If you've anything to say, you can tell me.
All he ever had was a glass of sherry. Sometimes we'd sit round chatting in our private room.
Your private room?
Well, because he came before we opened, that's why.
Oh.
Sometimes we'd go into the saloon bar and have a game of darts. But he always left on the stroke of 6 to catch his train at Cannon Street.
You say he's done this for a long time?
Oh, yeah, getting on for 5 years now. I'm sure it does him good, because he looks so tired and worried sometimes when he comes in, and he looked especially tired on Monday night. So I gave him a sandwich with his sherry. Then we went into the saloon bar for a game of darts, and we were laughing and joking. Then the strangest thing happened.
What?
Well, you see, there's a little van that brings our sandwiches. It comes about 5:30. Well, it had finished unloading, and just as it was starting off, there was a terrific backfire, you know, like a gun going off. Well, we all jumped because it startled us, and Mr. Preston did too. He turned his head quickly, and when he turned it back, he looked different.
How do you mean he looked different?
Well, you know when you turn your head quickly and rick your neck?
Yes.
Well, it was just as if Mr. Preston ricked his brain. He looked round as if he didn't know where he was, and he dropped the dart he had in his hand and he sat down. Well, of course, I mean, it scared us because we thought he was suddenly taken ill or something, but well, he kept saying he was quite all right in a queer sort of way, and then he got up and he said, you better go down to the shelter.
What shelter?
Well, I don't know. We've never had a shelter. Oh, we just used the cellar in the war. But it made us see what had happened. We knew he was an air raid warden in the war, and he suddenly thought it was still on. We talked to him. We said it was all right, but he just kind of mumbled and kept shaking his head.
Why didn't you telephone and tell me?
Well, how could we? He never told us where he lived, and there are crowds of Prestons in the telephone book.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, then opening time came. Oh, we couldn't have him sitting there in the bar looking so queer, so my brother Joe took him up to the spare bedroom, made him lie down. After a while, he dozed off. When the bar closed at 10 o'clock, we all went up, all three of us, and we sat round talking and wondering what we ought to do.
Well, you could have sent for a doctor.
We did think of that. We even thought of the police. You see, he didn't have anything to help us. He got no identity card or letters or anything, and he was sleeping so peacefully, we thought we'd better wait and see what happened when he woke up.
I see.
But Joe and I looked in twice during the night, and he was still sound asleep. But he woke up quite easily when I took him a cup of tea in the morning. Still very funny, though. Still didn't seem to know where he lived or the place where he worked.
Oh, poor David.
Yeah. He washed and shaved himself with Joe's razor quite naturally, but his mind was still all mixed up in the war. He kept saying it was a quiet day with no alarms, and then he'd say, listen, here's one coming. You see, he was thinking of the fly bombs all the time.
Yes, of course.
We gave him some breakfast and we made him stay quietly in his room, but Joe said if he wasn't any better by the evening, we'd have to tell the police.
Well, you knew that his bank was quite close. Why didn't you tell them?
We didn't know.
But surely...
Oh, of course we knew he worked in a bank, yes, but we didn't know where.
Yes, the doctor said something like that might be possible. What did he do the whole day?
Oh, we just sat about up there in the bedroom. Soon after 5, Joe said the only thing to do was to get him quietly round to the police station and tell them what had happened. So I gave him a sherry, just to set him at ease, and we sat in the saloon bar. We all had a sherry. And suddenly, he began to change. He looked puzzled and restless, and then he sort of braced himself up, and he said, aren't we going to finish our game of darts? Now, you see, we were sitting round in the same place at the same time of evening, drinking sherry just like we did the night before.
Yes, I see.
Well, he stood up and he took one of the darts and he said, come on, what are we waiting for? Oh, we didn't know quite what to do at first. And then St. Paul's began to strike 6 and he said, good Lord, 6 o'clock, it's time I went. Well, of course, we hated the idea of him going off like that alone. But he looked so ordinary and natural when he got his coat off the peg that we almost thought we were the queer ones.
I just remembered something, Janet.
Hello, Dave.
Peggy. Why did you come here?
Well, I heard you were in trouble.
How did you know?
A young man who comes from down here said the police had you round yesterday.
Janet, Miss Dobson works with her brother and sister at a place where I drink a glass of sherry.
Of course, we read about this murder and...
I should have told you, Janet.
Oh, don't worry about that, David. Listen to what Miss Dobson has to tell you.
So at once I've got to find out where you lived and come down and help you.
How can you help me?
Miss Dobson says you spent the whole of Monday night with them.
You stayed the whole night at the Feathers, Dave. Now, directly I tell them that, they can't go after you anymore.
But I left your place at 6 o'clock when St. Paul's was striking 6.
But that's it. You didn't. I mean, not on the same day as you came in. You didn't come out until the murder was all over.
I came into the Feathers just after 5 on Monday evening. I left at 6 o'clock, while the clock was striking. The police know that.
No, the police never came near our place. How can they know?
Because I told them. Everything I remember, just as it happened. Janet, I came down to tell you something. I'm sure it must have happened in the train coming home.
No, Dave.
Up in my room just now, I suddenly remembered quite clearly the people in the compartment when the train left Cannon Street.
Look, Dave, I know what I'm talking about, and you've got the whole thing mixed up.
But later on, they were different. There was a soldier with a haversack and a boy with a parcel. It seemed to be a different train. Well, the doctor said that might have happened. I may have got out of the train before it got to Bromley.
How can you get off a train if you never got on it? Now, it doesn't matter what you say or think. Directly I've been and told the police your worries are over.
Do the police know you've come here?
Not yet, but they jolly soon will.
You know what it'd mean if you went to them, how serious it'd be. You're not a child, Peggy. You realize the consequences.
Look, you don't understand what happened to you, and you're not trying to understand.
I want you to go home now.
Oh, Dave,
don't think I'm not grateful. You came to help me, and you have helped me. More than I can ever say. I shall always... Oh, that'll probably be the inspector.
I'll go.
I think I better go upstairs again.
But Dave, surely you...
Peggy, do please go home.
Good evening, Mrs. Preston. Is your husband at home?
He's just gone upstairs. But I want you to hear what this young lady has to say.
Oh, I expect you're Miss Dobson.
That's right.
I heard you'd come down. I've been having a talk with your brother and sister at the Feathers this afternoon.
Oh, you have you?
Yes, Mr. Preston told us yesterday he called in at the Feathers that night, but, you know, he was so definite about leaving at 6 o'clock that it rather put us off the track at first. Well, Mrs. Preston, I'm sure it must be a relief to you.
Relief?
We never really thought your husband was involved.
What?
Oh, the thing that had been puzzling us was the coincidence of someone trying to plant a robbery on a man the very night he's missing from home. Well, we've got a few things to clear up, but as far as Mr. Preston's concerned, there's nothing more to worry about. It's perfectly all right.
Oh, so it's perfectly all right, is it? You think you can walk in here smiling and everything's all right? Anybody think you were talking about a lost dog that's come home? Don't you realize you've made him ill?
Now, Miss Dobson.
When you knew he didn't do it, why couldn't you phone up from the Feathers and tell him? Oh, no, not you. You come in your own good time. All you fellows are good for is hanging around our place at night seeing that nobody has a glass of beer after time. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Preston.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Dobson. I agree.
Yes, well, I'll go now. I do hope you'll be all right. Do you want me for anything else, Inspector?
No, there's nothing, thank you.
Well, you know where to find me when you do.
I'll see you out. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, that's quite all right, really. Good night.
Good night. Inspector, for 2 days and 2 nights, my husband has believed himself to be a criminal lunatic. Don't you realize what that's done to him?
I do, Mrs. Preston. I only wish it could have been avoided.
It's nearly driven him mad. He wouldn't even listen to what Miss Dobson had to say. You've got to convince him. Please, please, will you go up and tell him?
Of course, I'll do whatever I can. That's why I came. Oh, wait a moment, he's coming down.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Mr. Preston, I was just coming up to tell you there's nothing more for you to worry about.
What?
It was you who put us on the right track when you mentioned the little fellow who worked in the club kitchen and did odd jobs at the hospital.
But what's
You
that?
remember after your wife phoned the police, they phoned the hospital to ask if you were there?
Yes. But
it looks to me as if your club steward Robinson and this little chap had planned to get this money. Or maybe Monday night, maybe the next, I don't know. But when they hear the club treasurer is missing, well, it's a gift. They break open the safe and share the money, and Robinson goes round to Major Watson and tries to plant it on you. And after that, it looks like the old story of thieves falling out. Robinson gets a knock over the head, and the other chap takes the lot. Oh, they picked him up this evening over in Croydon. The money as well, all but a few pounds.
Thank goodness for that.
I'm afraid it's given you a lot of trouble and anxiety, Mr. Preston.
Anxiety?
But, you know, it's one of these things that might happen to anybody. Oh, here's a handkerchief and a pair of gloves you left in the spare bedroom at the Feathers.
Thank you.
I think your solicitor was a bit worried about those. Well, I'll say good night.
I'll see you out.
No, don't bother. Good night, Mrs. Preston.
Good night, Inspector. Hello? Yes, it's Mrs. Preston speaking. No, I don't think he can come just now. Later on, perhaps. Oh, well, wait just a moment. It's Major Watson. You don't want to speak to him, David, do you?
Yes, I'll speak to him. Good evening, Major. Yes, it's good news, I've just been told. Why, of course, Major. I knew you never thought that. Oh, yes, by all means, draw the horses. Why not? 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. I'll be there. Yes, I'll bring the books. Good night.
You didn't drink your tea, dear. It's cold. Well, I'll make some more.
Thank you, dear.
Tomorrow we'll put the tulips in. And in the afternoon we'll go for a walk in the park. Oh, David, it's so wonderful. You're home.
You've had a terrible time, Janet. I'm afraid I didn't help you very much. But I'm going to try. I'm going to try.
Oh, David. David.
In Home at 7 by R.C. Sheriff, the part of David Preston was played by Patrick Barr, Janet Preston by Isabel Dean, Dr. Sparling by James Thomason, Major Watson, Geoffrey Wincott, Mr. Petherbridge, Michael McLean, Inspector Hemingway, Simon Lack, and Peggy Dobson, Barbara Mitchell. The play was produced by Martin C. Webster.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you the amazing story of House of Greed. A taxicab rolls through the night and comes to a stop before a brownstone mansion on West 52nd Street. The driver opens the door, and a handsome, well-dressed man steps out, pays the driver, slips quickly up the stairs, fumbles with a bunch of keys, but the door opens.
Oh, hello, Jackson.
Mr. Talbot, welcome home, sir.
Where's Mrs. Talbot?
Oh, she left 3 days ago. Went to the place in the Catskills. There's a note on your desk, sir.
Oh, good.
Your brother, Frank, is waiting in the library.
Oh. Hello, Frank. What do you want?
John.
Now, look, Frank, I told you the last time I'd give you no more money.
Oh, but it isn't gambling debts this time. I'm reforming. I'm going to settle down and work.
Work?
I met a big cattleman from South America. He has a very lovely daughter. And she talked her father into letting me buy an interest in the business.
How much?
$10,000. Oh, I'm sure I'll make good, John.
Oh, very well. I don't mind doing something like that for you. When are you leaving?
Tomorrow. I've had a plane reservation for 4 days. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the check, John. You're a swell guy. Tell Mary goodbye for me.
Yeah, she's up in the Catskills.
Yeah, so Jackson told me.
Good Lord.
What's wrong?
She hasn't gone to the Catskills. I can't understand this. What on earth does she mean?
Well, what is it?
Well, read it.
John, this life is too lonely. I can't go on like this, so I'm leaving you. I found someone else who is more considerate of me.
But
First, I'm going home, and from there, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but things just didn't work out for us. Mary.
Someone who's more considerate of her. Why, I've given Mary everything her heart desired. She must be out of her mind.
Of course, you have been gone a lot, and women get crazy ideas.
It's knocked the pins right out from under me.
Yes, I can see that. You'd better take it easy for a while.
Yes, I feel, I don't know, kind of sick. All of a sudden, nothing seems to matter.
Well, maybe she'll wake up before she gets too far. Perhaps I'd better cancel my trip for a few weeks until you get straightened out.
No, never mind. I'll pull myself together. I wouldn't have you sidetrack your plans for the world. I think you better go now, Frank. I'd rather be alone.
All right. But don't do anything foolish.
What do you mean?
Well, if you brood about it, you're liable to get some crazy ideas and end up really holding the sack.
Good luck, Frank. Lots of luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, John.
John sits for the remainder of the night staring over the top of his desk. The next morning, he closes the house and starts on Mary's trail, which takes him to London, Paris, Berlin, all over Europe, but to no avail. Finally, he drops his active interest in his business and goes to live in his country estate. Then one day, 14 years later, He finds himself on a honeymoon. He has married a widow named Helga.
Well, John, dear, we got away without too much trouble.
Well, it does seem a bit silly, rice and honeymoons at our age.
Our age? Well, you sound as though we're a couple of old grannies. I'm 36 and you're 45, and I certainly don't feel old.
Why, of course you're not, Helga.
Oh, dear. John, now that the wedding's over, there's something I haven't told you.
Oh, now
I haven't said anything because I was afraid it might make a difference.
I know what it is. You have a son.
How did you know?
I wondered when you were going to mention it.
Oh, well, he finishes school this year. It's been quite a struggle putting him through college, but he's very bright. Paul has studied hard and managed to cram 2 years into one. Could he spend the summer with us?
Why, of course.
Oh, John, you're a darling.
I should be able to find a place for him in the business. Oh, ask him to come down to our place in the country.
Oh, thanks, John. You're wonderful.
So Helga's son, Paul, came to spend the summer at the country place. And he stayed the next winter, and the following summer, and the next winter. Now it is summer again, and Paul is still visiting his mother and stepfather. The first year, he worked in the office every day until noon. Found business very boring, so finally he quit going to the city at all.
But, Mother, I've looked the whole thing over, and there's nothing there that interests me.
Well, you could learn about the business. You seem to be able to learn anything else you want to.
But I don't care for business.
Oh, you're a fool. I worked my knuckles to the bone to give you an education. I married John Talbot to give you a chance to do something. John has no children. It's a huge business. And one day you could control the whole thing. I'm disappointed in you, Paul. You're letting me down.
Well, it seems to run very well without too much attention from him. If we were to inherit it, why wouldn't it continue to run just as well?
You either get down to that office or you pack your things and get out.
Why should I? I'm perfectly satisfied.
I'll tell John to make you go.
And suppose I tell him what you just said? That you married him just to give me a chance? Married him for his money?
You wouldn't dare.
And suppose I tell him that you were never divorced from Father? That he's still down in South America, still wandering around trying to find a gold mine?
If you dare open your mouth, I'll...
Hello there. How are you, Helga? What's this I heard about South America?
Oh, why, nothing, darling. Paul was just talking about someone he met from down there.
Who do you know from South America, Paul?
Oh, fellow, I met him today.
Were you in the city today?
No, I was down the village.
I didn't suppose you'd been out of the house today. What's his name?
Why, I don't remember.
I didn't think you would. You haven't been out of this house for 3 days. Paul, I think you're the laziest man I've ever met.
All right. I'll start back to the office Monday. If that's what you and Mother want me to do, I'll do it.
Why, I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner, Helga. I was detained in town. I have quite a bit of work to do. I'll be here in the library for 2 or 3 hours.
Very well, John. I won't bother you. I'll go on upstairs. Besides, I want to have a little talk with Paul. Good night, dear.
Good night, Helga. What on earth? Who's out there? Who are you? What do you want out there?
May I come in? I want to talk with you.
Well, why do you come to the library windows? Why didn't you ring the bell?
I didn't want to cause a disturbance.
Disturbance? What do you mean?
May I come in?
Yes, come ahead.
Don't you know me, John?
Good Lord. Mary.
I'm sorry, John. I had to talk with you. I saw the light in the library.
What do you want?
I need your help.
Where have you been all these years?
Oh, every place. Are you still filled with resentment?
It's been too long ago. At first I was. I followed you all over Europe, but never quite caught up with you. Now I'm glad I didn't. There's no telling what I might have done.
I'm sorry, John. I was a fool, and I know that now. May I sit down?
Why, of course. Have you a cold?
Yes, I can't seem to shake it. I've had it for weeks.
See, I hate to mention it, but you look a bit shabby, Mary. Aren't you doing well?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm doing all right.
Are you?
You've married again,
Yes.
and your wife is here?
Yes.
Then I'll be as brief as possible. I wouldn't want her to know that I was here.
You want me to help your husband?
No, not that. I have no husband.
What about the man you said was more considerate of you?
He left me 4 years after the baby was born.
Baby? You have a child.
Yes, John. She's 17 now.
And where's the man?
I don't know, and I don't care. Oh, John, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I should have known better. But he practically carried me off my feet. And I learned later, to my sorrow, that he was not worth shooting.
Where's your daughter?
She's in a school in Vermont. I've worked hard to give her an education. I've done everything I could do to give her a chance. I've not seen her very often. But now, well, I'm sort of cracking up. I've been ill a lot, and I seem to have trouble getting a job.
Job? What kind of a job?
Why, any kind of a job.
What have you been working at, Mary?
Oh, John, I've made such a miserable mess of it. I was never able to face things. I always took the line of least resistance.
What a shame.
And now I've come to the end of my rope. Joan has finished school. She's a lovely girl, John. I can't let her know. I can't take her with me.
Why not?
She deserves so much more. She deserves a chance in life. I want you to do something for her.
Why should I?
Because she's your daughter, John.
Yeah. My daughter?
Yes, yours and mine. She was born 7 months after I left. Here's the birth certificate. Please, John, do something for her. She shouldn't be made to suffer for my mistake. She's innocent.
Well, does she know I'm her father?
No. And she doesn't remember the other men. Here, I'll give you her address. Fernwood College. And I'll write a letter to her explaining all about you.
Well,
Oh, John, you could do so much for her. She's a young lady now. And so lovely. Please see her. I know you'll fall in love with her.
All right, Mary. I'll see her. I'll have her come down here.
Oh, John, I'm so sorry. So sorry for everything I've done. Please forgive me.
I've forgotten everything, Mary. Oh, wait a moment. Take this check and do something about that cough.
No, thanks, John. I won't need it.
You'd better take it.
Thanks. I'll be all right in a few days. The cough will be gone. Good night, John.
Good night, Mary.
If he brings this girl here, do you realize what it means, Mother?
Yes?
It's his own daughter. If he falls for her, if he likes her, he'll change his will and split the estate.
She's entitled to it, isn't she?
Now, why should she be? Strange girl he didn't even know existed. Popped up out of nowhere and cheats us out of half the estate.
I know what you mean.
We've been here for several years. You're his wife. It isn't fair.
What would you do about it, Paul?
I'd see that she didn't get anything.
How would that be possible?
Suppose she didn't like it here. Supposing that before John got attached to her, the things happened that would make her dislike everything here. If she runs away soon enough, he won't change his will.
Perhaps you're right. And if she doesn't?
Then maybe something could happen to John. Later, something could happen to the girl. But in any event, the will must not be changed.
Where do you get such ideas?
That, Joan dear, is the story of your mother. I trailed them all over Europe, but never quite caught up with them.
You mean you planned to kill them?
Kill them? I was filled with revenge, but I finally gave up the chase and returned here to wait. I knew that sooner or later she'd show up.
But it's been so long ago. Surely you've lost the desire for revenge by this time.
Time heals many wounds, my dear.
If you had caught up with them and satisfied your revenge, what good would it have done?
Quite right, my dear, quite right. Tell me, have you no recollection of this man? You can recall nothing about him?
Absolutely nothing. Remember, I was only 4 when he went away.
And you do believe that I'm your father?
What else am I to believe? Mother proved that with the birth certificate. Proved that I'm Joan Talbot, not Joan Evans, as I've always believed.
Of course. And would you like to remain here?
Why, yes, I think I would,
There
but
seems to be a doubt. Why do you hesitate?
I don't know. From all the evidence, I belong here. I have a legal right, but... Well, I can't seem to find words to express it.
Express what?
From the moment I stepped in the door of this house, I've had a strange feeling. A cold, chilly sensation of fear.
Well, is it something you feel about me?
Yes.
You're afraid of me.
No, I don't think so.
Is it Helga?
Well...
Is it Paul?
Oh, please don't ask me anymore. I don't know what it is.
Well, what has Paul said to you?
Nothing. No one said anything. It's just a premonition of evil. There's something wrong. Something horribly wrong in this house.
Oh, you're imagining things, Joan. It's all in your mind. It will pass as suddenly as it came. You're young, Joan, impressionable, and you've suddenly found your life turned upside down. A new environment to which you've never become accustomed, but you'll get used to it. You're my daughter. I want you to have what you deserve, what is rightfully yours.
I understand. And I'll try to overcome this feeling.
Yeah, that's better. You're a lovely girl, Joan. An intelligent girl. I know I'm going to be very proud of you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to bed now.
Well, it is rather late. Good night, dear. See you in the morning.
Hello?
Paul, what are you doing here on the stairs in the dark?
I wanted to tell you something.
What?
You're very, very beautiful. Your eyes, your hair, just like gold. Gold moonbeams. And soft.
Paul!
And your throat. Your throat is slender and soft. Like...
Take your hands off my neck. Paul!
I don't know many girls. Girls don't like me.
Let me by.
You don't like me either, do you?
Well,
I know. I can tell. Elsie didn't like me either. She was afraid of me.
Who's Elsie?
She was a girl in the village. She worked here in the summertime. No one knows what became of her.
What?
I don't remember what happened to her. But her throat was slender and white, like yours.
Let me by.
Joan.
What? Who's here? Who's in this room?
Don't turn on the light.
Helga. What do you want?
I must talk to you.
What about?
You're not safe here. No one is safe in this house. You must leave at once.
What do you mean? What's wrong?
The house is wrong. It's filled with evil and hate. I know.
Why do you stay?
I can't leave. It's too late. But you must go at once.
Do you mean that Paul?
That's part of it.
And what else?
John.
John? What about him?
I can't tell you. But you must believe me.
What about my father?
He doesn't believe he is your father. And he's planning to get revenge on your mother through you.
I don't believe you. I won't.
Get away while you have a chance.
No. I won't run from it. I'll face it whatever it is.
Very well. Good night, Joan.
Now it is nearly midnight. John still works at his desk in the library. But outside, a man steps softly through the trees upon the terrace, quietly opens the library doors, and steps in.
Hello, John. Frank. Good Lord. Yes, Brother Frank. Well, why don't you say something? Come in, or get out, or something. Why, come in, Frank. You fairly knocked me off my feet. I didn't know whether you were alive or dead. It's been a long time, John. Why haven't you written me? Well, I was hoping I could make a go of that ranch and pay you back, but I guess I was just born unlucky.
Oh? They had a revolution and cleaned Senor Gonzalez out and me with him.
That's too bad, Frank.
But you're still the same steady, reliable John. Yes, sir, I've tried my darndest to be like you, but, well, it just isn't in me. I don't have what it takes. The last 2 years, I've had a pretty tough time. I caught some sort of a malarial fever down there, and it's impossible to get rid of it. Keeps recurring.
You certainly don't look well. You've aged quite a bit. You better have Dr. Richards look you over tomorrow.
She's still kicking around? I thought he'd be gone long ago. How's your new marriage turned out?
Oh, very well. Very well indeed.
Good. Ever hear from Mary?
Yes. She came to see me. I knew she would eventually. She was broke and quite ill. She'd had a tough time of it.
And you helped her out. You would. You couldn't turn anyone down.
Well, she was mainly interested in my helping the girl. She had her in a school in Vermont.
And so now you're taking care of both of them.
What else could I do?
Good old Joe.
I sent for the girl and brought her down here. She's a lovely child. Sweet as can be.
And you'll give her everything her heart desires, I suppose. And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
Oh? Well, I've decided that.
Really?
I'd like to send her to Wellesley.
Good. It isn't every man who can have...
Just a minute, Frank. I'll be right back. Well, what are you doing out here in the hall this time of night for?
Oh, well, Mother sent me down to see why you hadn't come up to your room.
Oh. Well, tell her I'll be up in a few minutes.
Yes, I'll tell her.
My stepson, Paul. His mother thought I was staying up unusually late.
Oh, well, I'll run along. Good heavens, it's after 12. When's the last train back to the city?
12 o'clock. You've missed it.
Well, when's the next one?
5 a.m.
Oh. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait for that. Can you put me up?
Yes, of course, Frank.
Oh, thanks.
Well, wait a moment, Frank. I probably won't be up when you leave, so I'll give you this now.
Oh, now, John, I didn't come here for that. Well, that is not exactly.
No, you never have. Here you are, Frank. 1,000. And see Doc Richards first thing in the morning. And drop in at the office and let me know what he says.
Thanks, John. I'm sorry to have to take this. I only wish that...
Oh, forget it. We're not kids any longer. You're too old to learn new tricks now. Run along to bed, Frank. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, take the guest room at the head of the stairs.
Good night, John. See you in town at noon.
Night, Frank.
The clock strikes 3 as 2 figures slip down the darkened hall and quietly enter John's bedroom. Then a few minutes later, the same 2 figures make their way in the moonlight through the trees to the back of the estate, carrying a long, gruesome bundle wrapped in a sheet. Now it is 3 nights later, and Joan, Helga, and Paul are in the library as Joan paces back and forth anxiously.
But where could Father have gone? He didn't say a word about going out of town.
Maybe he doesn't want to come back.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like it here.
You should have listened to me.
But you didn't say anything about... Well, you just mentioned me.
Could have been a mistake. I just had a weird feeling of impending disaster.
Something is wrong, I know.
If I didn't belong here, if I could leave, I'd not stay another moment. Who knows what will happen next?
I know.
What do you know?
I know what'll happen next.
They always happen in twos.
Many people have come here, stayed a while, and then suddenly disappeared.
What time is it?
11:30.
There's a train at 12. I'm leaving here. Hello? Yes, this is Joan Talbot. What? Good heavens, who? Where? Yes. Yes, I understand. Yes, I'll be here. Yes.
Who was it?
I don't know. I've never heard anything like it.
What do you mean?
It was a man, and he...
What man?
He said he had a message for us, and he'll be here at 12 o'clock, and to wait for him in the library.
The police?
I don't know. He said he'll come to the garden windows, to the library window.
Who could it be?
I don't know. But we'll wait. I'm going to see this through.
Here he comes. Through the garden.
Who is it, Mother?
I don't know.
The lights. Why did you turn out the lights?
I turned them out so we could see outside. Who is he?
I don't know. He's up on the terrace.
Who are you? What do you want?
I came to talk to you.
What about?
About what happened here at 3 o'clock in the morning several days ago.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
But something did happen.
Turn on the lights.
No, don't turn them on. You couldn't see me if you turned on the lights.
Paul, good Lord.
Was it you who phoned me?
I spoke to you, but I didn't phone you.
Mother.
What happened in this house at 3 o'clock several days ago?
A man was murdered.
What?
Paul.
Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights!
Joan Talbot, open the top drawer of that desk. Now take out the paper. It says, on the night of August 5th, we, the undersigned, murdered John Talbot in his bedroom and buried his body on the estate.
We didn't. We didn't.
It's John. It's John.
Sign it. Sign the paper and I'll go.
Sign it, Paul. Sign it. You did it. You killed him. Sign it.
You help me. You sign it.
I can't.
Turn on the lights, Joan.
John.
It's him. It's him. He isn't dead.
No, Paul.
We didn't. Paul, what happened?
I'll tell you. You killed my brother Frank instead. Come on in, Sergeant. You heard it all.
Yes, we heard it all.
Father, what on earth happened? When you phoned a while ago, I almost fainted. I was sure you were dead.
I knew from the moment you told me you were frightened in this house that something was wrong. I put two and two together and realized what it was. They didn't want you to share in the estate. I knew they were planning something on that night. And then my brother came. He accidentally got into my room by mistake, and they killed him instead of me. I saw them carrying his body through the trees. So I disappeared for a few days and evolved this plan. You've nothing to worry about any longer, Joan. Nothing.
No. Nothing to worry about. But the truth would certainly amaze you. All that Helga said about Paul and John was true. John was planning revenge, but not through Joan. That night your brother Frank came back. You discovered something, John. What was it Frank said?
And then you'll have another problem on your hands with Joan. A girl 17 either wants to get married or go to college.
It was then, John, that you knew the truth. The only way that Frank could have possibly known that the girl's name was Joan and that she was 17 was to have been with Mary. So John knew then that it was Frank who ran away with Mary and deserted her when Joan was 4 years old. And then John, knowing that Helga and Paul planned to kill him, deliberately let Frank occupy his room on that fateful night. John's revenge was satisfied, and he didn't have to turn a hand. That's all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. And now an important announcement regarding a change of time. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow night, on Sunday, September 13th, The Whistler will come to you at 9:15 p.m. Remember, Sunday, September 13th, at 9:15 p.m. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Horror that makes the flesh crawl as with maggots, terror that turns the brain to jelly. These mark the work of Edgar Allan Poe. For nearly a century and a half, readers have wondered at the mad creations of his fevered brain, even as their blood ran cold with fear. As shall yours. Our mystery drama, The Fall of the House of Usher, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I must warn you that there lies ahead for you a tale so gruesome that when it ends, you will know beyond doubt that never in your life before have you experienced such revulsion. Are you prepared for this? Come, then, to a certain room where a man named Gabriel Mannering sits writing in his diary. A certain room in the house of Usher.
I sit here writing this diary, when in truth, were I not a fool, I should have already departed this frightful place. Already I have sensed such horrors in these first hours of my visit that I tremble at the thought of what may be in store for my friend Roderick Usher. And for me. During the whole of this dull, dark autumn day, I had passed on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening drew on, within a view of this bleak and melancholy house, the house of Usher. I felt at once an iciness, a sickening of my heart, and wondered what it was that so unnerved me. I was soon to find out.
You would be Mr. Mannering, sir?
Yes.
My master waits you.
One moment, my horse.
We'll be well cared for, sir.
Oh, that carriage standing there. That black carriage? Is there another visitor?
Only the doctor. He is attending Miss Madeline. This way, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me now, sir. We turn here, the passage on our left. Now, this to the right.
I had no idea the house of Usher was so vast.
Oh, yes, vast. Above and below.
Below?
There are chambers underground, vaults, dungeons that even I have never seen, and I have lived here as servant to Mr. Usher more than 30 years. Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Gabriel Mannering, sir.
Oh, Gabriel. My dear good friend, you've come at last. Roderick, I came immediately on receipt of your letter. It gave me cause for concern, deep concern, after all, Roderick. Not having seen each other in years, nor corresponded even, to receive a letter from you was in itself a surprise, but the contents, Roderick, the contents were a shock. How ill are you?
Ill?
I'm not ill. Not ill? But in your letter...
I am not ill. Oh, I may have mentioned something of the sort in my letter, but...
More than mentioned. You spoke of acute bodily illness, of oppressive mental disorder, of a malady, dear friend, so strange you could not bear to face it alone. Now, that is why I'm here. That is why I came at once. The terrible agitation in your letter.
Oh, mood. It was nothing but mood. Mood of the moment. Nothing more.
Come now.
Cato, the port. Good. Thank you. I'll pour. And, Cato.
Sir?
Dr. Wyndham is with my sister still?
Yes, sir.
I would speak with him before he takes his leave if he feels I can bear to...
Sir?
Nothing. Just say I wish to see him.
Yes, sir.
It's a vintage Port Gabriel. You'll enjoy it. Its aroma, its fragrant bouquet will delight your nostrils. Its taste will fall sweet on your tongue. Your health, good friend.
And yours, Roderick.
Well, now, tell me about yourself, Gabriel. How has life gone with you all these years?
Oh, as all lives go, I suppose. Has been the good, the bad, indifferent.
Yes, well, mine has been mostly bad.
I've prospered. My importing business in Baton Rouge.
Ruination, that's been my lot, my fate. The fate of the House of Usher.
Well, if you are financially in need...
No. I speak of another kind of ruination. Decadence. I speak of the evil that molders within my body, my mind, my house. House? Oh, no house this. A tomb that houses the living dead.
You are ill.
Yes, I lied. I am ill with...
What? With what?
With fear.
Fear? Of what?
I know not. Well, what do we all fear, each of us? What living thing has not known fear? It lives within us, this fear. It rots within us, as I rot within this house. But mark you, good friend, whereas with others fear rides like a restless maggot only now and again, with me, it's ever present, a colorless slime growing within me, spreading, engulfing, drowning me.
Roderick.
No. I'm all right now. I'm all right. You must go.
Go?
Well, you shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have asked you. You must leave this house of death, this tomb.
Stop that. Now stop.
I tell you that...
Enough. Enough now. Here. Sit down. Compose yourself. Now hear me, Roderick. I came a great distance through the foulest time of the year to be with you, and here I shall stay until you are well again.
No, you don't understand. I shall never get well.
Of course you will.
No. She is dying, you see, and I...
Your sister? Is it she who is dying?
Yes, Madeline.
But it's she who is dying. If it is...
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Come in.
Dr. Wyndham.
Come in, Doctor. Thank you, Cato. May I introduce myself, Doctor? Mr. Usher, as you see, is not himself. I'm a friend of his. Gabriel Manning of Baton Rouge.
Oh, how do you do? Louis Wyndham.
I entreat your pardon, both of you.
Now, Roderick.
Well, my nerves sometimes.
Yes, I know, and I'm sure Mr. Mannering understands. You've been taking the laudanum I prescribed?
I used the last only yesterday.
Well, I'll see that you get more.
Oh, thank you. My sister?
There's no change.
How long? Before death?
I don't know. Your sister's malady baffles me. I don't know what is killing her, nor do I know what keeps her alive, when in truth,
she's all but dead.
Oh, would it be an impertinence, Doctor, for me to ask you what you mean by that?
Well, no, Mr. Mannering. Quite simply, there have been times when Miss Usher, Madeline, has been devoid of all vital signs. Well, by this, I mean I've been unable at these times to detect a pulse, blood pressure, any respiration whatsoever.
Yes.
And yet, moments later, she's opened her eyes and returned to the world of the living.
Strange.
Yeah, I've encountered nothing like it in years of practice. It's not too far from the truth to say that she is dead, and yet she lives on.
Yes. Like the house itself.
Now, Roderick, you mustn't harp
I tell you, we are like this house. My sister and I, we are this house. The house is us. The house is dead, and yet it stands.
Your aberration about this house...
It is no aberration. It's the truth. The house of Usher crumbles, yet it will not fall. Madeline is dead, yet she will not die. And as for me, oh, heaven, the horror that awaits me.
I'll send the laudanum as soon as possible, Mr. Mannering. There's little else I can do, since I have other patients to attend. Thank heaven it's a moonlit night. I have many miles to travel. Good night.
Good night. Roderick.
Yes.
Roderick, I want to help you in every way I can. That's why I'm here. But now, you must do your part to help yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, I could be wrong, but it seems to me you let yourself go to pieces all too easily. This talk, this wild talk of your sister Madeline being dead and yet alive. Well, now, that's nonsense, you know.
No.
Yes, well, I'll agree with you with one thing only. In a way, you have become this damnable house. No healthy, sane man could live here for long without beginning to lose his sanity, without serious damage to his nervous system. I've never seen such gloom. Inside as well as out. This very room reeks of dejection, despondency, undusted cobweb furnishings, black drapes covering the window. Here, let me throw them back and at least get some moonlight, if not sunlight, into this place. There. That's... Roderick.
What is it?
There's a graveyard. I can see it in the moonlight.
The family graveyard, yes.
Who would be walking in it at night?
What do you say? Well, where do you see that?
There. Amidst the headstones.
Oh. It's Madeline. What is she doing out there?
Well, we'd better go and find out.
Good Lord.
In the doorway. What is it?
Madeline. Am I that horrifying to look upon? Dear brother.
Madeline Usher walks among the headstones of the Usher graveyard, yet stands in the doorway at the same time. Does her spirit walk abroad? Is she that close to death? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Again, I must ask if you wish to go on, and warn that if you do, you will experience a kind of horror for which I can find no words. Even Gabriel Mannering, writing in his diary, found it difficult to express his feelings in that moment of first meeting with Madeline Usher.
I seek and cannot find words to recreate the terror of that moment. Not a woman, but a corpse stood before us in the doorway of that awful room. The very woman, or corpse, if you will, that but an instant before Roderick Usher and I had glimpsed in the moonlight graveyard beyond the window. If she is alive, I thought, she should be dead. Fatuously, I said, "You are Madeline Usher?"
Yes.
How do you do? I'm Gabriel Mannering.
I know. Ah, you winced as you took my hand.
What?
You felt it. Coldness.
No.
Yes. You need not dissemble with me. Even now, you find it hard not to stare at the dark patches on my face, the putrescence that lives. Yes, thrives in my dying flesh.
Madeline, my dearest sister, you should be lying down, resting. You mustn't waste your energy.
I wanted to meet your friend. Someone from the world of life outside this house. This tomb. I wanted to... needed...
Falling, catch her. Put her on the couch, Gabriel. No. Better still, we'll carry her to her room.
No pulse. No heartbeat. Is she...
Well, heaven help me. It's impossible to say. Can you carry her alone?
She weighs nothing.
Follow me, then. Oh, what evil stalks the house of Usher. Help us, dear Lord. Please help us. Put her down, Gabriel. Gabriel.
In what? In that?
It's her bed. A coffin. But nevertheless, it is her bed. It's where she rests and sleeps. And haven't you noticed? What she's wearing isn't a nightdress.
A shroud.
Yes. She's been ready for her burial for nearly a year now. Oh, look. See? Her eyes are fluttering.
I'd have taken my oath she was dead.
Not yet.
Gabriel, my friend, come.
Well, you don't leave her like this, alone, no company to cheer her when she wakes.
She may not waken again today. She may not waken again. Come?
No. I don't wake. There's something about her. Something in her face that... It reminds me... Well, of course, it's you.
Oh, you see, then?
The family resemblance. Obvious. In spite of what the intimacy of death has done to the face, the resemblance is still there.
It's more than a resemblance, Gabriel.
What do you mean?
Well, we are twins.
As my friend spoke those words in that chamber of death, a curious change came into his face. It floats before me even now as I write, a complexion gone so suddenly cadaverous. His eyes large, liquid, and luminous beyond comparison. Thin and pallid lips gone thinner, paler. For a moment, he seemed scarce human. I had tried to calm his fevered nerves by telling him it was his sister, not he, who was dying. And he had cried out,
You don't understand. You don't understand.
And now, in an instant, I did understand, or at least the shadow of what he meant touched me, and I was filled with a dread, a loathing of what was to come that I cannot fully express. Had I known the full truth of what lay before us, my loathing would have increased 100-fold, and I should have fled the house of Usher then and there. Certainly, I should not have found myself at breakfast with Usher the following morning.
Another helping, Mr. Mannering?
No more, Cato.
Then I can give you the message.
A message from whom?
Miss Madeline. She wishes to see you at your convenience.
Well, then I'll go to her, of course. Now, why do you look at me like that? And now, why do you turn away? Cato, face me. Look at me. What is it?
Cato, is it the odor?
Yes, sir.
You'd best not go, Gabriel, or if you do, another time.
I don't understand.
The odor, the stench of putrefaction. It's stronger at times than at others.
And you mean that she... Take me to Miss Madeline at once, Cato.
No. It will sicken you, nauseate you, even infect.
Well, it can kill me and be damned to it, but I'll not disregard a last wish of a dying woman. Unlike you, Roderick, I do not fear death. of her, I came back another time.
Oh, how good of you to come at all.
It's a privilege to be of use to you.
Favor. I wish a favor.
Anything in my power.
I want to die. I'm in such pain, and I want to die, but I cannot.
Cannot?
I'm afraid.
There's nothing to fear. Death is only sleep, a dreamless sleep. Don't fear death.
I don't fear. I fear.
You fear what?
Burial alive.
Why would you have such a fear? What makes you think you might be buried alive?
My mother.
She?
Oh, promise me.
Spare yourself. Spare yourself. You need say no more. I promise. I promise you that you will not be buried alive. Rest. Rest now. Rest. That is what you meant, Roderick, is it not? Like her, like your twin, you don't fear death so much as you fear being buried alive.
Right, part of it. Yeah. Yes.
Only part?
Well, I fear... Oh, God, more than I can tell you. I fear what happens in death.
Another aberration. As with the house, so with this. You are a man given to aberration.
And what of that? You make as little sense as Wyndham. You think because you call a thing an aberration, it'll go away, that it will cure itself if you but name it.
Reason. Common sense.
Reason, common sense. Well, you speak to me and Usher of reason and common sense, Do you not know of the madness that has tainted this family through its history? From the beginnings of the house of Usher, this house, this family, until now, until Madeline and me, the last of the Ushers, from beginning to end, from rise to fall.
Roderick.
Rise to fall. Roderick. From rise to fall. I had not thought on it before, but that is what it will be when she and I are dead. It will be the fall of the house of Usher.
Yes, Cato.
The laudanum, sir, from Dr. Wyndham.
Oh, thank heaven. It has come none too soon.
Mr. Mannering, sir.
What? Oh, yes, Cato.
You've been sitting here in the graveyard for nearly 2 hours.
That long?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Cato, how long have you been servant to Mr. Usher?
More than 30 years, sir. But I thought I'd told you that the night you arrived just a week ago.
Did you? Now, then I forgot. Were you here when the mother died? The mother of Mr. Roderick and Miss Madeline?
Why do you ask such a question, Mr. Mannering?
I don't know, really, except I've been dwelling on what Miss Madeline told me about her mother. Buried alive. Was she indeed?
Sir, don't ask such questions. Don't dwell on such thoughts.
Why not? It was discovered the mother had been buried alive.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Sir, I entreat you. Understand. You cannot stay in the house of Usher. No one can without something. I know not what, but something evil taking possession of his mind, his spirit, his very soul. It will happen to you. It is happening to you.
No.
You've been drawn here to this spot. You've been sitting here in the damp and chill for hours because you, too, have taken the first step toward madness.
How did they discover she'd been buried alive?
Sir, I beg you, turn your thoughts away from...
How?
If you must hear it. A few weeks after she had been buried, The coffin placed in that vault you see under the trees, it was discovered that she had been buried wearing a valuable ring.
A ring?
It contained a stone worth a fortune. It had been...
Tell me about it.
She had always worn it, and when the undertaker encoffined her, he neglected to remove it. He had no idea of its worth, or surely he'd have inquired whether the family wished her to wear it to the grave. And as you will understand, such was Miss Madeline's and Mr. Roderick's grief. They didn't think of the ring until weeks later.
And decided to retrieve it.
Yes. We went to the vault, the three of us, slid back the slab that covers it, and... sir, let us go in.
Finish what you're telling me.
There lay the coffin. The lid was in two parts. A lower part that covered her body from the waist down, an upper part from the waist up. This I pried up, and there...
Go on.
She lay face down. Her hands had torn chunks of hair out by the roots. Such was the agony of terror. Hands, do I say? Claws. They had become rigid in the death throes.
Yes.
We turned her over. Her face, oh, my God, we will. Her face, I cannot describe. I cannot.
Enough, then. Oh, chill is getting to me.
No! Henry!
Quickly, come.
Heaven help us, what is that?
They're coming toward us from the house. Roderick!
Help me!
What?
Help me!
What is it, man?
A corpse!
What?
Madeline, dead. She's dead at last, dead, but...
What? What is it?
She tried to take me to the grave with her. She tried to drag me into her coffin.
No.
Roderick, pull yourself together and tell us.
I went to her chamber to see how she was. I called her name again and again and again, and no answer. I felt for a pulse, none. I lay my head against her breast, no heartbeat, and then... Oh, God! Her arms were entwined around my neck, her cold arms around my neck, and I tried to break free, but I couldn't. I grabbed her wrists and I tore her arms from her neck.
Sir?
I've got him. Help me carry him inside.
Oh, no.
Now be calm, Cato. When Mr. Usher tore himself free, he must have dragged her half out of the coffin. Come. We must put her back in. Cato.
I dare not touch her.
Very well. There.
Is she at last dead?
She seems so. Ride for the doctor. Tell him to come at once.
Yes, sir. Sir, you mean to stay here?
Yes.
But I will be gone at least 2 hours. If you change your mind,
I grabbed her wrist.
Find your way back to the library in that maze of cards.
Well, don't worry about it. I shall stay here. I made her she'd not be buried alive, and I mean to keep that promise, Cato. Beginning now.
Alone in that chamber of death, within the house of Usher, Gabriel Mannering seats himself beside the coffin of Madeline Usher to keep his vigil and his promise, and wonders if he himself may not be going mad. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. as to shatter the human mind haunts the house of Usher, hangs like a shroud in the air, drips on the spirit like the very slime upon the decaying walls. As Gabriel Mannering sits beside the coffin of Madeline Usher, he feels this terror seeping into him. Seeping into me like a rising tide of pollution. Cato said he would be gone 2 hours in fetching Dr. Wyndham, but to me it seemed like 20 before I heard his returning footsteps.
You don't look well.
I'm all right.
Sir, you deceive yourself. Well, never mind now. I'm seeing Miss Usher. My bag, Cato. Thank you. Heart first. Mm-hmm.
Is she?
No, there's no heartbeat. None whatever. No pulse. No vital signs at all.
She is gone, then?
Hey, Mr. Mannering, I've attended her in this strange illness for nearly a year. I've seen her in this state 4 times before.
What's to be done?
What indeed? Well, I would wait a few days at least, and then I should bury her.
No.
No?
She feared to be buried alive.
Yes, I know. Her mother.
You attended her?
No, another man. From what I've been able to learn, I judge her illness was similar, just as unaccountable as baffling. Well, Mr. Mannering, she did indeed fear the same fate her mother suffered, but I think that after, say, 3 or 4 days...
I say no. At least a week. No, 2. Even 3.
You don't know what you're saying. You can't keep a body for 2 or 3 weeks. Especially hers.
Why especially hers?
Well, look at her, man. Here. See? Under the skin of the cheeks. Those gray patches. She's partially decomposed already.
I gave her my word, Doctor. I said we would make sure.
There is an evil in this house. A sinister, malevolent thing that fastened itself on the Ushers years ago. And is beginning to fasten itself on you.
Now, Doctor.
Now, hear me out. I have not seen you in some days. The moment I came into this room, I saw it. I tell you, I saw it. The change in you. The sickening in you. I do not use this word lightly, Mr. Mannering. The insanity in you.
You are right. I gave Madeline Usher my word she would not be buried alive, and she will not be.
Well, I see that I cannot dissuade you. Very well. Do as you wish. And may God help you.
I stayed by her coffin for yet another hour or so, making sure there were no signs of life. Then I returned to the library, led there, of course, by Cato, for I could never have found my own way through that maze of corridors and passages. I found Roderick Usher seated bolt upright in a wing chair, staring at I know not what. Roderick, I must talk to you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Now, Roderick, as I told you, I promised your sister to take every precaution against her being buried alive.
She is dead. I know it in my heart, my soul. I know it.
I believe so, too. But we must be certain. Now, that presents a problem. Roderick, are you listening?
Problem?
Yes. Decomposition. If she is dead, she will decompose. And after a period of days, well, you could imagine...
Days? Days of what?
Of visiting her coffin, at least every 12 hours, say, to make sure she's dead.
Are you mad?
We must keep her body. 1 week, 2. And the question is, where?
Where?
We'll have to leave the coffin open in case she should regain her senses. On the other hand, if she is indeed dead,
Well, there are vaults
deep down beneath the house, we could put the coffin in one of those.
Good. We'll do that then. Yes. We'll do just that. Together, Usher and I arranged for the temporary entombment of Madeline, his twin. The vault, so long unopened that our torches were half smothered in its oppressive atmosphere, was small, damp, and entirely without means of admission of light, lying at great depth beneath the house.
There, Gabriel. It is done.
We must come here again. In no more than 12 hours.
As you say. As you say.
Before he wished only to bury Madeline, or he'd become so compliant, agree so readily with what I said. Only I'd asked myself that question. But I did not, and in consequence faced an unexpected problem.
Why do you not believe me?
It isn't I don't believe you, Roderick. I wish to see for myself.
There is no need for you to do it. I have done it.
You have?
I have visited the coffin at least once every 12 hours, sometimes twice. She does not live. Take my word for it.
It is my word concerns me. I gave my word to her, not yours.
She is dead. I assure you, she's dead.
It was about that time the sounds began. Strange knockings, creaking. Perhaps it had begun before, but I had not at first. I would hear some curious sound from below and say to Roderick, "What was that?"
What was what?
Listen. What is that?
Rats, perhaps? Rats? Well, the house is infested with them.
I've never heard rats make sound like that. I answered. Time went on. And it seemed to me the sounds grew louder, and I would say to Roderick, "Listen." And he would answer.
A door banging in the wind somewhere.
And I would say, "There is no wind." He would answer,
"Well, then it's something else. Don't bother me."
And on that fatal night, as we sat in the library, he was sitting, staring vacantly at nothing, trying to read, but my mind was on that awful chamber of death far below him. Outside, the wind gathering for a storm. It happened. I became aware of distinct, hollow, metallic, yet muffled reverberation. Complete unnerved, I leaped to my feet and looked at Usher. His eyes were fixed before him, and throughout his whole countenance there reigned a stony rigidity. I said, "Roderick, do you not hear it?"
"Yes, I hear it and have heard it, as you have. Long, many minutes, many hours, many days have I heard. Yet I dared not speak. No, touch me not. I am accursed. For I heard the sounds as did you, but I dared not speak and dared not go.
Not go? My God, are you telling?
That not once have I gone down to see. I dare not.
We put her living in the tomb.
She comes. For me. Listen. Now listen and know. We've heard the rending of coffin, the grating and iron hinges of a prison, struggles within the covered archway of the vault. And now, she comes for me. In a moment she'll be here. I hear her footsteps on the stair. I hear the horrible beating of her heart. She comes for me, she comes. I tell you, she stands outside the door.
And as if in the superhuman energy of his utterance there had been found the potency of a spell, the huge antique panels to which he pointed drew slowly back. And outside those doors did stand the towering and enshrouded figure of Madeline. There was blood on her white robe, evidence of some bitter struggle on every portion of her putrefied frame. For an instant she remained trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold. And then, with a moaning cry, fell heavily inward on her brother. And in her violent, now final death agony, bore him to the floor. A corpse. A victim to the terrors
of all he had anticipated. This is E.G. Marshall. I shall return shortly. The manuscript of The Fall of the House of Usher ends thus. I fled from the house, leaving all behind me. As I ran, I heard a sound so horrendous it made me stop and turn. My brain reeled as, looking back, I saw the mighty walls of the house burst asunder. And in a few moments, the moon, breaking through scudding clouds, a blood-red moon, revealed the end. The fall of the House of Usher. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Arnold Moss, Marion Sotis, and Robert Biden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too.
Yes.
And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you've
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some.
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taking Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month, by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months, by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
Oh, you don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss.
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well, then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No. I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted was...
Bill wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
He showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Oh, now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
But it's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
Well, I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. You may think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact is..."
No good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favorite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner. and
No,
I've lost-
don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully Carole.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, you know, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child, upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
The fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh. Don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
Oh, we live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, But if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny? Ah, that's easy. I use Dual. Dual? Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go. How do you mean? Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself. So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing? No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heartrending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords?
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
Oh, I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
But now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? But it's nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'd be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's a waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometimes.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil. Stop it. All right. You can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
But I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you turned up. So now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Shh. Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now, take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. And the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it. And it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners, and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you clear close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up, it gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Lowndes.
That makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce a husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, Personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well, but let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way, you will find the night pass without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Rann?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husband's.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself, I use the technical expression, with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major, I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I'm such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major...
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play 3pence a 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Lester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman.
Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Duo.
Duo?
Yes, Duo, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Duo lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duo, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lombard. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Marshall. Voodoo is a word to conjure with, and conjure is the right word, because the high priest of voodooism was called a conjure man. It was he to whom the practitioners of voodoo turned when they wanted spells cast or lifted, enemies punished, or love affairs promoted. As voodoo spread northward from the island of Haiti to the Americas, and particularly to New Orleans, it should be noted that its most powerful conjurers were women.
Dambalaude, all-powerful one, see your knife, the sacred knife of our ancient gods. See, Dambala, the knife has drawn blood, and you, Dambala, you will now have another soul. Oh, Dambala, look with mercy and kindness upon this servant who will continue to serve you faithfully, now and forever.
Our mystery drama, The House of the Voodoo Queen, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Jordan Charney and Joan Loring. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you take a look at the 1975 cars, you'll notice a European influence. And there are some new American cars that rival the Europeans, one being Buick's new Skylark SR, with its touring car interior and spirited little V6 engine. But don't think of the Skylark SR as a European tourer. We're proud of the fact that it's a Buick. You will be, too.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
In God we trust. America speaks. George Washington remarked during the Constitutional Convention, "Let us raise a standard to which the wise and honest can repair. The event is in the hands of God." Presented by the Catholic Communications Foundation. Looking for some last-minute Christmas gift ideas? We've got some great ones at Lafayette Radio Electronics, like a Lafayette portable cassette recorder with built-in condenser microphone for only $24.95. A Lafayette component-style phono system for just $29.95. Or how about a good-looking AM/FM digital clock radio for a low $19.95? You just can't go wrong with Lafayette's famous quality and prices like these. Come in and see for yourself. Don't wait too long before the special sale ends on December 24th. For more details, see our ads on Thursday and Sunday in your local newspaper.
Lafayette, the complete electronic shopping Lafayette, Lafayette.
All of us have pictured in our imagination the perfect dream house. The castle in Spain, or the little cottage on the mountaintop overlooking that blue lake in the Green Valley. But few of us are ever fortunate enough to have our dream come true. Douglas and Helen Fenton were two young people who had that good fortune. And as we first meet them, they're having the happy experience of being shown through their perfect house in New Orleans, which they've acquired through the death of an uncle Douglas Fenton never knew existed.
And this was used as a music room in the old days.
Oh, I can just see it. Can't you, Doug?
It's a beautiful room, nice and sunny. I think I've given you a thorough tour of your new home. And unless you have any questions, I should be getting back to the office.
I promise you'll be our first dinner guest. Won't he, Doug?
Oh, you bet. There are still a lot of questions I have about Uncle Timmy that I'll want answered. I am at your service. Good day, and good luck, and good health. Don't bother, Mr. Fenton. I know the way out.
Oh, Doug, I'm so happy. I just love this house. Wait till you see what I do with it. What was that?
The movers?
Don't be silly, darling. They left hours ago. Remember?
Probably something fell.
Didn't sound like something falling. Who's that? Oh, Doug. I'm so glad you're home.
How did it go today, darling? Any better?
I really can't tell you, Doug, because I'm so ashamed. But I didn't stay home. I guess I'm just a big coward.
Oh, don't be silly. Anyone would be frightened by what goes on in this place.
Oh, Doug. Oh, what are we going to do?
I told you. We'll sell the house and find another.
Did you reach Mr. Lombard?
No luck. When I called, he was out. And when he called me back, I was in a meeting and couldn't take the call, but he promised to... Oh, that must be him now. Hello?
Mr. Fenton, Lemurs here. Sorry we missed connections all day. What can I do for you?
Mr. Lemurs, I don't know how to tell you this, but, well, Helen and I think the house is haunted.
If you don't like the house, you can always put it on the market.
We love the house. That is, we thought we loved it. It's Well, you can't live in a house where all night long you hear screams and chain rattlings and during the day thumpings and... Well, there's an odor, an indescribable odor of rot and decay that sweeps through the house from time to time. It's here now, as a matter of fact. And we wanted to know if you had any complaints...
The house has been empty for years.
Well, maybe that's the reason. Have you heard anything that... Well, about the house being haunted?
You're serious?
Of course.
Then I can only tell you that feeling the way you do, you shouldn't stay in the house. I'll give you the names of some real estate agents who might be willing to handle it.
Well, have a seat, Mrs. Fenton. Tell me how I can help you.
Well, we have a house we'd like to put on the market.
Well, of course. Would you give me the location?
It's in an old neighborhood. 66 Delacourt Street.
Yes, I know the house. I thought it was vacant.
Well, we just moved in. My husband's uncle left him the house, and we decided to move to New Orleans and live here.
Miss Fenton, I'll be honest with you. The house has a bad reputation.
I don't understand.
I think you do. Any honest real estate agent would have to warn a prospective buyer that there are definite problems connected with your house.
Of course. I understand that.
Well, then you also understand I'd have to offer the house way below the market value.
How far below?
I don't think I could ask more than $20,000.
$20,000? My husband and I wouldn't be interested at that figure. Thank you for your time.
Oh, not at all. If you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Now, how can a pretty girl look so unhappy after a dinner like this?
When the girl is thinking of going home to a house that scares her and that no real estate agent wants to handle.
Relax. Look, we'll put an ad in all the papers and sell it ourselves. You know, it might be better that way. We save a commission.
Oh, darling. That's why I love you. You take such a big load off my shoulders and make everything seem so easy.
Oh, isn't that what husbands are for?
I can think of a few other uses.
And that's one reason why I love you.
When are we going to put the ads in?
First thing tomorrow.
Doug. Wake up.
What?
Doug. Did you leave our faucet on?
What?
The water. Don't you hear it?
Yes, I hear it. Did you check the bathroom?
I was afraid to. Anyway, it certainly doesn't sound as if it's coming from the bathroom.
No, it seems to be right over the bed.
Ow! I can't stand it, Doug. Can't you do something?
Why, I don't know what to... Tell it to go away, whatever it is. Do you think that would work?
We should call the police.
Oh, I would. I would if I felt they could help. Whatever it is hasn't hurt us, only annoyed us. So I think maybe if we show we're not bothered, the noises and the smells will stop.
I don't think I can do that, Doug.
Yeah, I know. That's why we put the ads in the papers.
Doug, hold me. Hold me close. What's that?
Look, it's ghosts. They've come to the front door.
But who could come at this time of night?
You talk as if it were 3 in the morning. It's only 10:30, and this is a late town. Well, I suppose I'd better see who it is.
I'll come with you.
Be right with you.
Oh, I'm
so sorry. I never dreamed I'd be waking you. I'll come back some other time. Oh, no. We weren't asleep. Come on in, come in. Well, it was the advertisement in the Picayune. The house is for sale. Oh, yes, it is.
I'm Doug Fenton, and this is my wife, Helen.
I'm Zoe Lemaitre.
You're interested in the house?
I am.
Are you married?
No. I'm quite alone.
But this is a large house. The ad described how many...
Darling, I'm sure Miss Lemaitre knows how large the house is. She's interested.
I know the house is large, but I'm hooked on antiquities. I think before we actually get down to business, I should tell you. I know all about the reputation this house has in this city.
You do?
I do.
And you still want to buy it?
If I can afford it. And I think that the only way you're going to dispose of it is to sell it very cheaply.
Miss Lemaitre, just how cheaply are you thinking? Or aren't you prepared to make an offer?
Oh, I'm not only prepared. I brought this certified check along.
You've made up your mind.
Here it is.
Oh, wow.
Nancy? $7,800. Why, that's just
a fair offer, considering the reputation of the house. Doug Fenton.
Miss Lemaitre?
Are you too angry with me to join me in a café suite?
It's my wife who's angry.
Oh.
I never can stay mad at girls as pretty as you.
Thank you. Do you find me fascinating, Mr. Fenton?
Completely. I trust I have the same effect on you.
Oh, it's not you who interests me. It's your house.
Why?
I can't tell you.
Everyone in this town seems to know what's wrong with my house except Helen and me.
They know there's something wrong. That's all they know.
Oh, and you know more, beautiful Zoe. Ah, yes. Behind those beautiful green eyes lies secret.
And your attitude is one reason why I can't tell you. You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Try me.
All right. The house you're living in doesn't really belong to you.
I have a deed that says it does.
That house was stolen from the daughter of Marie Laveau.
Marie Laveau? Who's she?
The most powerful Bokor in the history of Voodoo. The beautiful black woman who ruled as the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans for half a century. You, Douglas Fenton, are living in the house of the Voodoo Queen. And she wants you out.
When a landlord wants to evict a tenant, the tenant can always take his case to court. But when the fanciful notion is advanced that the landlord is really a voodoo queen who lived back in the 19th century, that tenant has a problem. I'll be back shortly with a terrifying solution found by Doug Fenton in Act 2.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed, so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. Spencer's just received men's suits from 3 fine Chicago stores. These brands are included: 3G's, Eagle, Petrocelli, Hart, Schaffner, Marks, and Worsted Tex. They are ticketed from $69.95 to $120. We are offering them at $17.99, none or higher. The total garments now at Spencer's is over $6,700, and it includes $39.95 to $120 men's suits, sport coats, simulated leather and man-made fur coats, zip-lined and all-weather coats, heavy parkas and overcoats, worth $39.95 to $120, now only $17.99. None higher. No salesman will raise you up. You cannot pay more than $17.99. Often stores advertise certain items, and when you arrive at the store, you are shown a few at the advertised price and are told that you would be better pleased if you spent twice the amount to take a better garment. At Spencer's, every garment is $17.99. No salesman will raise you up. Spencer's, 322 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago. For suburban stores, phone 263-4700. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. all next week.
Voodoo is an African religion which has been variously described and downgraded by such descriptive phrases as black magic, mumbo-jumbo, or a mess of meaningless ritualistic incantations practiced and believed in only by the ignorant and superstitious. Nevertheless, it survives. Douglas Fenton has been told that voodoo presents a very real and serious threat to his living in a house he inherited in New Orleans. But Douglas Fenton is a skeptic.
You're too much, Zoe.
Oh?
Well, you must really think I'm the biggest sucker you ever saw if you expect me to sell you a $60,000 house for $7,800 because of some crazy story about a voodoo queen. Wait, where are you going?
Before I called you ignorant. Now I know you're a fool. And I don't like fools.
Sit down.
Go home, Douglas. Go home to your pretty, silly wife. And the two of you can sit and laugh at Marie Laveau. But in the night when your blood runs cold and a nameless terror shakes your bones, remember me. And if you can, remember to call on the cochon gris and pray they show you mercy.
Hey, you think this stuff is for real, don't you?
I was born in New Orleans, as were my mother and grandmother. We know the power of the cochon gris.
If I apologize, will you sit down?
I will sit. But it's useless. You will still disbelieve.
Can you blame me? I'm a product of the 20th century. You tell me a pretty wild story and mention things I've never even heard of. Like this cochon gris.
The cochon gris are an ancient society of voodoo priests.
And what's your connection with them?
They asked me for a favor. It's not wise to oppose them.
And the favor was to buy my house, huh? Well, why? Why do they want it?
Because it was the home of Marie Laveau. Because it really belongs to her, and they want it as a shrine. And their headquarters. What are you doing at this cafe this afternoon? What took you out of your office?
No, a problem. I've always found that a walk and some fresh air helps me.
Huh. Don't you find it strange that your walk should lead to the back streets and this particular cafe?
I wanted to get away from crowds.
And how was it that I happened to be here?
Well, you can answer that better than I.
Yes, I can. Read this note. I received it at noon.
Cafe Lafitte, 3:30. Fenton will be there. Helen? Helen, darling? Helen, what's the matter?
Oh, Doc. Oh, so glad you're home. So glad. Look there on the floor.
What the devil is it?
What does it look like?
Like a chicken that has had its neck wrung.
That's what it is.
I found it on our doorstep. Oh, along with the chicken, I found this.
This looks like a child's drawing of some kind of snake.
No, not a child, Doug. Not a child. Now, according to the police, these are voodoo symbols. Have you ever heard of voodoo?
Strange that you should mention that. I had a crash course earlier today.
What?
The girl who came here to buy our house, I ran into her today at a sidewalk cafe. She seemed to know a lot about it. She told me...
Yes?
No, it's not important. What did the police say?
Well, these were voodoo symbols, that they may be the work of a prankster, or it might be a believer. And someone who thinks voodoo magic actually works. Someone with a grudge against us.
The cochon gris. I hoped I'd find you here.
Why, Mr. Fenton, what a surprise.
Look, don't try to put me on. You probably have a piece of paper on you somewhere that reads Cafe Lafitte, 822. Fenton will be there.
You're really rather charming, you know, Doug.
Well, I try. Particularly when someone looks like you. I've never met a girl who even came close to you in looks. I think you've bewitched me.
Of course. But what have you done to me? Put a love spell on me.
I think you're trying to tell me something.
And if I am?
We should find a more private place.
I shouldn't tell you this. Oh, Doug, darling, I never felt like this before in my life. Never with anyone.
Oh, you're a beautiful liar. But I love to hear it.
I mean it, Doug.
Oh, you're an astonishing girl. Really? We've been here for 2 hours, and you've never once mentioned my wife.
Oh. Should I have?
Let's just say it's unusual.
Oh. You're an experienced adulterer.
Ouch. Now, why did I bring her name up?
I don't know.
I do. It's because I'm worried about the things she finds on our doorstep.
What sort of things?
Well, a chicken with its neck wrung. A piece of cardboard with a crudely drawn snake. Oh, yes, that means something to you, doesn't it?
Spells. They're put in or near people's houses for a purpose.
And they mean something.
Of course.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
You should be. The chicken with its neck wrung means death.
Helen, are you all right?
Yes, Doug, darling, I'm fine.
Oh. Well, how was today, huh? I mean,
Well, if you mean, were there any other little presents left on our doorstep? No.
Well, that's good news. Maybe they've stopped.
I won't complain. After all, you're home early tonight.
What does that mean?
Oh, nothing, really. It's just that you've been working so late at the office so often, and I realized that I'm not as attractive as I used to be, and also I guess I'm not much
Yeah, I hate to hear you talk like
and
that.
I hate to talk like that. Maybe I wouldn't if...
If what?
I know how attractive you are, and there are a lot of beautiful women in the world, and...
Oh, please, this isn't necessary, Helen.
I'm afraid it's very necessary. Will you stop seeing Zoe Lemaitre?
I'm as mad as anyone can get and still not commit murder. It's your associates. Those voodoo priests you tell me are called the cochon gris.
They're not my associates. Sometimes they ask me to do favors for them, and I know it's not wise to refuse.
Oh, they must really be grateful to you. They've rewarded you by telling Helen every time we met.
Oh.
Tell them to lay off.
I won't.
You won't? What do you want to do, break us up?
You know better than that, Doug. It's just that I don't want to make a fool of myself. If I go to the Cochon Gris with this request, they will simply tell me what I've been telling you all along. If you wanted to stop, sell the house.
We would, gladly, if we could get anywhere near what it's worth.
What is it worth, really, Doug? You can't find a buyer who'll even make an offer except the Cochon Gris. And they think they're being very generous.
I won't be taken.
You inherited the house. Whatever you get is pure profit.
You really don't understand, do you?
I know that if you won't sell, then Helen will have to suffer.
Not if I stop seeing you.
That would be your choice.
And I'm making it. Right now. If you can let me walk away rather than ask a simple favor of people who owe you, then I'll walk.
Goodbye, my love. Have I told you it's nice having you home for dinners again?
You have?
You're bored with me.
No. With myself. And you're going to have me home a lot more from now on.
That's very good news.
I'm not so sure about that. I've lost my job.
You're kidding.
I wish I were. But they called me in yesterday with all sorts of excuses about cutbacks and economies and... Well, I'm out. I was the last man in, and now I'm the first man out.
Let's sell the house and get out of New Orleans. Oh, Doug, don't you see? It will be wonderful. We'll be starting all over again.
I'm back.
So I see.
May I come in?
What happened to your key?
I threw it away so I wouldn't be tempted to use it. But I couldn't stay away.
I'm glad.
Did you miss me?
Oh, Doug.
Oh, Zoe, my love, my darling.
You don't know how much I missed hearing those words the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you're going to miss them a lot more.
What?
I've lost my job, and Helen's at me to sell the house and get away from this city. And, incidentally, you.
Oh.
She no longer cares how little we get for it. She's completely fed up.
And you, Doug?
Well, it's very tough to put up a decent argument for staying.
If you could, would you stay?
How can I stay without money?
If it's money that separates us, you don't have to say goodbye at all.
Excuse me, love. I didn't know I was talking to a wealthy plantation owner.
I only meant I might be able to get you all the money you want.
The only friends I know you have are the tightwad Cochon Gris who only want to pay $7,800 for a $60,000 house.
They've been known to put a higher price on other things.
Like what?
Souls.
You know, you're really too much with that voodoo business. If there were anything to it, which you know I don't believe for a minute, I'd have to be crazy to be willing to sell my soul.
I didn't mention your soul, did I?
I can't sell what I don't own, and as far as I know, I only have one soul.
There are others you can pledge. Other souls you can speak for.
Would you care to put a name to that soul?
Anyone near and dear to you.
Like Helen.
She would be one.
I don't know whether to laugh or just walk out of here.
I'd never hurt you.
Tell me, just what kind of a man do you think I am?
A man I can love.
Love? That word sounds very strange on your lips. The same lips that can talk about me selling my wife's soul.
Oh, go away. You're just like everyone else, crying about not having any money and not willing to pay the price for getting all you want, everything you want, including me.
Helen, what are you doing?
Packing. You can't seem to make up your mind, so I'm making it up for you.
I told Mr. Vincent, the real estate agent, to take whatever he can for the house, and we're getting out. Tonight. Oh, I've been expecting you. There's a café filtre on the coffee table.
How did you know I'd come back?
Because I chose you. I couldn't make a mistake about the man I chose to love.
Well, when you stop patting yourself on the back, I'd better tell you that the only reason I'm back is because I don't believe any of this voodoo stuff. And that's why I'm willing to go along.
Of course.
And to prove it, I'm not going to make any deal where I have to shoot, stab, poison, or in any way do anything that's going to cause physical harm to Helen.
No one's going to ask that of you. All that's required is this knife and your blood.
If you're in love with a beautiful girl who practices voodoo and believes that a drop of your blood drawn from you by a sacred knife will bring you luck, why not? And from there, it's just a short step to making deals about souls. Yours, and even others. Because after all, it doesn't really work. Or does it? I'll be back in a moment with Act 3.
When you buy a mid-sized car, you expect certain things from it. Mainly, a reasonable combination of comfort and economy. Well, friend, Buick has a mid-size to meet your expectations. The 1975 Century Regal. It's a joy to look at, a joy to ride in, and Buick's new V6 engine makes it a joy to drive, especially past gas stations.
Buick Century Regal, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
The blue whale is the biggest animal that ever lived. Bigger than 2 dinosaurs, heavier than 25 elephants. Today it's nearly extinct after years of relentless commercial hunting. Now other whales are in danger. For what? Some rare vitamin, some precious serum? No, for margarine, pet food, shoe polish. What a way to go. Help save the whales we have left. Right, National Audubon Society, 953rd Avenue, New York, New York.
Did you know that more children die from being hit by automobiles than from any other cause? 10,000 pedestrians and cyclists are killed, and another 500,000 are injured in our country every year. And most of these casualties happen to children, especially after dark. There is something to keep your children safer after dark. A safety kit of hot dots, reflective stick-ons that give off a blast of light. Drivers can see them from 600 feet away. Protect your children at night and on dark school mornings. Stick hot dots on bicycles, clothing, books, lunch boxes. Get your hot dots kit free at Northwest Federal Savings, 1 block west of Cicero Avenue on Irving Park Road, or in Des Plaines on Dempster Street, just east of the Tri-State Tollway. But hurry, our supply is limited. A message from Northwest Federal Savings to help keep your children safer after dark.
This is WBBM, Chicago News Radio 78.
I think all of us feel some small twinges of apprehension when we sit in the doctor's office waiting for the injection we know we must have. But how do you describe the feelings of a young man sitting opposite a girl he adores, who is wielding a ceremonial knife preparatory to drawing some blood?
Zoe, my love, you're beautiful and an enchantress. But somehow you look different with that knife in your hand. May I see it?
Be careful. It's very sharp.
And heavy.
It's pure gold.
I don't suppose you could use something smaller than this. It really looks lethal.
I could use a lot of different things, but then this paper would be meaningless.
Well, it's blank.
At the moment. It won't be.
after you write your wife's name on it.
Well, before I do that, what am I supposed to get?
As much money as you need. Or want.
Oh, well, suppose I said I want $1 million.
The amount isn't important. Just trust me, and for 1 year, money will rain on your head in a golden shower.
And what happens after the year's up?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
What have I got to lose?
Nothing. But before you write your wife's name, you know, of course, what she is losing.
Yeah, I know. I'm pledging her immortal soul. How is she, Doctor?
I'm afraid I don't have very good news for you, Mr. Fenton.
Haven't you found out yet what's wrong?
The tests are inconclusive, and none of the medication we've been giving her seems to be able to help.
Well, what is it? Is it a bug or a virus?
We just don't know. She's been asking for you.
Helen? Helen? I'm here.
Oh, Doc. You didn't have any trouble getting away from the office?
I keep telling you, darling, I'm my own boss now. And if things keep going the way they are, I may even turn out to be a tycoon.
I'm dying, Doc.
Now, Helen, please, now, you mustn't even...
It's all right. You mustn't feel badly. The way things went since we came to New Orleans, I'm beginning to think that death might be the best thing for me.
Helen, I don't want you to talk that way.
Doc, I want you to promise me one thing. Just one thing, please.
Anything.
When I die...
Please, now, will you stop talking about dying?
Please, Doc, listen to me. You must get out of that house. Get rid of it. Promise me, Doc. You'll never set foot again in that horrible house.
Oh, delicious. I do adore champagne.
Well, when are we going to make it all legal?
You mean with a wedding and everything like that?
Oh, and what a wedding. What a reception. And what a honeymoon. The biggest, most expensive...
Helen's been dead only 3 months. Not a very long period of mourning.
Who says?
A lot of people. Nasty, gossipy people.
Dull, stodgy people. Who cares about them?
Or what they say to your business associates.
What can they say?
That you became very rich very suddenly, that your wife died mysteriously, that I'm a witch, and that perhaps people should be careful about doing business with you.
No, yes, I'd almost forgotten. It's all because of that voodoo group you fool around with,
You'll have to admit that everything happened after we went through the ceremony they told me to perform.
Right. I'll admit that first sugar deal on the commodities market was luck. But after that, give me a little credit. I got smart about commodities. And now I know what I'm doing. So, when do we get married,
Why is marriage so important to you?
You wouldn't be stalling me, would you, my love?
Don't be silly, Doc. Shouldn't you wait and see when your 1-year contract is up, that your luck doesn't change?
Come in, Lamore. Sit down.
Your offices are most impressive, Fenton. Most impressive.
You said that you wanted to see me on a matter of utmost urgency.
That's right. First, I owe you an apology.
For what?
For my cowardice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The facts about your uncle's house, which I knew and withheld from you deliberately.
No. Forget it. I'm out of the house, and you have nothing to reproach yourself for.
I had heard you sold the house, and I also know the price. That suggested to me that you still had your reasons for it.
No, I just didn't want the trouble of looking around for buyers. I grabbed the first offer I got.
From Miss Lemaitre?
Something wrong with that?
I will be brief.
I didn't tell you and your wife the history of the house because I was afraid of the cochonnerie, afraid of the power of voodoo. Fenton, you're in danger. Me? Yes. How did your wife die? Some unknown virus? Some kind of fluke, the doctor said. Don't you think that's strange? An unknown disease in this day and age? Look, L'Amour, you can believe what you want, but leave me out. I can't. Because of your relationship with Miss Lemaitre. I beg of you one favor. Tonight, come with me and meet Louis Gaston. It may be your only chance to save yourself. I don't feel any need for salvation. Now, if you've heard of Louis? Never. Louis Gaston is a 90-year-old Cajun who's lived all his life in the bayous. He knows more about voodoo than any other human being. What are you doing? Helping you out of my office since you won't leave when I ask you to. I'll gladly go. If you'll tell me you haven't let her talk you into making some kind of silly bargain. Why did you say that? So you have. You've sold your soul. Fenton, for the love of God, come with me to the bayou tonight. Louis, this is Douglas Fenton. I hope we meet in time, no? I'm here only because Mr. L'Amour's practically kidnapped me. Mr. L'Amour has lived in Louisiana a long time. He knows much about voodoo and Cajuns. All right. What do you have to tell me? First, you tell me what you have done with the Bokor. What the devil is a Bokor? A very bad person. One who knows the darkest secrets of voodoo and uses them for evil ends. One who is pledged to Tambala Odeo, the great snake god. This all sounds like something out of the Middle Ages. No, Mr. Fenton. It is much older than that. Have you ever seen a knife like this? Maybe. I don't know. I've seen a lot of knives. But one like this you would remember, no? A pure gold knife with these writings. Well, what if I have? If you have only seen it, Mr. Fenton, that is well. But if it has drawn your blood, that is very bad. How come you know so much about all this voodoo ritual? I had a wife. I loved her much, yes. She loved other things more. She sold my soul, Mr. Fenton, sold my soul to Dambala Odeo. I found her just in time, and I defeated her. And her Bokor. But I paid a price. I cannot use my limbs. You see, Mr. Fenton, I must sit here until the end. But Dambala Odeo and I, we will fight, you understand? And that's why you brought me here, L'Amour, huh? Because you think I've fallen somehow under the spell of... The Bokor Zoe Lemaitre. We are going to be married. When? We haven't set the date, but she has agreed to marry me. She will not marry you. If, as I believe, she is Bokor, she will want to destroy you and take your soul. She will never marry. I know you're wrong. But, well, as long as I came here, what must I do if you're right? She must follow the ritual for the sacrifice. She will ask you to perform some ancient marriage rite to strengthen the vows. It will be a powerful voodoo, and she will need a drug. And she will ask you to drink. If you drink, nothing can save you. If she does ask me to go through the ceremony, is there anything I can do?
You can use this knife. I give it to you.
The gold knife.
It is easily concealed in your clothing, as you see. And you will use it.
But I thought you said that this knife could only be used by a Bokor.
Oh, on a Bokor.
Where were you last night, my love? You're not the only one who's jealous, you know.
You never have to worry about me. You should know by now that I'm yours, my love, for life. Zoe, are we going to get married?
Of course.
When?
Whenever you like.
You mean that? You really mean that?
You set the date.
Today?
Oh, really, Doc. You've got to give a girl a chance to get ready.
All right. Well, how about Saturday?
Saturday. Saturday sounds lovely. There's just one silly favor I'd like to ask.
Oh, anything. What?
Before the real wedding, with the minister and everything. I know it's superstitious, but you know you're so. I just wouldn't feel that we were truly married unless we went through a little native ceremony that my family has observed in every marriage.
A native ceremony?
It's nothing, really. Just the two of us before an ancient altar. I know you'll think it's nonsense, but it means so much to me. So much that I don't think I can marry you unless you go through with it.
This is my old house. Why do we have to come here?
Don't ask so many questions. Just pretend we're playing some childish game. It will seem that way to you, Doug, but to me it's... Well, the way we've always done things.
What's that?
The altar.
But that statue,
He looks frightening, but it's just an old statue of the snake god that blesses every marriage.
Zoe, please. You know I don't believe all this.
Oh.
Maybe you're used to the darkness and the candles and the drums, but...
Here. Drink this and you'll feel better.
What's that?
A little ceremonial wine, darling. It was left on the altar for us. Drink it.
Do you really want me to drink from that goblet?
Yes.
You insist?
Darling, it's the only way. You will drink for me.
If you come into my arms and hold the goblet to my lips.
Now who's acting childish?
It's the only way.
All right. Here, dearest. Drink. Oh, Doug, you're holding me too tight. Doug, the knife. No. Doug, help me.
I drank my love. And now we'll be together always. Just the way you wanted it.
A friend of mine told me the story of an investigative reporter who penetrated some real voodoo ceremonies and photographed the strictly forbidden rites. The pictures somehow were ruined in development, and the journalist developed an unfortunate tic. His right hand, the hand that operates a camera, now moves ceaselessly in the air, completely out of control. The doctors diagnose it as a nervous disorder. But of course, they don't practice voodoo. I'll be back in a moment. Hi, dear. I'm home.
Will the defendant please rise?
Now, wait a minute. I'm sorry I'm a little late, but
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
I worked late and the traffic was heavy, and I stopped for a drink at Rocky's.
The accused is charged with breach of promise and willful negligence.
Okay, so it's 7:15, but you have to make a big federal case out of it.
The defendant is found guilty as charged.
Close the court at your house. Cancel the trials. Stop appointing each other as both judge and jury. Hear where the other is and work through the hassles together. And forgive a little, as God forgives a lot. A nudge toward respecting others from the Mennonite churches.
It's amazing how many of us invest inanimate objects with supernatural powers. On the other hand, perhaps our superstitions are only faint memory traces, throwbacks to our ancestors who prayed to rocks and trees and mountains. Today, we've progressed beyond those beliefs. We're sure that inanimate objects are powerless. On the other hand, we're told that nothing is sure except death and taxes. And, of course, the fact I'll be here tomorrow. Our cast included Joan Loring, Jordan Charney, Rene Roy, Dan Ockel, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
After last night and today, I'm taking no chances.
Maybe with your superior intelligence, you have no worries about our abortive attempt at Satanism.
But I have. Look, I was the victim, and since a crack on the head denied me any knowledge of what happened, I'm only hoping you can give me the straight goods.
The straight goods. A peculiarly inept term for what we are engaged in, my brother in Satan.
Damn it, it's not a deal in semantics, Anton. Now, what happened after I summoned up the fiend? I mean, how did you escape, and how could I have been harmed? As long as I was safe in the magic triangle within the circle.
I warned you to keep your feet still. If you touch any part of the circle itself or the triangle within it, you are at the mercy of all the devils in hell.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Carole Lombard and James Stewart in The Moon's Our Home. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I seem to remember telling a certain young lady a few years ago that she'd never get anywhere in pictures. I believe I said she didn't take herself seriously enough. Well, I've long since eaten those words about Carole Lombard. And tonight we bow low and welcome her to the Lux Radio Theater on the arm of James Stewart, her co-star in the captivating comedy, The Moon's Our Home. Paramount gave it to the screen, and we give it to you now as our prescription for raising your spirits at least 100%. It's a madcap love story of two famous and rather temperamental people. One a screen star, the other a combination author and explorer.
I know you'll approve our casting of Carole Lombard and James Stewart for these parts. And we have a great respect for you who are out there beyond the footlights. A great respect for your choice of plays and players, and your constructive criticism of this theater. And another thing we respect is your good opinion of Lux Flakes. What pleases me is that so many of you are self-appointed members of our research staff, because each week a large number of you tell us about some new use that you've discovered for our product. I'm sure you've all learned that you can depend on Lux Flakes, all except perhaps a very few who haven't tried it yet. And I hope those few will learn in the very near future, say the first thing tomorrow morning. But the first thing on this schedule now is to raise the curtain on Act 1 of The Moon's Our Home, starring James Stewart as Anthony Amberton and Carole Lombard as Cherry Chester. On the lot at Paragon Studios stands the dressing room bungalow of Miss Cherry Chester, star of Paragon Pictures. In the bungalow stands Miss Chester herself. She has a wild look in her eye and a vase in each hand. The lovely voice that has thrilled audiences throughout the world can now be heard all over the studio lot.
I won't! Stop throwing things.
I won't do it. You hear me? I won't.
You missed me, dear. You must be overtrained.
Oh, Boycie, darling, I'm a beast. My own darling nurse who's taken care of me since I was a child. I might have hurt you.
There was a good chance of it.
Oh, Boycie, if I ever did, I'd blow my brains out.
I know, and I'd have to tidy up afterwards. Now, sit down. We must discuss this calmly and sanely. Your grandmother demands that you come to New York at once.
Blast my grandmother. I'm sick of having Lucy Van Steeden run my life. Why doesn't she leave me alone?
Because she's fond of you in her somewhat specialized way, and it worries her when you get mixed up with a lot of Egyptians.
Oh, Boycie, Prince Ali's only one Egyptian, a very small one at that. Lucy ought to stop reading the gossip columns. They're too old for her.
Listen to me. You know, you've got to go to New York, Cherry.
I am not going to New York, and don't call me that foolish name.
Well, Sarah Brown, then.
And don't call me that either. I don't look like a Sarah.
That's what you were christened. I was there when it happened. And Cherry or Sarah, you'll go to New York. Your grandmother gets her way. She always does.
Well, this will be a nice change for her because Baby's not going. For once in my life, I'm going to do what I want to do.
She asked very little of you.
Only my right eye.
Oh, dear. Sometimes I wish I had a nice, restful job as a night nurse in a psychopathic ward.
Oh, I know I'm awful, Boycie. But I'll be an angel from now on. I promise, an absolute angel.
That's my good girl. Now run in and change your clothes. Hedda Manning from Movie Universe is coming to interview you.
I won't be interviewed. I won't do it. I won't.
Drop that lamp, my absolute angel.
Oh, Boycie, you're wonderful.
Put the lamp down.
All right, darling.
That's more like it. Now go put on something that makes you look sweet and friendly.
But I want to be aloof. I want to be mysterious.
Don't try that. You're not Swedish. Now go get dressed and stop acting like an actress.
But I am an actress, Boycie. First an actress, then a woman. My art comes before anything else.
Save that for the interview, Sarah Brown. This is me you're talking to, not your press agent. This is Miss Chester, Miss Manning.
How do you do, Miss Chester? How do you do, Miss Manning? I'm so sorry that I kept you waiting. But the moments fly by on silvery wings when one is lost in Tolstoy.
Oh, you're interested in literature, Miss Chester?
Interested? Oh, there's nothing I like better than to hide away by myself with a book. A good book. Oh, well, you may write that down.
Thank you. But frankly, Miss Chester, I'd like to do an article closer to the hearts of our readers, like love and marriage.
Yes, that would be quite original, love and marriage. Let me see. Marriage should be like a ski jump, sudden, swift, reckless. Starting on the heights, leaping into the void, never knowing the end, never caring. Breathless, defiant, exhilarating.
I see what you mean.
Oh, in love. There's only one way I could fall in love. Not as Cherry Chester, the actress, but as a plain, ordinary girl. I could only fall in love with a man I didn't know and who didn't know me. There should be nothing but us two, the man and the woman. No past, perhaps no future. Just the magnificent present.
Oh, my.
That's it. That's what I want. Oh, they're going to eat this up, Miss Chester.
Oh, miss. What is it, Hilda? I'm afraid it's another telegram from your grandmother. I thought I told you to take those telegrams and... Oh, thank you, Hilda, for bringing it to me. Just put it down.
Yes, miss. Well, I mustn't take any more of your time.
Thank you so much. I know our readers will adore every word you've said.
Goodbye, Miss Manning. Thank you.
Well, if I recall your last interview, you were all for athletics. You hopped over a couple of fences to prove it. Romance was out, and you were wedded to the open air.
That was the last interview. But you know, Boyce, there's something in what I just said to that woman.
Well, if there is, it certainly escaped me. Read your telegram.
All that about falling in love with a man you don't know and who doesn't know you. Oh, that's romance.
But not for you, darling. If I know you, he'll have to be...
Boyce!
What's the matter?
This telegram is... Hilda, quick! Boyce, call the railroad station and get a reservation to New York.
But what on...
Hilda, go home, pack everything. We're leaving for New York. Oh! Boyce, don't stand there as if you were painted on the wall. Do something.
Do you mind explaining what this is all about? You'll find I understand English like a native.
It's Granny. It's my own darling grandmother. She's ill. Maybe she's dying. Oh, I've got to get to her right away. Hilda, hurry. It's Granny.
Lucy Van Steeden. Hot or cold, she gets her way.
Oh, please. I can't sign all your books. I'd like to, but really I haven't time. Conductor, we should have left 5 minutes ago. What's holding this train?
Sorry, Miss Chester. We're waiting for a guy named Anthony Amberton.
Hey, Anthony Amberton's here.
Anthony Amberton!
Well, that seemed to interest everybody. Who is this Anthony Amberton?
He's a writer.
Movies?
Books. My wife reads herself to sleep with them.
Oh, one of those writers.
Yeah. Women of the Torrid Countries by Anthony Amberton. Below the Equator by Anthony Amberton. Igloo Nights by the author of Melee, Day by Day. Just between you and me, he gives me a pain.
Just between you and me, he gives me a bigger one.
Come on, dear. I've just bought a book for you to read. Astride the Himalayas by Anthony Amberton.
Oh, you too.
Oh, please, no, I can't. I've got to get on the train. Porter, where's my car?
Right this way, Mr. Amberton.
Oh, excuse me, not now, please. Now, I'll miss my train.
In here, sir.
Quick, will you get me out of this?
Your compartment's this way, sir.
Boy, headhunters in the jungle, autograph hunters in Los Angeles, savages everywhere. I've climbed Mount Everest, I've swum the Hellespont, I've crossed the Andes on a lum. I never went through anything like that.
Right in here, sir.
Oh, sanctuary.
Yes, sir. Certainly it's nice to have you with us, Mr. Amberton. I'm a kind of explorer myself. I got as far as Honolulu one time.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, good for you. Well, we'll swap travelogues in the morning. Until then, I don't want to see a single soul. You understand? I'll have dinner in here.
Yes. That time I was telling you about in Honolulu.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. And here, buy yourself a ukulele.
Yes. Oh, we got another celebrity on board, Mr. Amberton. Miss Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester? Well, nobody's named Cherry Chester.
Well, she says she...
Well, what is Cherry Chester? Some kind of new soft drink or something?
No, sir. She's a moving picture star.
Oh, well, I never go to pictures. Those marshmallow-faced movie stars make me sick.
Yes, sir.
Now, give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silences, consuming in love, enduring in marriage.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Cherry Chester. Huh.
Huh. Anthony Amberton. Sounds like a hero in a costume picture.
Let's see that book, dear.
Anthony Amberton, The Great Adventure. I'll bet he's lost without his hot water bottle. Anthony Amberton. He makes me sick.
Come in.
Hello, Anthony. Welcome to New York.
Hello, Holbrook. Nice of you to meet me. How are things in the publishing world?
Just marking time till the next Amberton bestseller. Where's your luggage?
Oh, the porter took it. I'm waiting for that crowd to clear off the platform. I sort of wanted to sneak into New York quietly, just for a change.
Oh, but Anthony, that crowd isn't here.
Don't tell me about crowds. It's been that way all the way across the continent. You know, it's a funny thing, isn't it? If I were still Samuel Smith, heir to the Smith plumbing supplies, they wouldn't even notice me. But now that I'm Anthony Amberton, the boy explorer, well, just look out there. Look at
Anthony, I'm afraid your devoted publisher is your only crowd.
Well, no, but the headhunters, look, they're out in full force.
Yes, but you see, Cherry Chester came in on this train, too.
Who? Oh, that movie marshmallow, huh? Well, she probably lives on this sort of thing. I loathe women like that. Give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silence.
Well, I'm only a publisher, but I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go, as long as they aren't here to see me. Come on.
Please, I can't stop now. Boyce, get me out of here. I've got to get home to Granny.
Right here.
Oh, Granny, darling.
Come here to me, Sarah Brown.
Granny, why aren't you in bed?
Let me look at you. You're thinner. Well, we'll change that. You look fairly healthy, though.
Yes, but you're the one that's ill, I believe.
I never had a sick day in my life.
Lucy, you old folk, Fisher, you. Lucy, you're magnificent. I thought you were dying that telegram.
It was a dirty trick, but anything's fair when you want to see your granddaughter as much as I do.
Oh, darling.
Now, what's all this I hear about you and that Egyptian prince, as he calls himself?
Well, he's got a certain right to call himself one. He is a prince.
Don't quibble. What about it?
Oh, the papers make so much of every little thing. All he wants to do is marry me.
Marry you? I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, Grandmother, you modern.
You know what I mean. Answer me, Sarah Brown. Are you going to marry that camel tamer?
No, dear, not for a while anyway. 1,000,000 years or so.
Well, that's better. Now, there's just one thing more. No Cherry Chester of Hollywood is going to stay in this house. Look at you, all powdered and painted. Your ancestors must be spinning in their graves. Now go upstairs and wash your face. And when you come down to dinner, I want to see my granddaughter. Plain Sarah Brown. Simply done hair, simple dress, everything simple.
Simple? Lucy, I'll be positively idiotic. What's for dinner besides food?
Oh, just a few old friends of the family.
Whee! Paper caps and confetti.
Yeah, don't be absurd, dear. And I believe Horace is dropping in, too.
Horace? You mean Cousin Horace?
Your third cousin, Horace.
Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. So that's your little plan, is it, Lucy?
Horace Van Steeden is a monument of respectability.
So's Grant's tomb, but who wants to marry it?
I said nothing of marriage.
Not yet, you mean. You've been throwing Horace Van Steeden at my head since he was 10 and I was 3. And I won't marry him. I won't.
Put down that vase. Where did you ever learn such manners?
In Hollywood.
Well, you're not in Hollywood now. Put it down.
All right.
Come in.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, come in, Horace. We were just talking about you.
Oh, were you? Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Horace.
Nice to see you again. Very nice indeed.
Hi, thank you, Horace. Thank you very much.
Sarah? I've just been telling Sarah that I hope you two will be seeing a good deal of each other for the next few weeks.
Oh, I think that should be very enjoyable, very.
Oh, do you,
Sarah!
Well, it slipped.
Sarah, wait. Where are you going?
I'm going out for a drive. I shall go mad if I don't. And if Horace proposes once more, I'll tear him in pieces. I swear it.
I've never seen you so upset.
Oh, Boise, I'm so tired of being Hollywood's Cherry Chester, and I'm fed up with being Grandmother Sarah Brown. Oh, to be alone on a mountaintop, alone with the snow, the sunshine, the stars, where people don't know me, where I could live and do as I pleased without interference.
That place doesn't exist, dear. Go on, have your ride. You'll feel better.
Wait a minute. What's that thing out in the street?
The carriage, dear.
The carriage. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
Good afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Why, good afternoon, Higgins. I see that Grandmother still disapproves of motor cars.
Yes, miss, it's the odor of gasoline.
You know, this seems like old times.
All ready, miss?
One moment while I adjust my hoop skirts and raise my parasol. Okay, Higgins, let's rip. Whee! Whee!
In that store window. Anthony Amberton in person, book department. He's autographing books. Come on, Hattie, this is our chance. Isn't he just too marvelous?
Mr. Amberton, I can just see you stalking through the jungle.
Can you? Thanks very much. Who's next?
Mr. Amberton, will you please write something personal in my book? My husband's so jealous.
Yes, well, Oh, look. Holbrook.
What's the matter, Anthony?
That perfume again. Smell it?
Well, what's the matter with it?
I don't know. Everywhere I go, on boats, on trains, in airplanes, women wear that perfume. Why?
Well, it's very popular. It's Cherry Blossom, named after Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester? Well, look, I can't stand it. Come on.
Anthony!
Get me out of here. I'm sick.
All right. Take it easy. We'll go out and get some air. Come on.
Where's he going?
Well, how do you feel now, Anthony?
Well, better, thanks. That fresh air always does the trick. That stuff gets me every time. I was marooned on a plague-ridden African village once for 6 months. It had the same odor. Ever since, the smell of musk knocks me out.
Well, don't look now, but here comes the thundering herd.
Oh, no, listen, I can't face that crowd again. I'm leaving.
All right, run. I'll hold them off as long as I can.
Fine, so long.
Call me at the office.
know, miss. The crowd seems to be chasing somebody.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Do you mind if I get in here with you? Thanks very much. Keep going, driver. Will you? Just sit here, will you, please? Sort of let me hide behind you. Thanks very much.
Hello. What's new?
Nothing much. You don't move, please, or I'm lost.
Say, what do you think you're doing jumping in there?
It's all right, Higgins. Pay no attention to him.
Very good, miss.
Oh, well, you're very kind. Boy, that was a narrow escape. Would you mind dropping me off further on a bit here?
I should hand you over to the police. What did you steal?
Steal? Oh, no. You think I'm a shoplifter. No, you're wrong. I haven't stolen anything.
Well, you should give it back.
No, really. I haven't, I swear. Look, it's a very simple thing to explain. All you have to do is know who I am.
Is that all? Well?
Well, take a good look at me.
All right. I'm looking at you. Now what?
You mean you don't know who I am?
Of course I don't, but I'm sure the police do.
No, but they don't.
How fortunate.
Well, I can say I'll have to explain.
Please don't. Let's change the subject. I'm sure it must be very embarrassing for you.
Oh, well, all right. You like New York?
Not much, do you?
No, it's a terrible place. I'm going to get out of it, too. Somewhere where nobody knows me, where I can be alone.
No. It's funny you should say that. That's exactly how I feel.
You? Really on the level?
On the level. Well, why are you looking at me like that?
You know, you could be quite lovely.
Do you really think so?
Yeah, in a curious sort of way.
Well, are you sure you haven't seen me before? You don't know who I am?
Why, no. Is there any reason why I should?
No, of course not.
Say, tell me, is this your carriage?
Well, it belongs to my people. They don't understand me. They're trying to marry me to a man I loathe.
In this day and age? Well, that's impossible.
Well, he has a great deal of money.
Money? And they'd sell you? Why, those are dark age, medieval ideas.
Well, you don't know my family. If I could only get away.
Look, I must see you again and talk to you.
You can't.
Well, who's going to stop us?
Well, I don't know, but...
Coachman, what's the matter? Keep going.
Can't. Traffic light.
Oh, a traffic light at a time like this. Now, listen, I must see you again. Free, untroubled by people or convention. Just yourself.
Well, I don't know.
I don't want to know your name or where you live. I won't tell you mine. Oh, listen. Look, they're after me again. Look.
Who?
That crowd, they'll tear me to pieces.
Well, get out and run.
No, I'll have to. But I'm going to see you again. Now, this is a dream, but we can make it more than just a dream if you'll come.
Come where?
Well, take this card now. I'll be waiting to see you. I'll come soon. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Mr. and Mrs. Abner Simpson, Moonsocket, New Hampshire. Winter sports, reasonable rates, home cooking. Higgins, can you imagine?
What, miss?
A shoplifter with an address. How's every little thing?
Did you enjoy your drive?
Oh, it was lovely, lovely. Isn't life glorious, Boise?
Haven't been drinking, have you?
Boise, are these flowers for me?
For you, from Prince Alley.
Allie, oh, how sweet. Remind me to send him a wire.
You needn't bother. He's here in New York, and he's called 16 times this afternoon.
Only 16? He's slipping.
And we're sailing for Buenos Aires tonight at 12.
Sailing tonight? Lucy's idea.
Yes, conceived shortly after the flowers arrive.
She's meddling again. I won't stand it. Buenos Aires.
Now, please, don't break anything.
Buenos Aires. And why not? It must be quite lovely at this time of year.
What?
Give me that phone book. Yes. The ocean voyage would do Lucy a world of good.
Horace is going, too.
Oh, dear Horace. How thoughtful, how very thoughtful of him.
Sarah, do you feel all right?
I feel perfectly swell. Go and tell my doting grandparent that I'm delighted with her plans.
All right, but I wish you'd tell me what you had to drink.
Nectar. Ambrosia. Get out, Boise. Mr. and Mrs. Abner Simpson, winter sports, reasonable rates. Oh, hello, Grand Central. Can you tell me what time the next train leaves for New Hampshire? Oh, a very special place. Moonsocket. Moons.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Carole Lombard and James Stewart, will return for Act 2 of The Moon's Our Home. And now, a last-time announcement. Listen carefully, for tonight is our last offer of the Lux Flakes Gone with the Wind brooch. No wonder women are thrilled with it, for it's exquisite, an expensive-looking jewelry piece, and such a bargain. Let me tell you about it. It has the rich, authentic look of the heirloom jewelry of the Old South, for the original was worn in Gone with the Wind. It is even lovelier than the Scarlet O'Hara brooch we offered last fall, and entirely different in design.
It is round and big, almost 2 inches in diameter, with a safety catch on the clasp. In the center is a big turquoise-colored stone surrounded by a circle of 5 exquisite simulated pearls. It has an antique-style gold finish, and the edge is daintily scalloped. Why, it's so good-looking that you'll want to wear it right around the clock, with party dresses, suits, and street dresses, too. Now, of course, you want to own one of these exquisite jewelry pieces. Well, it's not too late, but you must let us have your order at once. Tonight is the last time we will make this offer. Now, here's what you do. Buy a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes. They come in the same familiar box and cost you no more. Tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box. Mail this tab with 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to include your name and address. With your brooch, we'll send an illustrated order blank showing how you can get a bracelet, ring, pendant, and earrings to match your brooch, all at wonderful bargain prices. Now remember, send the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes, 15 cents in coin, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Moon's Our Home, starring James Stewart as Anthony Amberton and Carole Lombard as Cherry Chester.
Cherry Chester Mystery! Nationwide search for movie stars. Cherry Chester disappeared.
Like the snows of yesterday, Cherry Chester has vanished into the snows of the present. For the snow is 6 feet deep in Moonsocket, New Hampshire. In an old-fashioned sleigh, she jingles merrily toward the Simpson home, her eyes sparkling with adventure. The driver of the sleigh, Mr. Simpson, is a fund of information.
That's the old Redfern farm over there. Nellie's having her 4th baby. Big house, though, plenty of room.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Say, we got another city boarder out to the place.
Oh, have you?
Yep, queer sort of cuss, too. Mighty queer.
Well, is the queer cuss, is he a young man?
Well, I wouldn't be saying he was young, and I wouldn't be saying he was old. But judging by appearances, I'd say he was around 30.
That's fine.
On the other hand, appearances can be deceiving. Now, take you, miss. I didn't quite catch the name.
Brown.
Brown? His name is Smith.
Well, what's so funny?
Nothing much.
Yes, I am.
I wonder if you have a room for me for a few days.
You didn't write for accommodations?
No, I didn't, but a friend of mine told me about your place, and I needed a rest, so I just came.
I guess we can put you up.
Oh, thank you.
Where does this grip go?
Upstairs, silly. That's my husband.
Yes, we've already met. Oh, it's lovely here, so peaceful. Oh, tell me, is there a young man named Mr. Smith staying here?
Smith? Why didn't you say so?
Say what?
That you were Mr. Smith's cousin he was expecting.
He was expecting?
Yes. He said you'd come. He didn't tell me your name.
Brown. Sarah Brown.
You are his cousin, aren't you?
Why, yes, that is distantly. You see, we haven't seen each other for years. I ran into him the other day.
I see. Well, he's out tobogganing. You can probably find him at the top of the hill.
Thank you. Expecting him. I shouldn't have come. He's too sure of himself.
Hello, you.
Oh, hello, mister.
Well, I got here last night. What took you so long?
Now, just a minute.
Well, never mind. I'm glad you came anyway. Are you?
I'm not so sure. And by the way, Cousin Smith, how are the rest of the family?
Oh, splendid. Of course, little Archie fell in the cistern last week.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Very sad.
Well, there's so many at home, they'll never miss him.
Yes. Well, how'd you like to take a ride in my toboggan?
Oh, is it safe?
Well, sure. Can't run out of gas.
All right.
Sit down.
Oh, wait, is your name really Smith?
Oh, yes, but it isn't the name by which most people know me. I don't want to tell you my other name to sort of spoil things.
And what makes you think there's anything to spoil?
Well, you make me think so.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yeah, sit down.
Where?
Well, back seat. That's where women belong. Now, put your arms around me.
I will not.
All right, if you think you can hang on, let's go. Now, watch yourself now. I told you, better put your arms around me.
All right.
All right, there, that's much better.
Think you're smart, don't you?
Why, you frightened?
Of course not.
You like it?
Oh, I love it.
It gets steeper down here. Don't let go now. Wow.
Oh, it was grand.
It We're frightened, though. Huh?
Oh, just a little at first.
Well, you'll never be frightened with me. We'll travel rougher roads and turn narrower corners.
Will we? Say, you're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
You know, you're lovely. Yeah, I told you in the carriage that you could be, you know.
Oh, I hate you.
Good. There's nothing more helpful to romance than a little hate. Now, just tell me one thing. Is your name really Brown?
Yes, it is, but it's not the name by which most people know me. I shan't tell you my other name. It would spoil things.
Ah, do you see that moon up there? That's where we belong, you and I. Alone on the moon, where nobody could ever bother us. Yeah, that's our home up there.
Do you always go without a hat?
Huh? Why?
Well, I've heard of sunstroke. There's probably a moonstroke, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, probably. Well, going without a hat's good for the hair.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine on my father's side who always went without a hat. He was bald.
Yeah, he probably didn't have any hair to start with. You know, you should never comb yours.
Why?
Well, I sort of like it that way.
I think you're crazy.
Well, I am, completely.
Well, it certainly is a glorious night, isn't it?
Glorious, and what's more, there's nothing phony about it. No camouflage. All this could be paradise for the right sort of people.
Tell me more about your idea of paradise.
Well, for one thing, not being hedged in by a lot of crazy conventions. As for me, I just discard them.
You sound like a heathen.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just that I don't burden myself with a lot of illusions as to right and wrong. I don't believe in marriage.
Well, what's the matter with marriage?
Well, everything. In the first place, it's unimportant.
Well, your father and mother didn't think so. Or did they?
No, it's old-fashioned, outdated.
It would only take one woman to make you change your mind.
No. Marriage is the monkey wrench women throw into the machinery of love. Now, without it, there'd be no past to bother you, no future to worry about, nothing but the present.
Interesting, but strangely familiar. I must have read it somewhere.
Oh, read it where?
I don't remember. Say, aren't we going too fast?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we are. Hey, easy, Nellie. Hey, whoa, Nellie.
Well, pull on the reins.
Well, what do you think I'm doing? I'm pulling on... Whoa, Nellie. Oh. Hey, you see? Feminine instinct all over, willful, headstrong. Well, I can't stop her. You got any ideas on this
Well, you
thing?
might try flattery.
Flattery, that's not a bad idea. Nice, Nellie. Sweet Nellie.
Hey, look out,
Whoa, now hang on tight. Stop, Nellie. Lovely Nellie, will you...
No!
Hey, where are you?
Here in the snow. Help me out.
Well, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. That was nice driving, mister. What happens now?
Well, simple. We'll both walk home from a sleigh ride. You think she'll catch cold, Miss Simpson?
Can't tell, but I send her up to bed. We'll put this stone at her feet. Ought to be hot enough now.
Well, here, let me take it up to her.
Careful, don't burn your hands.
No, I won't. Thanks very much. Sarah, are you awake?
Who's there?
Well, it's me. Let me in.
Let you in. Get away from that door.
Boy, what are you talking about? Listen.
Get away, do you hear me? Maybe you don't believe in a lot of crazy conventions, but I do. Now get away from that door before I scream. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, why didn't you let me in last night?
Did you expect me to?
Well, I certainly did.
Oh, you did, of all the nerve.
Don't see anything to get so hysterical about.
Not only are you a thief, but
Oh, so you're going to bring that up again. Oh, God bless you. You still think I'm a shoplifter, huh? Oh, what's the use?
Exactly, what's the use? I don't blame you. I blame myself. You did what any ordinary man would do. I followed you here like a naive schoolgirl. I wanted to find out what kind of a man you were. Well, I found out.
Are you trying to tell me that you think that last
I'm
night...
not trying to tell you anything.
Oh, so you're putting me in a tough spot, huh? Well, just get this straight now. If you've got any funny ideas about my interest in you, just forget them. Your type of woman bores me. Give me the simple, primitive woman, the woman of long silences. You're not even good looking. You've got freckles. Your face is covered with them. You've got red hair, and I hate red hair. You've got green eyes, cat eyes, and you're stubborn and bad-tempered. And what's more, you're ungrateful.
Oh, he loves me.
That's your move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, you could have taken my king.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Hey, you're very strange tonight. What's the matter?
Thinking?
What about?
Things, many things. Of shoes and ships and sealing wax. Cabbages and kings.
And why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Yeah. Yeah, you're different tonight. Warm and human. Somehow all woman.
A doubtful compliment.
But well meant.
Oh, it's been heavenly here. But I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, leaving? No, you can't.
Why not?
Well, I have plans, and strangely enough, they all concern you.
For instance?
Well, for instance, I'm going to teach you to ski tomorrow.
You'll have to find another pupil.
Well, no, wait. What makes you so determined?
Something I'd almost forgotten.
Oh, listen. That man you told me about in the carriage that day, is he the reason?
Maybe.
Oh, well, I feel better. Now that's all settled. You aren't going to marry him, you're going to marry me.
Well, is that a proposal or a threat?
No, it's just a statement.
Well, it's quite impossible.
Why?
Well, for one thing, I don't believe in marriage.
You don't? Well, now, who's been putting those half-baked ideas into your head? Marriage may not be perfect, but it's the only solution for the average woman.
I am not an average woman.
What makes you think so?
Would you have fallen in love with an average woman?
No, I wouldn't. But would you have fallen in love with an average man?
Well, what makes you think I have? Well, no, of course not.
Well, there you are. The only thing left for us to do is get married.
I don't even know your name.
Sam Smith.
Sam Smith, oh, that's awful.
Well, what about Sarah Brown?
I have a violent temper.
Well, I have had complaints about mine,
We'll
too.
fight every day.
And we'll make up every night.
I'll leave you 10 times a year.
I'll always find you. I'll always find you, Sarah Brown.
Oh, darling.
I'm authorized and empowered by the law to perform a marriage between two people who have expressed a desire to be married.
Oh, Sam.
I have here a license. Wait, folks, I can't marry you. There ain't no license. And in New Hampshire, it takes 5 days to get one.
I have it right here.
How's that?
The license. I have one.
Have what?
The license. Here it is. See? Right here.
I'm a little deaf. That's fine. I'll start the ceremony.
Where did you get that
Sam
license?
Smith, take these
5 days
round
ago.
wheels off of
You were
45.
that sure of me?
Why, of course.
Fine.
And you have been since the beginning, haven't you?
Well, certainly.
Good.
After all that, you still expect me to marry you?
I do.
That's it.
Well, I
You
wasn't
serve
taking
round
any
50
chances. Do you
Sam
still
Smith,
think I was
deal off with
presumptuous?
husband to
Do
have
I?
no sickness and health.
Sir, do you really mean it?
I most certainly do.
Then I now pronounce
You made a fool out of me long enough. I'll marry
Hey, wait a
you
minute.
both.
Wait a minute. Just a minute. What'd you say, mister?
Man and wife. It's over, folks. $3, please.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with our stars, Carole Lombard and James Stewart, for Act 3 of The Moon's Our Home. Meantime, here's a new kind of quiz, a sort of that reminds me test. Now, I've asked one of our Lux Radio Theater audience, Mrs. Tyler Johnson of North Hollywood, to come to the microphone. I'm going to mention 4 words, and she's going to answer right off the bat just what these words remind her of. Are you ready, Mrs. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Ruick.
Kitchen.
Cooking.
Dinner.
Dishes.
Dishpan.
Dishpan. Why, red hen.
Good. Last word, gentle.
That's easy when you're thinking of hands in the dishpan. Lux Flakes, of course.
Aha, you're a mind reader, Mrs. Johnson. That's just what I hoped I'd remind you of, that Lux in the dishpan is gentle to hands. You know, every woman dreads that red, rough, ungroomed appearance of the hands that we call dishpan hands. And that's why, more and more, women are turning to new Quick Lux for dishes. Because with Lux, their hands stay soft and smooth. Now, we've proved scientifically the great difference between Lux and harsh soaps in our famous one-hand tests. Hundreds of women took part in these tests, and here is what they did. They dipped one hand in Lux soap, the other in suds from another leading soap, under conditions similar to home dishwashing. The Lux hand stayed so much softer, smoother, and prettier that the women themselves were amazed. For example, take Mrs. Bruce Wilkinson, one of the many women who made the test. She says,
My left hand was smooth, soft, and lovely after being a new Quick Lux. My right hand in another soap was so unattractively red and coarse that I was really ashamed for anyone to see it. After this, I'll never use anything but Lux Flakes for dishes.
You'll feel proud of your hands if you use new Quick Lux for dishes. They'll stay so nice, These gentle suds are fast and thrifty, too. So why not get that generous big box tomorrow and use Lux Flakes for dishwashing all the time? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Moon's Our Home. The romance of Cherry Chester, born Sarah Brown, and Anthony Amberton, born Samuel Smith, has been one long series of arguments. But now all arguments are over and done with. Safe in the bridal suite of the Moonsocket Hotel, they face each other as Mr. and Mrs. Sam Smith.
Hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
Any regrets?
Not yet.
Are you happy?
I think so.
I am very happy.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Except for one thing, Sarah. There's something I must tell you.
Oh, let it keep until tomorrow, please. You see, I have something to tell you, too.
Well, tell me now.
Well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't now. You're really not a shoplifter, are you?
Well, would it matter very much if I were?
Not tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps not at all ever.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me, darling.
Oh, Sam.
Oh.
Sam, what is it?
Holy smokes, that perfume again. You got that perfume on your neck.
Well, what's the matter with it?
I can't stand it. I'm getting sick.
Well, it's cherry blossom.
I know it is. Now open the windows, will you? Open them quick.
For heaven's sakes, are you crazy? It's named after Cherry Chester.
I know. Well, why don't you do something? Don't stand there like a petrified forge. Well, open the window. Can't you see I'm sick?
Well, do you expect me to freeze to death just because you've got a complex or something?
Oh, no, I should have told you. But that perfume, I never thought, all this time you've never used it, Sarah. Watch that. You would change your clothes. You would take a bath or something. So it...
Oh, I understand now. You've got memories, haven't you? That perfume brings them back.
Yes, but...
Oh, you admit it.
No.
Don't deny it. I can see it in your face.
I'm sick. That's what you see in my face.
Oh, our wedding night, and you're thinking of someone else. Oh, I hate you.
Sarah, I'm going to pass out.
Go on, pass out.
Oh,
Swoon
no,
all over the place.
Oh, Sarah,
you
wait.
can't fool me.
Oh,
you
please, don't leave me here now. Oh. Clark!
Oh, good morning, Mr. Smith. Did you sleep well,
I
sir?
don't remember. Where's my wife?
Your wife? Oh, why, she's gone, sir.
Gone where?
To New York, sir. She left last night.
Well, where in New York?
She didn't say. I didn't think it was my place to ask. I never
Right.
interfered.
Well, when's the next train out of here?
The next train? Oh, why, there isn't any.
What?
No, sir. There was a snowslide early this morning. The track's blocked.
All right, well, charter me a plane.
I'm sorry, sir. We haven't any airport.
Well, get me something. Get me a dog sled or anything. I've got to get to New York. Who is it?
Hello, Anthony.
Hello, Holbrook.
I didn't expect you back for weeks yet. Have a nice trip?
Had a rotten trip.
Oh. How did you like The Simpsons?
Didn't like anybody.
Well, how was the weather?
The weather was foul.
What's the matter, Anthony? Upset stomach?
Now, listen, Holbrook, you've got to help me. Where can I find a girl in this town?
A girl? Why, my wife has some very nice friends.
Oh, no, I don't mean I want to meet a woman. I mean I've met one, the woman, but she's disappeared, vanished, gone.
Oh, well, if you know her name, why don't you try the telephone book?
Well, there are 116 Sarah Browns in the telephone book, all ages, colors, nationalities. I've talked to every one of them. I've searched the city directory. I've been to the Bureau of Missing Persons. I've done everything.
Well, what does she look like?
What does she look like? What does she look like? She's the sweetest, most wonderful, most beautiful girl in the world, Holbrook. Well, now, we've got to find her, Holbrook. If you ever expect me to write another line, you've got to help me find Sarah Brown.
Well, I'll certainly try, but if you've done everything...
Listen, what's that yelling about?
Huh? Oh, nothing very important. They found Cherry Chester. She's come back.
Cherry Chester. She's the one I've got to blame for this whole thing, you know. A woman I've never seen has wrecked my whole life.
Here's what Warner Wilson says in Broadway Lowdown.
Although Miss Chester refuses to explain her whereabouts for the past few days, your correspondent has it on good authority that there is a certain guide in the Maine woods could shed some light
Boise, stop it. I don't want to know about it.
Just as you like. The other paper says you're in the sanitarium with the DTs.
Well, I feel like I was. Boise, why do the papers want to hurt me? Why are people so unkind? I've done nothing, at least nothing that concerns them.
You're a public figure, and as such, your life is not your own.
Oh, I've made an awful fizzle of things, haven't I? Things that I always do. I just wanted to get away, to be myself. I didn't expect to get myself in a jam. And what a jam I'm in, you'll never know.
I haven't bothered you with any questions, and I won't either.
Thank you, darling. Boise, do you believe in fables?
Fables? I used to.
Well, fables always have a happy ending, don't they?
Always, darling.
Good morning, Sarah. I want to speak to you.
I thought you would, Granny.
Boise, you may leave.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah, everything is arranged. I've already talked to Horace, and the newspaper men are waiting.
Waiting for what?
For the announcement of your engagement to Horace.
Engagement? But Granny.
My dear, I've gone into the situation quite thoroughly. The immediate announcement of your engagement to Horace is the only step we can take to silence this scandalous gossip.
But, Granny, it's impossible. Why, Granny, suppose I were to tell you that I was already married.
I'd say it was your way of evading an issue.
But I am.
Huh? Who to?
Why, to Sam Smith, that's
all right. Who is he? Where does he come from? What does he do?
Well, I don't... Granny, you've got to believe me.
I'll believe you. Produce him. Where is he?
I don't know. That is, I'm not exactly sure where he is. I'm trying to find him.
Sarah Brown, if you must lie, do it more convincingly. Now, come on. Let's see the reporters and get this thing over with.
Granny, please, please.
Are you coming with me, or shall I see them alone?
All right, but when I marry Horace and they come and arrest me for bigamy, don't say I didn't warn you.
Fiddlesticks.
Hello, Holbrook. Holbrook, this is Anthony. Find out anything? Oh, well, if they can't locate him, nobody can. Look, Holbrook, I've got to get out of this town. I can't stand it. Get me passage on the first tramp that's sailing. Where? I don't... Anywhere. Just call me back, will you? I'm at the club. Have them page me in the lobby.
Oh, excuse me.
Hello, Horace.
Why, Sam. I mean, Anthony. It's stupid of me. I never can remember your pen name.
Oh, that's all right, Horace. How have you been?
Oh, fine. Well, aren't you going to congratulate me?
Congratulate you? What for?
Oh, don't tell me you haven't heard, but the newspapers have been full of it.
Well, I haven't read a paper in weeks.
Oh. Well, I'm going to be married.
Married? Oh, well, that's great.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Are you sick?
No. Just dying. So.
You look awful. See, I've got it. What you need is a little relaxation. You're coming to my New Year's party tomorrow night.
No, thanks. I don't think I can make it.
Oh, I won't take no for an answer. You've got to meet my fiancée. You'll be crazy about her. And she may like you. Of course you're coming. Where's the old college spirit? Little conviviality is just what you need.
Well, Horace, maybe you're right. That's exactly what I need. A seat on the merry-go-round.
Of course I knew it. Meet me at the Club Continental at 10 o'clock.
Club Continental at 10 o'clock.
What was that drink you ordered, sir?
A Stamboul slide car.
I think that's got me.
You mean to say you've never heard of a Stamboul slide car?
No, sir.
I don't know what kind of a place is it. Where's everybody been for the last 10 years?
Well, I come from Milwaukee myself.
Yeah, well, never mind. Just mix me something strong.
Make mine double. I need it.
Sarah.
Sam, I couldn't believe my eyes.
Sarah Brown.
Sarah Smith. I'm the lady you married, remember?
Oh, yeah. But you look different.
Darling, why didn't you try to find me?
Well, I did. Did you want to be found?
Oh, what do you think?
Well, I think the world's quite sane and we're completely mad. Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Well, there's a terrace outside.
Come on, quick.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me? I never would have run away from you.
Well, I tried to tell you. I was too sick. Anyway, you wouldn't listen.
I thought it was the memory of some woman you couldn't forget.
On this earth, there's only one woman, and it's you.
Oh, darling, I've missed you so.
I was going to drink myself into my grave.
You couldn't, sweetie. You'd have gotten sick.
Yeah, that's right. I know. Tell me, though, you've changed. What's it all about? Your clothes and everything. Where are my freckles? What's happened to Sarah Brown?
Well, Sammy, there's something we've got to talk over. Something important.
Well, of course, darling. Anytime you want.
Where did she go?
I don't know. She went toward the bar, then I lost her.
Well, find her. Find her.
I'm looking. I wonder if Anthony's around. I did want Cherry and Anthony to meet.
I married Sarah Brown, and now I discover I also married Cherry Chester. So what?
Now I married Sammy Smith, and I find out that I've also accepted Anthony Amberton. So what?
Sweetheart, we're bigamists. And I love you desperately.
Oh, Anthony. Sam.
We did have fun, didn't we?
Loads.
And we'll have lots more.
Lots.
And with this inane career of yours, without that to worry you, why, think how happy we'll be.
What?
I said we'll travel the world's highways, we'll explore every hidden byway, we'll do crazy, ridiculous things, we'll live on the moon.
But, Sammy, I'm not retiring from the screen.
Oh, yes, of course you are. That's all settled.
Well, are you giving up writing and exploring?
Oh, no, certainly not.
Oh, I see. The woman's place is in the home. Hallelujah.
That's quite true.
Oh, no, it's not.
Well, she certainly has no place on a movie screen, making faces for a living. You don't call that acting, do you?
Well, I hope you don't cherish any illusions as to your ability as a writer.
Oh, so you've read my books.
I tried one. I couldn't finish it.
I don't believe it. Which one?
The one where you slide down the 6 pyramids.
There are 9 pyramids.
6.
9.
So I'm not only a bad actress, but a liar.
Now, I never realized how utterly disagreeable you can be.
I never realized you were so righteous and smug.
I just merely said that you were a disagreeable, worthless little brat.
You're a conceited, ill-tempered, impossible beast, and I detest
All right,
you.
now you listen to me.
Take your hands off me.
I'll show you.
Oh, just let me get my shoe off and I'll show you.
All right, stand up here. Go on, stand up.
Have you ever been hit on the head with a high heel?
No, and I won't.
That's what you think.
Ooh. Come on, give me that slipper.
Take it.
Now, come on, give me that, will you?
Let me go, you big ape.
Come on, stop kicking here. Stop. Look out. Look out.
Oh, knock me down, will you?
All right, now give me that slipper.
Hello there, Sarah, dear. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Horace.
Is something wrong here?
No, nothing at all.
Oh, Sarah, this is Anthony Amberton, my old friend. Anthony, my fiancé.
Charmed.
Just a minute. Did you say fiancé?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, I see. Well, I really owe you an apology, Miss Chester. You're not only a great actress, but a cheat. For a divorce, I suggest Reno.
Oh, help me up, Horace.
Oh, Sarah, this is awful. What did he mean about a divorce?
Nothing important. Well, where's my shoe?
I think he had it in his hand. Shall I go after him?
No, let him go. Horace, you're sane, quiet, and soothing, aren't you?
Well, I'm conservative, yes.
Yes, and that's what I want from now on.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock, Sarah.
Oh, Happy New Year, Horace.
Happy New Year.
12 o'clock and Cinderella's lost her slipper.
Meaning of this, please?
I thought I made that clear. I'm looking for Sarah Brown or Cherry Chester or whatever she happens to be calling herself today.
She's not here.
She isn't? Well, I'll look for her myself.
Get out of this house. Get out or I'll have you arrested.
No, I won't. And don't think you're frightening me. I've heard all about you, you antediluvian tyrant.
Ooh.
Yeah, you don't impress me. I don't see anything so terrifying about you.
But what do you want?
What do I want? Do you see this slipper? I want the foot that goes in it. Do you see this marriage certificate? It's a claim check on a girl. A girl about 5'2", red hair, green eyes, face covered with freckles. She's willful, spoiled, has a terrible disposition.
My granddaughter.
My wife.
Your wife? Oh, so you're Sam Smith.
Yeah. Don't hold that against me.
You're very masterful, aren't you? That's just what Sarah needs.
Look, I don't know what she needs, but I need Sarah. Now, where is she?
Thanks to your bad temper and, well, my stupidity, your wife is catching the 11 o'clock train for Reno, where in due time she expects to marry Horace Van Steeden.
Well, wait a minute. I've got to stop her.
How?
Well, I don't know, but
Wait. I have some influence in this town. Boise, get me the police department.
Hurry, Sarah.
I'm hurrying, Horace.
There he is, officer. Stop. There he is. Stop.
Oh, hello, Sam.
Oh. Thought you'd sneak out of town, eh? Here he is, officer.
Come along, you. Hello, wait, what have I done?
No, none of that. Come on, Benny.
Benny?
Boston, Benny. We know you. Escaped from Altoona a year ago.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I've never been in, what'd you say?
Altoona.
In Altoona in my life, have I, Sarah?
What's the use? They've got you dead to rights this time, Benny.
Sarah!
Come along, Benny.
Oh, no, wait, this is a horrible mistake. You can't...
Oh, Sarah.
Oh, Sammy.
Darling, let's talk things over.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ends Act 3 of The Moon's Our Home. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars will be back for their curtain call. And now, let me remind you that this is our very last offer of the Lux Flakes Gone with the Wind brooch, the one designed from the exquisite pin worn in the movie Gone with the Wind. You'd better send your order in immediately, or it may be too late for you to own one of these stunning jewelry pieces.
And they really are stunning. So many of my friends have remarked about mine, especially about how rich and expensive looking it is. But, well, the thing I like best is how lovely it looks on many different outfits, from a tailored suit to an evening dress. I think my Gone with the Wind brooch is one of the nicest presents I ever gave myself. And it certainly is the biggest bargain.
Sally is right. This brooch does make a beautiful present for yourself or to give to your friends, and yet it costs so little. It's entirely different from the Scarlet O'Hara brooch we offered last fall, even lovelier. It's round and big, almost 2 inches in diameter, with an antique-style gold finish and a lovely cluster of simulated turquoise and pearls in the center, the kind of jewelry piece that every woman loves, because it's not only beautiful in itself, it's fashion right. Now, here's how to get this wonderful bargain. Listen carefully, please, because this is the last time we are making this offer. First, buy a big box of Lux Flakes. You'll need this to take care of all nice washables, stockings, underthings, sweaters, and dresses. Next, tear off the opening tab at the top corner of the Lux box and mail it with your name and address and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Box 1, New York City. Lux, Box 1, New York City. With your brooch, you'll get an illustrated order blank for matching jewelry pieces. Ring, pendant, bracelet, and earrings. All amazing bargains. But don't delay. Now remember, send the opening tab from a big box of Lux Flakes, 15 cents in coin, and your name and address to Lux, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Once more, the spotlight turns to Carole Lombard and Jimmy Stewart as they come back to this microphone.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, the thing I like about this Lux Radio Theater is the way everything runs so perfectly. There's never a miss anywhere.
Say, you're not going to play the accordion now, are you, Jimmy?
Oh, no, I didn't bring it tonight. I should have been applause there. No, this is no place for my accordion. Why, even the boys and girls that collect autographs at the door won't take just anything. For instance, there was that girl who stopped me on the way in tonight.
You surely didn't disappoint her, Jimmy.
Oh, no, I signed, and then I asked her what she was going to do with it, and she said, well, if I can get Carole Lombard when the show's over, why, I know where I can trade both of you for Clark Gable.
I'll have to speak to her. She can't make a bad bargain like that.
Oh, now be polite, Carole. I might have to take back my autograph.
But seriously, Mr. DeMille, I have enjoyed very much coming back to Lux Radio Theater. In the past few months, I think you've really taken on a new assignment here. All entertainment is at premium now, and anything that lifts us out of the everyday routine for an hour or so is what we need at a time like this. America must be strong, and we must keep it free by making it stronger still. While we're all working toward that end, to the limit of our strength, we need the emotional outlet that a theater like this provides.
Let me show you a little of our mail sometime, Carole, and you'll understand why we think of this as a national theater.
Oh, what's going on in it next week, Mr. DeMille?
Plenty of action, Jimmy. Our play is Johnny Apollo, and our stars are Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, and Burgess Meredith. Johnny Apollo is the story of a father and son who lost faith in each other, and of a girl named Lucky who brought them together again. Next Monday night, you'll hear Edward Arnold as the father, Burgess Meredith as the son, and Dorothy Lamour as the girl named Lucky. The 20th Century Fox picture made a hit on the screen, and I have a distinct premonition it will do the same for us.
Well, that's a great story, Mr. DeMille, and you have a swell cast. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Our stage doormat has welcome on it for you two any time. Good night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, and Burgess Meredith in Johnny Apollo. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, the nation is celebrating Boy Scout Week, the 31st anniversary of the Boy Scout movement in America. Today, 1.5 million scouts are training for democracy as active members of this great organization. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to join the Lux Radio Theater in saluting the Boy Scouts of America. James Stewart appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently seen in this studio's production, Come Live With Me. Carole Lombard's current screen hit is Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the RKO production, which was directed by Alfred Hitchcock. Heard in tonight's play were Clara Blondick as Lucy, Verna Felton as Boycie, Hans Conried as Horace, Lou Merrill as Holbrook, Charles Seal as Justice of the Peace, Ralph Sedan as Abner, Stanley Farrar as Coachman, Gloria Blondell as Hilda, James Heagles as Hotel Clerk, Jack Carr as Porter, Celeste Rush as Miss Manning, and Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Simpson. The brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Flakes, was designed from one worn and gone with the wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
West Northwest Highway, also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Once upon a time, there was a poor and common man named Matthew Maugham, who owned a couple of acres that were desired by a rich and titled man named Colonel Pinchian, who wished to build a house on the property. Since the colonel could not acquire the land by lawful means, he took others. The year was 1650. And he connived to have Matthew Maugham declared a wizard, condemned to die on the scaffold, which is where our story begins.
Quiet! You have not heard the last of Matthew Maugham. You or your children, or your children's children. In particular, you, Colonel Pinchian, and all the family who follows you. Look at him, everyone, as a dying man makes a promise. Colonel Pinchian, God will give you and yours blood to drink.
This is the story of my long revenge, which began with the moment my adversary first entered his new-built house. with his portrait locked into the paneling above his desk chair. For there, the first of the Pynchons, the Colonel Pynchon who sent me to my death, was found dead, drowned in his own blood. The doctors called it apoplexy, but we know better. Death brought him blood to drink, the first of much, for his house was doomed.
Our mystery drama, The House of the Seven Gables, was especially adapted from the Nathaniel Hawthorne classic for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
George Washington?
Yes.
What is your favorite American food?
La Choy Oriental Vegetables.
La Choy?
The father of our Oriental vegetables.
Oriental vegetables?
Bean sprouts, water chestnuts, chop suey vegetables, delicious.
What do you do with
You toss them.
Across the Potomac?
In a salad.
Oh, yes.
Or mix La Choy Oriental vegetables right in with ground beef when you make burgers. That's my favorite. A meal fit for a king. Oh, I didn't mean a king. I meant what do you call it? What I am. You know, not a prime minister, not a...
La Choy makes Chinese food. Swing American.
You stand alone and wait. She's 20 minutes late. She'll find a smile will go a long, long way.
Smiles go a long, long way with Kodak's Pocket Smile Saver Kit. You get a Pocket Instamatic camera, color film, Magic Cube, extender, and more for less than $30. All at your photo dealers for a limited time only.
A smile stays lit with our Smile Saver Kit. You'll see a smile will go a long, long way.
From Kodak.
Halfway down a by street in one of our New England towns stands a rusty wooden house with 7 acutely peaked gables facing towards various points of the compass and a huge clustered chimney in the midst. So begins the second novel written by Nathaniel Hawthorne. And to tell you the rest of it, here is the tortured, uneasy spirit of the wizard Matthew Maugham, who died before his time and left a curse that endured for over 2 centuries.
38 years in my grave, and yet I rise from it as casually as an ordinary man from his bed. I am seen as easily at noon as I am by the witching hour. I am an extraordinarily pestilent ghost, and I have left an estate which will mangle and torture and destroy at last the whole clan of Pynchons. Shall we take a case in point?
Yes? Well, what is it?
You sent for me, Mr. Pynchon. The name is Matthew Maugham, son of him who built this house for your grandfather. Grandson of the rightful proprietor of your soil.
Oh, the ancient dispute. That matter has been settled by competent legal authorities.
In favor of the family Pynchon.
Self-evidently. I am in residence and you are not.
Then stay here and rot.
A moment, Mr. Maugham. Will you attend me in the living room?
At your request. To what purpose?
Well, perhaps to our mutual interest. There's a legend that my family, that, to be precise, the same Colonel Pynchon who looks down on us from above the living room fireplace here, had a deed to certain vast real estate holdings from an Indian grant. Holdings of incalculable value.
I've heard the story.
Are you also aware that in the settlement of the estate, no deed was found to lay claim to them?
Oh, yes.
But his claim was on the verge of settlement when my grandfather died suddenly.
In answer to my grandfather's curse.
Of apoplexy.
Which is, in non-medical terms, not far from literally drinking one's own blood.
I did not bid you here to renew old quarrels, simply to make you a proposition.
Very well, I'm listening.
There's a rumor that whatever quarrel lay between our ancestors, yours was the one made the best bargain in the long run.
By being hanged?
However he died, he was only a step or two ahead of the colonel. For while the colonel won out in buying and owning the land Seven Gables stands on, he lost a kingdom when the deed to half the state of Massachusetts was lost. Or hidden.
Mr. Pynchon, what is your proposition?
Your father was the architect of this house. He might have secreted the paper somewhere or built some hidden chamber for them, which my ancestor, Colonel Pynchon, died too suddenly to reveal. I would be willing to pay well for information leading to them.
I cannot believe the colonel would have concealed something that was not his to hide. But there might be a chance for you to recover those papers.
How?
I'll make a contract with you. This house and the property. For the papers, if I can locate them.
No, damn me, if I'll permit it. Did you say something, sir?
No.
Why? Well, I could have sworn I heard a voice. Well, I'll meet your bargain if you can find the Indian grant.
I'll need some help. I don't know where the papers are, or if they exist. I do know that to locate them, I need the help of a medium.
I don't understand.
You have a young daughter named Alice. Bring her here. From outside the oriel window, hoard with frost against the roaring fire within, I watched my grandson toy with this Pynchon, whose only desire was to flee the dread house and live abroad. And by virtue of my right as a man taken before his time, I kept invading Matthew's mind and making it mine as far as I desired.
My daughter, Alice, may I present Mr. Matthew Maugham?
My pleasure, Mr. Maugham.
Will you be seated?
Father?
Do as he asks.
Very well.
Now, I ask you to fix your eyes on mine. From the moment that gentle girl raised her eyes, she was ours, mine. It was enough, perhaps, that already the Maughams had the reputation that they could enter people's dreams and that no grave could hold them. By now, there was a further belief that they could mesmerize the unwary. There is your daughter, Mr. Pynchon. Speak to her.
Alice! Alice, answer me!
Oh, softly, softly, Mr. Pynchon. Is it my crime you have sold your daughter for the hope of getting back a sheet of yellow parchment?
What would you do with her?
Why, only as you asked. Use her as a medium to try to make you rich.
How?
You'll see. Unless you wish to call our barter deal off.
No. But proceed in God's name.
Very well. Listen to me Alice Pynchon, listen with your mind. Cast off your body. Think. Think back away through the years, but cling to me. Let him who holds the secret of the Indian land deeds come forth peaceably and without delay. Call him.
I know not who he is.
Then ask.
Colonel Pynchon? Great-grandfather? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Call on my grandfather, whom your great-grandfather hanged.
Matthew Moore? Matthew Moore? Are you there? Speak.
I hear you in the grave, Miss Pynchon. Oh, what rare sport to watch your father Gervais shivering in mortal dread, and you, my fine lady, no more responsible for your actions than a puppet. And my grandson, speaking words and using powers only I could confer on him. But the secret? The secret I am not yet ready to divulge.
Enough! Enough! Would you kill the child? Bring her to.
Without your answer?
Have you not found it?
Only this. Your grandfather's secret is one he must choke with until it is of no further value. So, keep the house of Seven Gables.
Wake my daughter from her trance.
As far as I can.
What mean you?
Well, she will walk and live and breathe. But
what, man?
I meant no harm. I meant only to humble you and yours. I did not mean to steal her soul, but I'm afraid that is lost. The years rolled by, and generation by generation, I took my toll on the Pynchon brood. The once proud family dwindled and thinned out. I have had little need to move my rusty bones or decaying flesh, since they have wrought their own destruction, save till now. But in this century, I must arise again.
Cousin Hepzibah.
Geoffrey Pynchon, what brings you to Seven Gables?
Why, I take it since you have opened a 1-cent store, it is open to any member of the public?
Not to you. Never to you. Judge.
Judge not, that ye shall be judged. Well, surely after all these years, and in respect of what I've just arranged for Clifford...
You are not welcome in this house.
Not even in a public shop, Hepzibah Pynchon.
The shop is a necessity, now more than ever.
Because of Clifford's return? Oh, but surely you know if you're in need you can call on me. Or bring your brother and yourself to live on my estate.
Oh, you know I will take no charity from you, now or ever. How dare you offer it after what you've done to Clifford?
I?
Yes, you hate him. For what reason, I know not. But hate him you do.
You do me wrong, sweet cousin. But I am a forbearing man. I bear what crosses God sends me to bear. I will not trouble you more now, but wait for Clifford's return.
4 Pynchons are left. Nearsighted, angular, tall Hepzibah in her rusty black. The smiling, fat, oily Judge Geoffrey Pynchon, who so closely resembles the portrait of that black-hearted colonel who hangs in a massive gold frame in the living room, and who hanged me by the living neck. 2 yet. We are still to meet.
Bless my soul, the omnibus. And stopping before my shop door. It can't be Clifford yet. No. Then who is it?
Cousin Hepzibah.
Cousin Hepzibah.
Oh, don't you know me?
Cousin? Oh, no Pynchon ever looked as lovely as you, child.
Cousin Hepzibah, you flatter me. But you can't deny it. I am your country cousin. And my mother sends you her love and regards and hopes my visit to you will not put you out.
Your visit? You intend to stay?
Didn't you get my mother's letter?
No.
I don't understand about the letter.
Oh, it doesn't matter now. You're here. But, child, I don't see how you can stay.
Oh, I don't expect to be a guest. I mean to earn my bread. I can find plenty to do, cousin. The garden and flowers and the chickens will keep me out in the open air, and I can't help in the shop. Please let me stay.
Well, you can stay at least the night. But in any case, the decision whether or not you remain at the house of Seven Gables is not up to me. Tomorrow, its master returns home. My brother Clifford, who is coming home at last.
I think I remember my mother and father mentioning him, but as though he were dead. Where has he been?
In prison.
Prison? Why?
For the murder of our uncle, the judge's father, Geoffrey Pynchon.
One other young and unsuspecting girl, Alice Pynchon, came to grief under the shadowed gables of this brooding old house. Is another to share the same fate? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2.
And now another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents Veronica and Jack.
Oh, Jeffrey, isn't this romantic? Out in a quiet lake at night with you rowing the boat.
Yes, Veronica, it's really neat.
Jeffrey, what was that?
Frogs.
Frogs that go bonk?
They're pretty weird frogs.
Oh, Jeffrey, you're such a card. You have a ball and chain, like the ones they use in those Special K commercials.
Yes, Veronica. It symbolizes my few pounds of extra weight. But I'm going to get rid of it.
How?
By exercising. You know, like rowing this boat and eating smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast.
You mean a 1 ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, orange juice, and coffee?
Precisely. It's less than 240 calories, and it tastes delicious. It'll help me get rid of this ball and chain.
I'll help too, Jeff. After all, we're all in the same boat.
You have a ball and chain, too.
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
The 74 Indy 500 is now history, and to no one's surprise, the winner was equipped with custom Monroe Racing shock absorbers. Naturally, because every single car in the race had custom Monroe Racing shocks. That makes Monroe's win record 21 of the last 22 Indy 500s. That's quite a performance, the kind you'd expect from Monroe. We're the #1 maker of replacement shock absorbers for your car, and we're the #1 choice on the track. At Monroe, we can't lose, and neither can you.
Just when you need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever. That's Quaker State Motor Oil. Why do you need it more? Because if you're using your car less, that engine just isn't getting the exercise it needs. But Quaker State's quality protection is tailor-made to handle deposits that build up in an underworked engine. Now that you need it more, it's available more places. Nice to know.
Quaker State your car to keep it running young.
This is not my story, so let me quote from the man who first told it. The mysterious Clifford is about to return, and here is how he is foreshadowed in conversation between Miss Hepzibah Pynchon and the newly arrived Phoebe.
31 years ago, my uncle, master of this house, was found dead beneath the portrait of our ancestor, Colonel Pynchon. Death was accountable, the authorities decided, to a blow on the head. Since the desk in his private papers had been rifled, it was suspected that it was robbery and accidental murder committed to avoid discovery.
By Cousin Clifford?
Oh, I shall never believe that. Oh, you will see for yourself when he returns how gentle, sweet, unworldly. Oh, Clifford could never have been guilty.
I'm sure from that kindly face you showed me in the miniature he was wrongly judged.
No question of that. Just as I am sure that Cousin Geoffrey... Why, I cannot understand. was the one most instrumental in sending him there.
How could that be?
It was he who discovered Clifford by the rifle desk, our uncle lying on the...
Oh, hush. Dear Cousin Hepzibah, think of the present and not on the past. Soon Cousin Clifford will be home again. But surely it grows very late if he is coming today.
Oh, well, you'd best off to bed. Perhaps I should greet him alone. Oh, dear, how shall I manage?
May I help, Cousin Hepzibah?
I'm all thumbs when it comes to cookery. You see, I've lost whatever art I had all these years alone. And I wanted Clifford's first breakfast to be so tasty.
You have a fire going bright enough to chase the morning dusk. Since the oven is hot, would you like me to bake an Indian cake?
It was Clifford's favorite all those years ago.
Well, then bake it I shall. What else can I do?
Oh, the coffee. Real mocha, if you would grind it.
We'll make a breakfast fit for a king.
A tired, sad king, worn out by exile.
Is he not well?
You shall see for yourself soon enough, dear Phoebe. Oh, hush, he's coming. Let him see you first, Phoebe. He likes bright faces, and mine is old, set in a scowl. Clifford, dear, let me help you.
The weakness is locked inside Hepzibah. Nothing you or anyone can help. But we are not alone.
No, he is Phoebe. Phoebe, Arthur's only child. You remember I told you about her last night.
Phoebe Pynchon. Phoebe. Arthur's child. Yes, I forget. You are welcome.
Thank you, Cousin Clifford.
Oh, come sit here. Take this chair.
Is this you, Hepzibah? How changed. How changed. And are you angry with me?
Oh, why should I be angry?
And why do you bend your brows so?
Oh, Clifford, there is nothing but love here. If I scowl, it is only habit that has gone before.
Cousin Hepzibah is only worried and concerned that you should be happy.
Then why do we keep that odious picture on the wall? Why can't we... What is that sound?
Why, that is... Phoebe, will you answer it?
Of course.
That is the tinkle of the shop bell.
Shop bell?
Yes, sir.
Then, has Miss Hepzibah's shop opened under such favorable circumstances that she needs an assistant as attractive as you?
I'm a cousin of hers, on a visit from the country.
Well, in that case, I suspect you are a kinsman of mine. Let's see, oh, yes, little Phoebe Pynchon. I am your kinsman, Judge Pynchon, my little niece. Oh, surely I must pay you welcome. You resist me.
I had not meant to.
Oh, quite right, quite right. A young girl, especially a very pretty one, cannot but be chary of her lips.
I did not mean to be unkind.
Oh, I accept that. But are you afraid of something?
Nothing I know of.
I'll just step in and...
What do you want, Geoffrey?
Why, simply a short visit with
No. He cannot see visitors.
I warn you to take care. Clifford is on the brink of a blacker fate than yet possessed him. I need to see him.
No, Hepzibah. Don't let him in. Beg him on your knees if you must. Ask him to have mercy. Mercy.
You heard.
I heard. But must I... You will not let me see him.
I want to protect him.
As you will. But you do me great wrong, cousin. I only wish to help him. I will find some other way.
He seemed kind. Is his offer of help so wicked?
Phoebe, he has a heart of iron. Oh, let me go back to rejoin my poor brother at breakfast. Of all of us, He's the one who most needs protection now.
Don't do it, lady.
What?
Drink from that. Or even wash your face.
I was only looking at my reflection in it. May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, forgive me. Miss Pinson has not mentioned me.
Mr. Holgrave, the boarder.
The same, at your service. And you must be Miss Phoebe. Which gable is yours?
Oh, my window is the one. Perhaps it is more seemly to ask the question of you, sir.
By all means. I count mine the 7th, since it is by all odds the most remote and separate. See, up yonder, beyond the eaves.
You live there all alone?
A question hard to answer, Miss Phoebe.
Why?
In the house of the 7 Gables, is anyone truly alone? It's hard to tell whether the rats outnumber the ghosts, or vice versa.
Then why pick it as a lodging by free will?
If you must know, I can afford little, and the rent suits my purse. The house also suits my profession.
Your profession?
Mm-hmm. I'm a maker of daguerreotypes.
How fascinating. Can you really point a machine at someone and make a likeness of them?
I can. You doubt it?
Why, it sounds like a kind of magic to me.
Technically, in its way. But the result is a quite faithful reproduction of the subject. For example, this.
Oh, you created this?
I recreated this, shall we say.
It is a likeness.
Never mind the likeness. Miss Phoebe, look deeper. What kind of man is this?
Why, by all effects, a man of probity, of kindness, of property.
Is the picture that alone? Or can one look deeper?
Not knowing the subject, I don't see how.
Look at that eye. In the midst of a sunny countenance, speaking of an open heart. And yet, observe carefully the cast in the eye, the line of jaw, the subtle twist of mouth. Here is the man, the true man, sly, subtle, imperious, hard, and withal as cold as ice. Do you recognize him now?
Judge Pynchon. Still, there's some other resemblance.
The daguerreotype is of the living judge. The resemblance is quite marked. Give or take the style of whisker, the fashion of cloth, the bloat of jowl, it could be the original Colonel Pynchon who choked on his own blood.
Why have you this picture?
For the same reason, I wish to have all the Pynchon clan. Miss Phoebe, will you sit for me sometime?
All right.
In any history, one must balance the good against the bad.
Who are you?
A recorder of history by choice. Miss Hepzibah's lodger by chance. Will you sit for my portrait of you?
To what end?
That is beyond my power to say at this moment. Only that I can promise you, you are safe from any harm.
And what do I get out of it?
Well, first, what you put into it. Second, a record of your beauty. And third...
And third?
No less than your future. One way or another.
Then how can I refuse?
My object was to make sure, as best I could, that you shouldn't. Once I was resting more secure in my rotting grave. The urge to wander grasped me less. The Pynchon dynasty was a sorry lot at best, save one. And a new dynamic force was guiding my course to its resolution. It was time to start to pull my winding sheet more closely about me and begin to leave the future to itself. But not yet. The curse was not yet played out.
The mysterious Mr. Holgrave. Who is he? What threat does he pose to Phoebe? perhaps the only breath of sanity to blow sweetly through the dusty corridors and winding staircases of both the Pincian history and the house that encloses the living, as tight and inescapable as the coffin in the grave. We'll return shortly with Act 3.
You don't see many people putting salt in their beer nowadays. Not that there's anything wrong with salt on radishes or French fries, but man, not in the king of beers. Truth is, the only thing salt can do for Budweiser is make it salty. An unwise thing to do to the only beer in America that's Beechwood aged. Unsalted Budweiser has become the most popular beer in the world. That's because in brewing Bud, the Budweiser brewmaster goes all the way for a taste, a smoothness, a drinkability you will find in no other beer at any price. And something else you can take without a grain of salt. The fact that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
If you're serious about taking care of your lawn and garden, you're in for a lot of hard work. After all, it's nature itself you're trying to control. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores. If there are ways around that work, well, you find them there. For instance, they have a Black & Decker Power Shrub and Hedge Trimmer with 13-inch double-edged blades. It trims on both back and forward strokes. It has 2 handles for balance control, and it's double insulated for electrical safety. Just $17.99. Another Black & Decker you'll find at True Value Hardware Stores is a deluxe lawn edger trimmer. The controls are up on top of the stand-up handle. The 8-inch blade cuts a 3/4-inch deep trench. It converts quickly into a trimmer, just $39.99. These Black & Decker tools give you 2 ways to get around hard work in the yard. And they're just a couple of the values that you'll find at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home. Check the yellow pages.
For 2 centuries, the curse of the hanged wizard Matthew Maule has hung like a cloud over the house of the 7 Gables. The dark, deteriorating, rat-infested, and ghost-ridden house has outlived its time. Only the family to which it belongs hangs on to some distant remnant of the past.
There, Cousin Clifford. Safe in your little eyrie and retreat.
I trust you, Phoebe, to find me this spot in my private gable. While from here I can see all the world.
The bustle of our little town, certainly.
How free I feel after all those years. I have the wildest impulse.
What, Cousin Clifford?
Are you too young, perhaps, to remember when we blew soap bubbles? A glass of soapy water.
And a clay pipe.
Yeah, the pipe I still have.
Well, the soapy water I can provide.
But the lost years, where can they be found again?
I wish his life were more than a shadowed gable overlooking the street.
My Cousin Hepzibah, to watch the whole stream of life flow by is at least an introduction to the thought of returning to it.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. Here's your soapy water. Take it to him to blow bubbles.
My window on the world, Phoebe.
The best vantage point in town.
You picked it for me. And without your support and love and interest, I suppose I should have just let the world go by.
Well, you can't do that if it's passing right by your feet.
Dear little Phoebe, you almost make me human again. That band coming by. Open the windows so that the sound can rumble into this lost, dark room.
There! Is that better?
I scarcely know. I get infected with strange madness. Like when I blew the soap bubbles in one burst on Jeffrey's head. Perhaps I should never get too close to life.
What do you mean?
You know the feeling when you're on a height. It's exciting, exhilarating, until you look down. Then there's this wild compulsion to throw yourself, to dash yourself to the ground.
But Cousin Clifford, everyone feels that.
See that everyone doesn't do it.
Christmas.
Save me. I cannot help myself.
No, stop.
Let me go.
No.
I can't help myself.
But I can. Cousin Ephrata! Cousin Ephrata!
You can't stop me. Nothing can stop me.
Help! Help! Stop him, please! Please stop him!
Good morning, Miss Phoebe.
Mr. Holgrave, how can I thank you?
For what?
For answering to my cry? For helping me hold back my cousin Clifford?
It's only fortunate that I was nearby.
I don't know how to explain.
Why should any of us try to explain the human effort, drive, psyche? We all react to our impulses and dreams to a greater or lesser degree. Did your cousin really want to jump?
I was with him. I could scarce hold him. Why would he pretend?
Why, indeed. At least there was no disaster. I'm glad I was part of avoiding that.
I can never thank you enough. How can I do something in return?
Sit for me. Let me make a daguerreotype of you.
That's simple enough. But why?
I wish I felt myself free to answer that completely, but, well, at least one obvious reason. There should be some permanent record of your beauty.
I'm afraid you overstate your case. Or my case. So I must admit that even if you had not half admitted it, I would suspect you of some ulterior purpose.
You never have quite trusted me, have you?
It's just that I sense you are not quite what you seem to be. That... Oh, I don't know what I feel. What do you want my image for?
Say that I want a record of the Pynchon family.
And that alone?
No. My other purpose, I must keep to myself.
I could refuse.
I hope you won't.
It would be ungracious of me. I offered to do something in return for helping save Cousin Clifford's life. When?
The sooner the better. There is a skylight in my gable room. The afternoon light would be perfect. If you'll meet me there at 5, I'll be ready for you. I never thought to see the day I would harbor any kindly thoughts for any Pynchon. But I find I have it in my heart to accept poor, withered Hepzibah and the half-mad Clifford. And as for Phoebe, well, she shall have an unseen protector observing from beyond the skylight window. There now, Miss Phoebe, we're ready to begin.
Should we not have the door open and the windows unshuttered?
Oh, no. I want no other light source than what strikes across my shoulder to you from above. And we must catch it now. All right, are you ready?
What must I do?
Well, lift your eyes to mine, above the lens. So. Now, relax. Think of something soothing. Blue sky. The ripples on a sunlit pond. Oh, yes. Yes, that's lovely. Don't try to smile. Just stay in repose. When I expose the plate, you must not move for 20 to 30 seconds. Now, take a deep, slow breath and hold it. Now the plate is exposed. Silvered copper on which a film of silvered iodide has been formed by iodine vapor. The sands are dropping through my minute glass. And slowly, your image develops on the plate. This 1/2 minute, I hold you mesmerized, only to make you immortal, never to be forgotten, to last till the end of time. Now you may relax. It's all over. Phoebe, Phoebe? Phoebe. I'd mesmerized her. Phoebe. Oh, God help me to resist my evil desire. Phoebe. Phoebe. Forgive me if now I say what I have not dared to say to you, nor ever will, perhaps, so long as you are a Pynchon. Phoebe, I love you. Love you with all my heart. Have loved you since that first moment I saw you in the garden. I have not, cannot dare to hope when all is known that you could return that love. Yet here, at this moment, with you completely in my power, I could cast a spell on you that would hold you forever mine. No, Phoebe. Rather that you were never mine than to hold you bound to me against your will. Phoebe Pynchon, can you hear me?
I hear you.
You are safe. You know that.
Safe.
You will have no memory of the trance you are in now.
No memory.
And when you wake, you will feel refreshed and your same lovely self. You promise me?
I promise.
Then, when I snap my fingers, wake.
Oh. Is my portrait all finished?
Yes, Phoebe.
May I see it?
Oh, no. I have much to do before that. This one, I want to color. I would not have you see it in black and white.
Oh, then I shall have to wait to look at it till I return.
Return?
I must go home to visit my mother and father and bring back the rest of my clothes.
You intend to stay on at Seven Gables, then?
Cousin Clifford needs me. And Cousin Hepzibah. I think it is my duty.
To wither and dry up like them? Before God, I pray you find some better fate. Some better fate indeed. Back in my grave, my bones are ready to settle to eternal sleep, and the curse is ready to be wound up. And the day after Phoebe left became the beginning of the end. Look at him, striding along the street toward the 1-cent shop, the picture of the man who owns most of the world and who intends to clutch the rest of it to him. The 200-year reincarnation of the Pynchon who put me 6 feet under. Judge Jaffrey Pynchon.
Judge Pynchon.
Yes, Cousin Hepzibah, the same.
What do you want?
Well, what else, cousin, but to have done with all this? I want to see Clifford.
No.
It is my purpose to do so before I leave this house.
Haven't you done enough to him?
30 years ago, our uncle died. His immense fortune was left to me, save for your life interest in this property and the house of the Seven Gables.
To Clifford, not to me.
Some months before our mutual uncle's death, Clifford boasted to me that he knew the secret of incalculable wealth. I believe that at this moment, if Clifford retain his wits and, if he chooses, he can tell me where the riches can be found if he chooses.
And if he can't, or doesn't?
Back to the dungeon. I'll await your bringing him in here in the old colonel's chair. It should in any case have been mine by right.
Oh, I wish you ill of it, but I shall go find Clifford.
So come the years full circle. Revenge is as dusty in my mouth as these old bones which moldering cry for eternal rest. Only one more remains who deserves his fate, the same one that overwhelmed his liverish ancestor, who still pouts like a peacock in the frame of the portrait behind the judge's head. God give him blood to drink.
No. My watch. I have appointments to keep, important things to do. I can't. I can't.
Drink. dies the curse with you. I found him here, Phoebe. Dead of apoplexy, the last of his line.
But Hepzibah and Cousin Clifford...
They inherit the judge's country estate. Bright with sunlight, with no dark gables to hem them in. I've already moved them there.
I'm so bewildered. What shall I do now?
Phoebe, I have an offer.
What?
Well, first, let me reveal who I am and what I know. A 2-century-old secret guarded to prove that might is not always right. Look, the curlicue pattern around the portrait. So many bits of detail, and only one that holds the power to open the vault where the ancient document lies behind the portrait. All that blood for a piece of parchment, clothed in the dust of 200 years and not worth even the paper it's written on. A sad and silly secret handed down to me.
But who are you?
Like you, the last of the Pinchins, I am the last of the Maughams. Matthew Maugh, and with the end of the family curse, I feel reborn. Or will if...
If what? Matthew?
Shall we end it all? Will you marry me, Phoebe, whom I love beyond all, and put an end for good to family feuds and tragic doom?
Oh, yes, Matthew. Yes. On one condition.
You have only to ask.
That we leave and shut up forever the house of the 7 Gables.
For several years, the house still stood. There were those who, passing it after dark, swore they could hear the tinkle of the harpsichord Alice Pynchon once used to play, the sound of the 1-cent shop bell, the cough of a man choking. But in a very few years, this had little of flesh or blood left in it, like all legends about haunted houses. This one's only special claim to fame was that it had, if you counted them, 7 gables. I'll be back shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sinoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin, plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Signoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Oh, sure, you can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy! Every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
It should come as no surprise that Judge Jaffrey Pynchon was the one who really murdered his uncle. To have made gentle Clifford the scapegoat was reason enough for Matthew Maugham to reach that powerful hand once more from the grave and exact what so seldom happens to the villains of this world: due retribution. Our cast included Norman Rose, Arnold Moss, Bryna Rayburn, Jada Rowland, and Stats Cotsworth. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division, the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg Special K cereal, and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays. Today, on the occasion of Easter Sunday, the Great Plays series brings you an adaptation of The Servant in the House by Charles Rann Kennedy, first presented on the stage at the Savoy Theater in New York on March 23, 1908. Of the many great plays whose theme centers about the spirit of Christ and its manifestations among men, this play, The Servant in the House, has long occupied a place of the highest distinction. Your enjoyment of the forthcoming great plays scheduled for the series can be greatly increased by your obtaining a copy of The Listener's Aid, published through the cooperation of the University Press of Columbia University in New York City. At the end of today's program, we will tell you how to obtain a copy of the Great Plays Drama Guide, containing complete information about the series. Now, The Servant in the House by Charles Rann Kennedy. The scene of our play is a downstairs room of an old county English vicarage. This room speaks of solid comfort and unostentatious elegance. It is the room of a clergyman who apparently has come to some compromise on the difficult question of his entrance into the kingdom of heaven. It is obvious that the vicarage is greatly disturbed of late, owing to a defect in the drainage. The vicar's library is now well blocked up with mounds of earth, sewer pipes, and the tools of workmen. At present, we see a servant, no ordinary servant, busy setting a table for breakfast. This is Manson, the newly arrived butler. Dressed in the kind of oriental costume that servants in India wear, he appears strangely out of place in this English Jacobean room. Suddenly, as we watch, the vicar hurries in, the Reverend William Smythe. Seeing Manson, who does not look up, he stops for a moment watching him. Then the vicar advances.
Why, surely I've seen you somewhere before.
Have you, sir?
No, I can't quite. Well, anyway, I'm glad to see you, Manson. When did you arrive?
Early this morning, sir.
My old friend in Brindisi, who recommended you, writes that you bore a very excellent character with your late employer in India. But there was one matter he didn't mention. No doubt you will recognize its importance in a clergyman's family. He never mentioned your religion.
I can soon remedy that, sir. My religion is very simple. I love God and all his brothers.
God? And your brothers?
Yes, sir. All of them.
Yeah, well, that is not always so easy, Manson, but it is my creed, too.
Good morning, Uncle William. Oh, I suppose you're Manson.
I must say you look wonderful in that costume. How do you do? My name's Mary.
A very dear name, too.
We were wondering last night about your religion. I say, has Uncle told you who's coming today?
No.
Not about Uncle Josh?
You mustn't call your Uncle Joshua that. It's irreverent. He may resent it.
No, you know, you'll make me positively dislike him. Just fancy, Manson, meeting an uncle whom you've never so much as set eyes on before. I don't even know what he looks like.
Then you have a surprise in store.
You ought to be awfully interested. You will when you hear where he comes from.
I am interested.
Well, Uncle Joshua isn't his only name. And don't you think that? He's a very important person, I can tell you. His name's on everybody's lips.
Really?
Listen, what do you think of the Bishop of Benares?
Oh, it's the Bishop of Benares, is it?
I must say you don't seem very surprised. Surely you've heard of him. He comes from India.
I happen to know him.
No, really. This is most interesting.
As a man might know his own soul, sir, as they say in India. His work has been mine, so to speak.
Bless me, you'll know him better than I do. I've never seen my brother since I was quite a little lad.
Just think, Manson. He's my uncle, my own father's brother.
Your brother, sir?
I am grateful to God for it, Manson. He is.
Then, Miss Mary...
Oh, my niece here is the daughter of my other brother.
I see. 2 brothers.
Yes, I have. I had.
Thank you, sir. It's always helpful coming to a new place to know who are and who are not the family connections.
Well, I must be off now. My poor brethren in the church are waiting. I must see to their necessities before I breakfast.
Now, Manson, let's talk. You've got nothing more to do, have you?
Not till breakfast.
Now, tell me everything you know about the Bishop of Benares.
What? Uncle Josh?
Oh, you mustn't call him that. You heard what Uncle William said. Do you think he'd very much mind if I called him Uncle Josh?
You may take it from me that you may call him whatever you like.
Oh, it's all very well, but you're not Uncle Joshua. No, I know exactly what he'll be like. Goody-goody, isn't he? You know, religious and all that.
God forbid.
Oh, perhaps he's the other sort, like Auntie's brother. He's a bishop, the Bishop of Lancashire.
And what sort is the Bishop of Lancashire?
Well, I don't think I ought to tell you, but I once heard Uncle William call him a devil.
Your Uncle Joshua's reputation is exactly opposite.
I hope I shall like him.
How is it that you know so little about him?
Well, you see, I never knew he had anything to do with me, that he was my father's brother.
Didn't he know?
Who, father? Oh, well, you see, I don't know my father. And Uncle William didn't know anything about it until yesterday.
That's strange, too.
There's a bit of a mystery about it altogether. Would you like to hear?
Yes, do go on.
You see, our old church is in a perfectly rotten state of decay, and naturally it would take a lot of money to repair it. So Uncle thought of starting a fund. But would you believe it? We couldn't get a single halfpenny. Such a nice old church, too.
How was that?
Well, that's the question. People have been most rude. The funny thing is that for all their fault-finding, they none of them agree with each other. Some say the foundation's all wrong, and some don't like the stained-glass windows. But if you ask me...
Yes? What do you think?
Well, Uncle won't hear of it, but I can't help thinking it's the drain.
The drain?
You know, in spite of what Uncle says, there is a smell. That's why people won't come to church. They even say so. The odd thing is that it must be the very same drain that's causing the trouble in Uncle's study. Well, we thought we should have poor dear Uncle William perfectly ill.
Because of the drain?
Oh, no, because of the fund. He tried everything, and nothing seemed to come of it. Then yesterday morning, he was reading the newspaper, and there was a long piece about the Bishop of Benares. Uncle read it aloud to us. Suddenly, in the middle of it, he broke off and said, "Look at the power this chap seems to have at the back of him. I wish to God I had some of it." Well, he'd scarcely said it when there was a rat-tat at the door, and it was the postman. And what do you think? It was a letter from the Bishop of Benares.
What a coincidence.
Isn't it just like a fairy tale? Oh, but wait a bit. There's more yet. Oh, here's the letter. Uncle gave it to me for my autographs.
I shall be with you during tomorrow morning. If anyone will help me, I will restore your church. Your brother, Joshua.
And there, do you see underneath in the brackets? The Bishop of Benares.
Dear me, just those few words.
Wasn't it like an answer to prayer? Auntie saw that at once. The odd part about it is that Uncle William did have a brother, Joshua, who went away and got lost in India years and years ago. And to think that he was who he was all the time. And to think of his never writing until yesterday. And to think that before the day is out, he'll be sitting down here, perhaps in this very place, just like...
Just like I am now?
Yes.
Talking to you?
Why?
Mary.
Who are you?
I am... I am the servant in this house. I have my work to do. Would you like to help me?
What shall I do?
Keep the secret, remember, and wish hard.
Do you believe in wishing?
Everything comes true if you wish hard enough.
What shall I wish for?
What have you needed most? What have you not had? Think it out.
Oh, Auntie, good morning.
Oh, I heard you'd arrived, Manson. I hope they gave you something to eat when you came in.
Thank you, ma'am. It will do later.
Mary, dearest, I want you to put your uncle's coat by the fire. Now run along. He'll be cold coming out of that draughty church. I'm glad you haven't changed your pretty native costume, Manson. It's very picturesque.
The postman left a letter for you this morning, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Manson. That's what I expected. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Manson, we shall have to be very busy today. There'll be quite a church congress lunch, 2 bishops. My brother will join us also. Yes, the Bishop of Lancashire. This is his letter.
And here is mustard. I'll hurry up the breakfast, ma'am.
Good morning, my dear.
You're back early, dear.
Oh, what can you expect? Not a soul at the church, of course.
William, I want to have a little talk with you.
What is it? Any more worry?
You needn't make it so.
Ah.
Darling, you're not well.
Oh, I think you're right, Martha. I am not well.
Not the trouble with your heart again.
No, I fancy it goes deeper than that.
William, what do you mean?
Martha, do you know the sort of man you've been living with all these years? Do you really know me? Oh, I'm a good man. I don't drink. I don't swear. I'm respectable. I don't blaspheme. Oh, yes, and I'm a scholar. I can cackle in Greek. I can wrangle about God's name, but do you know what I am? Do you know what your husband is in the sight of God? He is a liar.
William.
A liar. I heard it in my ears as I stood up before Christ's altar in the church this morning. I heard it in my prayers.
Oh, you're ill. I know it's this money trouble. It's what Joshua said in his letter about your having to get somebody to help him. Well, that's just what I wanted to speak to you about. I have a way out of the difficulty.
It's not the church. I could wish every stone of it were crumbled into dust.
William, how wicked of you. Is it anything to do with your brother Joshua?
It has to do with my brother Robert.
Mary's father. William, you did send him that telegram yesterday?
Yes. That was a lie, too.
Nonsense. Don't be absurd.
It was a lie.
You told him we couldn't put him up here because the house was upset. Well, that's true. You told him that the drains were torn up in the study. That's true, too.
But was that the real reason why we refused to have him here? Was it?
I can't think what possessed him to write and say he'd come. We haven't heard from him for 15 years.
Whose fault is that?
Why, his own, of course. He can't expect to be treated decently. Have you told Mary?
No. The silent lie was comparatively easy.
My dear, do try and be reasonable. Think of what he is.
Isn't he my brother?
No, he's not your brother. At least nothing that a brother ought to be. A scoffer, an atheist, a miserable drunkard.
That was 15 years ago, remember. After Mary's mother died.
A man like that never changes. What would have become of that poor child if we hadn't stepped in? Have you ever dared to tell her what her father's like? Of course not. Today, too, of all days. It's utterly preposterous.
That is all the more reason
My dear, think of his occupation.
Do you think his brother Joshua would mind that?
It isn't only your brother Joshua. You think of nobody but your brother Joshua. Someone else is coming.
Who?
My brother James. What? Now you've heard it all.
Your brother James is coming here today. You brought him here to help my brother Joshua? Him?
Why not? He's rich. He can do it.
So, he can consent to recognize me at last.
It was as much your fault as his that you never met. He naturally resented our marriage.
That gaitered snob.
William, how dare you?
Yes, he's a bishop. A bishop of stocks and shares. A bishop of the counting house. A bishop of mammon.
Well, at least he isn't what your brother Robert is. A laboring man.
Yeah.
Sorry to have delayed, sir, but you said 9:15, didn't you, sir?
Yes.
Breakfast served, ma'am. It's served, sir. Beg pardon, sir. What time did you expect the Bishop of Benares?
During the morning, he said. That'll mean the 12:30, I suppose. It's the only convenient train.
And the Bishop of Lancashire, sir?
He didn't say, but I think we may expect him by the same train. Good gracious. That must be the bishop already.
He doesn't sound like the Bishop of Benares, ma'am. He generally comes very quietly.
Quick.
Yes, ma'am.
William, I'm sorry. As for my brother James, Lord knows I did it for the best. I only thought of patching up the enmity between you two. I thought of all your hopes of rebuilding the church, and James was the only rich man I thought might be induced under the circumstances.
I don't know what to do.
It isn't the Bishop of Benares, ma'am.
Well, who is it?
I didn't ask his name, ma'am.
How's he dressed?
Rather oddly, ma'am. I noticed that his legs...
Well, then it's James. I can't be seen like this. Show him in, Manson. Oh, I can slip out this way.
This way, if you please.
Ah, you're just in time for breakfast, my lord.
Thanks, Bill Almighty. Don't mind if I does. Me belly's fair aching.
Robert.
Yes, it's me, me holy brother.
But didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it. Drain's wrong, eh? Thought I'd like to have a look at them. That's my job, you know. Drains. So, you'll excuse the togs. Reminds you of old days, eh? What?
Robert, what have you come here for?
You ask me that?
Yes, I do, Bob.
Why, to see my little gal, of course. Curse you. Now go and tell your old woman. Did you hear me? Go and tell her.
While the reluctant Reverend William Smythe seeks out his wife to inform her of the unfortunate arrival of his wayward brother Robert, Manson proceeds to make Robert very much at home with a true English breakfast.
So, this is where me holy brother lives, eh? Bloomin' palace as never I did see. Well, I'll sit down. He said, breakfast, and breakfast it shall be. Oh, blimey, sausages. Ain't had the taste of sausages in me gizzard for I don't know how long. You wouldn't think as I was his brother, would you? Not to look at me. It's truth I am. And what's more, he can't deny it. There's a lot of brothers knocking about as people don't know, hon. What? See what I mean? Oh, not as I'm one of them sort, mind you. Me father married me mother honest, same as I married my little... Oh, here, ain't you going to have no sausages? Why, can't you speak?
Yes.
Well, why can't you answer a bloke when he asks you civil?
You didn't make it clear that you wanted to eat with me.
Oh, wants a bit of art in it, eh?
Yes.
All right. Sit down, old pal. Make yourself at home. Now, what was I talking about just before you turned nasty?
You were going to say something about your little girl's mother.
Now, look here, mate. Don't you try nothing on with me. I don't care who you are.
I know that.
Then let me be, I tell you.
I should like to hear about her, comrade.
You can't bring her back. She's dead.
What was her name?
Mary. Same as the little girls.
Wonder whether they're anything alike.
That's what I come to see.
How did you come to lose her?
Never you mind.
How did you come to lose her?
Typhoid fever. But it was my own fault as I lost the kid.
That was a sore loss, comrade.
Oh, I knows it. You needn't rub it in. Look here, matey. I hadn't got a bad nature to begin with. Didn't me and me brother Joshua pinch and slave the skin off our bones to send that there spotted swine upstairs to school? That's what we did, till he got his lousy scholarships and run away to get spliced with that she-male pup of a bloodhound. 'Cause why? 'Cause we was proud of the little perisher, proud of his headpiece. We hadn't got none ourselves, leastways I hadn't. Joshua was different to me.
What became of your brother Joshua? Where is he now?
I don't know. Now, where was I? You make me lose me hair shoving in with your bit.
You were saying that you hadn't a bad nature to start with.
No more I hadn't. Of course, when she took and died, things was different. I couldn't hold up the same. Somehow, I don't know, I lost me heart and...
Yes?
That's how I come to lose me kid. Me little kid. Mind you, that was 15 years ago. I wasn't half the man I am now. Oh, you can laugh. A man can change a lot in 15 years.
I didn't laugh.
Do you want to know what's come over me since then? I work, and work well. I don't get much money for it, neither. I ain't the drunkard I was, not by half. If I'm bitter, who's made me bitter? You can't be very sweet and polite on 18 bob a week when you gets it. Wait till I sets eyes on that bleeding brother of mine again, that's all.
Which bleeding brother?
Why, him, of course. The Reverend William.
As the vicar's brother Robert sat there at the table, eating his sausages and conversing with the servant Manson, there came a great loud ringing of the doorbell. The little page boy of the house, startled and impressed, ran forward to perform his service, and ushered in the brother of the vicar's wife, James Ponsonby Makeshift D.D., the Most Reverend, the Lord Bishop of Lancashire. It is apparent at once to the most casual observer that his lordship's hearing and sight are both sadly impaired. Proof of his bad eyesight is evident as his lordship greets Robert, whom he immediately mistakes for the vicar.
Mr. Smythe, or am I mistaken?
Smith's my name. Don't you go a-calling of me Smythe.
My dear sir, don't mention it. My sister's explained everything. I bear you no grudge, none whatever.
Blimey, what's this silly old bleeder jawing about?
But I perceive that I have disturbed you at your morning meal.
You have that?
Eh? I'm a bit deaf, I'm afraid. Could you speak louder?
I say you have disturbed me morning meal.
Just once more.
Oh, crikey. You have, blast you!
Oh, thank you. You're very kind. I think I will. I could get nothing on the journey but a cup of coffee and a bun.
Yes. You looks as if you was fed on buns.
And you must not think on account of the little coolness between us during past years that I have not followed your career with great interest, very great interest. Your scholastic achievements have been most praiseworthy. But after all, that is not precisely the matter which has brought us together. And that reminds me, has he come yet?
Who?
Your brother, of course.
My brother? You'll see him soon enough.
I gather from your remark that he's not arrived yet. Good. The fact is, I should like a preliminary discussion with yourself before meeting your illustrious brother.
Then you'd better look slippy.
I beg your pardon?
Go on, you heard.
Of course, the financial undertaking of rebuilding your church is considerable. It's not like an investment where there's some reasonable hope of returns. It's merely a matter of charity. The money's gone, so to speak. At the same time, I should like my name to be associated with your brothers in so worthy an enterprise.
You don't say.
And then again, I trust. Yes, I say I trust I'm not impervious to the more sacred obligations involved, but...
I always notice that sort of high talk ends with a but.
Eh? What? Who? God bless my soul, I didn't even see you sitting here. Dear, my eyes are becoming weak. Your clothes, sir. Oh, but of course. My brother from Benares, I presume.
What? My pal is brother? Oh, gee, ossifer.
10,000 pardons, really, but my eyesight's deplorable, and if it weren't for your charming oriental costume, I wouldn't yet have known you. Delighted to meet you. I was just observing to our charming host that, well, bless me now, what was I observing?
Something about your sacred obligations, I believe.
May I trouble you again?
Your sacred obligations.
Oh, precisely. Well, speaking of that, of course, my dearly beloved brother, I feel very seriously on that matter, very seriously, as I'm sure you do. The restoration of a church is a tremendous and overwhelming responsibility. To begin with, as I've already remarked, it costs quite a lot, doesn't it?
It does, quite a lot.
Yes. And as I said, we must awaken people to a sense of their sacred obligations. This is a work in which everybody can do something. The rich man can give of the abundance with which it has pleased Providence specially to favor him. The poor man with his slender savings need have no fear for the poverty of his gift. Let him give all, it will be accepted. Those of us like yourself, my dear brother, and I say it in all modesty perhaps, myself, we can lend our names to the good work. By the way, I don't think I quite caught your views as to the probable cost.
What do you say to everything you have?
My dear sir, I'm not talking about myself.
Well, everything the others have.
My dear sir, they're not fools. Now, do discuss the matter like a man of the world.
God's not watching. Let's give as little and grab as much as we can.
Shh, my dear brother, remember who's present. However, we will return to this later. I begin to understand you.
Yes, you think you do.
At the same time, I do think we ought to come to some general understanding. Now, from all accounts, you have had some experience of church building out in India. How did you manage it?
Sacrifice.
Oh, of course. But practically, they say it's an enormous concern.
So it is.
Well, what would such an establishment as that represent in round numbers now?
Numberless millions.
Do you mean to tell me that one man alone could obtain numberless millions for such an object as that? Well, how could you possibly get them together?
They came freely from every quarter of the world.
On the security of your own name alone?
No other, I assure you.
For heaven's sake. What sort of a place is it? Tell me all about your church.
I'm afraid you may not consider it an altogether substantial concern. It has to be seen in a certain way, under certain conditions. Some people never see it at all. You must understand, this is no dead pile of stones and unmeaning timber. It's a living thing.
Numberless millions.
When you enter it, you hear a sound as of some mighty poem chanted. Listen long enough, and you will learn that it is made up of the beating of human hearts, of the nameless music of men's souls. That is, if you have ears. If you have eyes, you will presently see the church itself, a looming mystery of many shapes and shadows, leaping sheer from floor to dome.
On the security of one man's name?
The pillars of it go up like the trunks of heroes. The sweet human flesh of men and women is molded about its bulwarks, strong, impregnable. The faces of children laugh out from every cornerstone. The terrible spans and arches are the joined hands of comrades. It is yet building and built upon. Now beneath the burden of unutterable anguish, now to the tune of a great laughter and heroic shoutings like the cry of thunder. Sometimes, in the silence of the night time, one may hear the tiny hammerings of the comrades at work up in the dome. The comrades that have climbed ahead.
I think I begins to understand you, comrade. Especially that bit about the hammerings and the arches and... I don't suppose what is there, there's no drain hands wanted in that there church of yourn, is there?
Drains are a very important question there at present.
Well, I'd be cussing over every stinking pipe I laid.
I should make that a condition, comrade.
I don't know. Things have got in a bit of a muck with me. I say, you. Have you ever heard of hell?
Of what?
Hell. H-E-L-L-L.
Well, my dear sir, I think I ought to.
Then bloody well go there. Amen. Now I'll go and have a look at our Bill's drains. Blast his eyes.
The scoundrel. Did you hear what he said? I shall certainly report him to his bishop.
I don't think I should. His bishop doesn't mind a little plain speech now and again.
A little plain speech? Do you think it's right for a clergyman to direct me to perdition?
I think you're making a mistake. The man who gave you your direction is not a clergyman. He looks after drains.
Do you mean to tell me that I've been sitting down to breakfast with a common working man?
Yes. Have you never done that before?
My dear sir, whatever you take me for.
A bishop of God's church.
Precisely. Is it your custom to breakfast with working men? But after all, it's a digression from the purpose from which we are here. Let me see, then. To resume our... how shall I call it? Our little understanding, eh?
That describes it most accurately.
Now, you said, let's give as little and grab as much as we can. Of course, that is a playful way of putting it, but between ourselves, it expresses my sentiments exactly.
I knew that when I said it.
My dear brother, your comprehension makes my heart warm. I trust our relations may always remain as warm.
Oh, warmer, warmer.
Very well, and to business. I tell you candidly, I agree with you, that there's no necessity for sinking anything of our own in the concern. But there is in existence a society, a very influential society, in which I happen to have an interest. In fact, I'm one of the directors.
It's pleasant here in the house now. I do wonder where everyone's gone to. Uncle William and Auntie and Manson. He told me I must wish for what I wanted most, and that if I wished hard enough, it would come true. Oh, but wishing's a dreadfully difficult thing when you really set about it, isn't it? Ordinary things just won't do. I've been thinking thinking hard, trying to think, what have I needed most? What have I not had? Oh, I know, and I've never dreamed of it till now.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I was going to see what's in that room.
If you do,
It's all a mistake, miss. Perhaps I'd better take my coat.
Oh, stop, how dare you? Don't you know you're a very wicked man?
Oh, me, miss?
Yes, you.
Yes, I knows it.
That isn't the way to be happy, you know. Thieves are never really happy in their hearts.
What's that? Do you take me for a thief, miss? You? Why don't you answer? Oh, my God, my God.
Of course, if you're sorry, that makes a difference.
I'm a bit of a low un, miss, but I never come so stinking low as a thief. You thought I looked like one all the same, didn't you, now?
Well, you see, I thought you said, and then there's your...
I know. You don't like the cut of me jib. Sort of a fizzog for a thief, eh? See them lines? Want to know what them stands for? That's drink and starvation and hard work and a damn lonely life.
Oh, you poor man, you mustn't say damned, you know.
No, miss.
That's wicked at any rate.
Yes, miss.
And you owned yourself that you drank. That's not very good either.
No, miss.
So you see, you are a little bit naughty after all, aren't you?
Yes, miss.
Do you know, I'd like to do you some good.
You, miss?
Yes, wouldn't you like me to?
You're the only person in the world I'd like to see try.
Oh, that's because you know I'm interested in you, that I mean it. Now, don't you think if you were really to wish very hard, it would make things better for you?
I don't know what you mean, miss.
Well, it's like this. If you only wish very, very hard, everything comes true. I'm wishing now. I'm wishing hard.
So am I. God help me. But it ain't no use.
Oh, but it is. It is. What are you wishing for?
No, never mind. Something impossible.
Oh, so's mine. That's what it has to be. Mine's the most impossible thing in the world.
Not more than mine.
What's yours?
What's yours?
I want my father.
I want my little kid.
Your what?
My daughter.
Oh. Is she dead? Is she?
As far as I'm concerned, yes. I'd give her up. Had to.
Why?
Look at me. That and the drink and the low wages and my old woman dying. That's why I'd give her up.
Where is she now?
Oh, never mind. She's being looked after.
By whom?
By people as I've always hated like poison.
Why, aren't they kind to her?
Yes, they've made her something as I couldn't have done.
Well, then why do you hate them?
Oh, I don't any longer. I hates myself. I hates the world I lives in. I hates the bloomin' muckhole I've landed into.
Isn't it strange, both our wishes alike? You want your little girl and I my father.
What sort of a...
Yes?
What sort of a bloke might your father be, miss?
I don't know. I've never seen him.
Ain't you got no idea? Never heard tell of him?
Never.
Why, miss?
I don't know.
Oh. Perhaps he ain't good enough to be the brother of your Uncle William and Uncle Joshua, eh, miss?
Oh, I can't think that.
Why not, miss? 3 good brothers in a family don't scarcely seem possible. Not as families goes now, do they, miss?
Oh, you mustn't talk like that. A father must be much, much better than anyone else.
But suppose he ain't.
Oh, but he is, I know it. Why, that's what I'm wishing.
Perhaps it ain't altogether his fault, miss.
Oh, don't, please don't.
Things might have been agin him, miss.
Oh, you make me so unhappy.
Perhaps he's had an hard life. A bitter hard life. Same as I have, miss.
Oh, now, please, please. I can quite understand. Indeed I can, and I'm sorry. So sorry for you. Oh, I did so want to help you.
You have, miss.
Before you go, won't you tell me your name?
I ain't got no name worth speaking of, miss. I'm just the bloke what's a-looking after the drains. Goodbye, miss. Sorry I used bad words, miss.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
Martha, it's no use. I can't behave kindly towards your brother James.
He is greatly changed.
After all, why should we invite him here? As for his filthy money, do you think any blessing is going to fall upon a church built on such a foundation?
It's not as bad as that. Why don't you compose yourself and try and be contented and happy?
How can I be happy with that man poisoning the air I breathe? How can I be happy and my brother Robert, what I have made him?
We are not talking of Robert, we are talking of you.
Tell me, are you quite sure that you've grasped the full meaning of your brother's project?
Of course.
Well, what is it?
James explained clearly enough the affiliation of your brother Joshua's scheme with that of the society he mentioned.
Yes? What society?
The Society for the Extension of Greater Usefulness Among the Clergy.
And the financial possibilities of the scheme. Did his eloquence on that point escape you?
My dear, you can't expect everybody to be an idealist. Remember, he's a practical man. He's a bishop.
Didn't his proposal amount to this? That we should turn the good name and reputation of my brother Joshua into a bogus building society, of which the funds were to be scraped together from all the naked bodies and starving bellies of the world, while we and our thieving co-directors should collar all the swag?
He offers to give you his patronage, his influence, and his time. All he asks of your brother is his bare name.
Yes, and all he asks of me is simply my eloquence, my gift of words, my power of lying plausibly.
William, he's offering you the opportunity of your life.
No.
Now listen to me, William, listen to me.
I've listened to you too long. I'm resolved to be free from this hour. Free of lies, free even from you if needs be. Free of everything that clogs and hinders me in the work I have to do.
What are you going to do?
3 things.
Yes?
Tell Mary everything, send for my brother Robert, and then answer that monster in there.
William, you never dare.
Oh, Auntie, Uncle, I want to speak to you both, please, at once.
And I want to speak to you.
Is it important, Uncle? Mine's dreadfully important.
So is mine.
Let the child speak, William.
I hardly know how to begin. Perhaps it's only my cowardice. Perhaps it isn't really dreadful after all.
Why, what are you thinking of, Mary?
It's about something we've never spoken of before. Something I've never been told.
Yes?
Yes?
I want to know about my father. Is that very terrible, Uncle? Auntie?
Don't ask me, child.
Why?
I have nothing to tell you.
I have.
William!
I have, I say. Now, come sit here, Mary. Now, what do you want to know about your father?
Everything there is to know.
William, this is brutal.
It is my work, Martha. Now, Mary, what put this thought into your head today?
I don't know. It only came clear a few minutes ago, just before I went into the garden. All of a sudden, it came. I found myself wishing for my father, wondering why I'd never seen him, despising myself because I'd never thought of him before.
Well, and what then?
I tried to picture him to myself. I imagined all that he must be. A father must be much, much better than anything else in the world. He must be brave, he must be beautiful, and he must be good. That's true of fathers, isn't it, Uncle? Isn't it?
A father ought to be all these things.
And then...
Yes?
I met a poor, miserable man. It still seems like a dream the way I met him, and he said something that hurt me terribly. He seemed to think that that perhaps my father might be nothing of the sort.
Why, who was he, this man?
He wouldn't tell me his name. I mistook him for a thief at first, but afterward I felt very, very sorry for him. You see, his case was rather like my own. He was wishing for his little girl.
And he wouldn't tell you his name?
No, I asked him, but he wouldn't. He seemed to be thinking about himself and how unworthy he was of his own little girl.
Did he say unworthy?
Well, that's what I think he meant. What he said was that perhaps my father wasn't good enough to be your brother, Uncle. That's not true, is it?
Oh, by heaven, that's not true.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
You don't understand.
Oh, I understand quite enough. That's all I wanted to know.
Listen, child, listen. I mean, it is I who am not worthy to be called his brother.
William, this is absurd.
Isn't he a dear?
Listen to me, Mary. I have something to tell you. Try to bear it bravely. Supposing your father were not what you imagine him to be.
Uncle, didn't you just say
Supposing that wretched man you spoke with just now were right after all, what would you say?
Uncle.
Supposing he were one upon whom all the curses of the world had been most cruelly visited. His soul the prey of hate and bitterness. What would you say?
Uncle, it would be terrible.
terrible.
What will you say, then, to the man who has brought him such ruin? What will you say to that man, being God's priest?
Uncle, do you mean...
I mean that I am the man.
You... It's not true, Mary. It's a lie. It's entirely your father's own fault.
I don't understand. Why should Uncle William lie to me?
He's overwrought. He's ill. It's like your Uncle William to take upon himself another man's wickedness.
Then that is true, at least. My father is a wicked man.
He is what I have made him. I and no other.
There is another. I kept them apart. I poisoned your uncle against your father. I took you away from him. It was I who kept you in ignorance of your father.
Why?
Because he stands in the way of my husband's happiness. Because I hate him. I could almost wish him dead.
Martha.
Then I have nobody now. There's no use wishing anymore.
Mary.
No, Please, I think I'll go now.
So, God has revealed his partisanship. He has beggared us both.
I'm not going to be beggared without a struggle for it, William.
What are you going to do, Martha?
Do you think I'm going to stand by and see your life wrecked? Yours and their child's?
And what of Robert?
Robert. That's what I'm going to see to now. There's only one way of dealing with a brute like that. Pack him off to Australia, Africa, anywhere, so long as we're never pestered with him again. Oh, I'll find the money. A drunkard like that will do anything for money. Providentially, that child doesn't know the worst.
And what knowledge do you consider Providence has so kindly spared her?
The knowledge who that man was. She shall never know if I can have my way. I rang. Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
Who?
Manson.
You rang?
Yes. Yes, come in, Manson. I want to have a little confidential talk with you. Confidential, you understand?
I expected this.
Manson, you saw everything. You were here when that dreadful creature arrived.
Which?
By my husband's brother, Robert. Perhaps I'd better begin by explaining everything quite clearly.
There is no need. I know everything already.
Everything? How?
A certain gift of divination. And besides, you forget that I had a long conversation with your brother-in-law after Master left the room.
What? Whilst my brother was here?
Yes, we all three had breakfast together.
Breakfast? Then James has heard all.
Not quite all. You may have observed that your brother is a little deaf.
But surely, what did he think?
He mistook your brother-in-law for your husband.
My husband?
Your brother is a little blind, remember. As you know, he mistook me also. You remember how upset he was when he discovered that I was a servant in this house?
Then James never found out?
Oh, yes. I took care to undeceive him on that point.
Good gracious. How did he take it?
At first a little angrily, but after a while some few poor words of my own chanced to move him to more profitable meditation.
Manson, you're perfectly wonderful. I respect you very, very much.
It is not enough. I shall require more.
Oh, of course, I shall be glad to do anything that... what do you mean?
I mean that service such as mine demands a great recompense.
Well, you may be sure that anything in reason...
You must go beyond that.
Well, what do you ask?
The uttermost obedience, loyalty, and love.
Manson, how dare you? By what right?
By my own right.
This is insolence. What right do you mean?
The right of understanding, the right of purpose, and the right of will.
Oh, you force me to speak angrily to you. Do you forget that you're my servant?
No, and therefore it is my office to command you now. Sit down and hear me speak.
He's been sent to help you, Martha. This is God's work. God's servant.
Over here, please.
I...
Now, let me tell you exactly why you've sent for me here. There's a strange and wretched turmoil in your soul. You've done wrong and you know it. But you don't know all. You would keep what miserable little right you have by bolstering up with further wrong. And you've sent for me to help you in that wrong.
How dare you say that?
Haven't you sent for me to help you in your plans about his brother, Robert?
What plan?
The plan of banishing him further from your lives than ever.
How did you know that?
I know you.
I'm not thinking of myself. I'm thinking only of my husband's happiness.
Behold the happiness you've already brought him.
There's the child. It would break her heart.
What is her heart but broken now? By you.
Robert himself would be the first to repudiate any other plan.
Have you tried him?
Of course not, but he must see the impossibility.
What impossibility?
Well, the impossibility of having him here. The impossibility of letting him see the child. The impossibility of him and his brother ever meeting again.
Is that your only difficulty?
Only difficulty? Would you have me welcome him with open arms?
Yes, and heart, too.
Have him here? Entertain him? Treat him as a guest?
As an honored guest.
In this house?
This house.
Good heavens. What else?
Sweep and garnish it throughout. Seek out and cleanse its hidden corners. Make it fair and ready to lodge him royally as a brother.
I won't do it. I can't. I can't.
With my assistance, you can.
Manson, how can we bring it about?
I daren't. I daren't.
I dare. I will.
How is it possible?
Make me the lord and master of this house for 1 little hour.
By heaven, yes.
And you.
Yes.
Then first to cleanse it of its abominations. There.
Well, here is the letter I've written to the secretary of our society. I've explained everything quite nicely. Now, what? Oh?
I bear you a message from the master of this house. Leave it.
Really, most extraordinary. Now, again, please.
You are no longer necessary. Leave this house.
You scoundrel. You impudent scoundrel. You. Mr. Smythe, where are you? Do you hear what this blackguard says?
I endorse it. Every word.
Now I see it all. I've been trapped. I've been tricked. Martha, this is all you're doing. You brought me here on a trumped-up story of a relationship with the Bishop of Benares to insult me. I was made to sit down and eat sausages with a butler and a common working man. Martha, you're no sister of mine henceforward. And I've one word for you, sir. You are a scoundrel, sir. A cheat, an impostor. And if I could have my way with you, I'd have you publicly whipped. I'd have you nailed up, sir, for an example.
I have encountered similar hostility before, my lord. From gentlemen very like your lordship. Allow me.
Let me speak, Uncle. I've been thinking very hard. I've been trying to put things together again and make them straight. I'm sorry I was unkind just now. I didn't mean. You are everything I have. Everything I've ever had. And as for what Uncle said about himself, I can't believe it. Now, I'm sure there's a mistake somewhere. And mistakes can always be put right if we only help one another and mean it. Shall we try, Uncle? Shall we, Auntie?
If it's not too late.
It can't be too late, Auntie dear. If we all wish very hard. I was a coward to give up wishing. That was my sin, too.
God knows I wish, Mary.
And I.
And indeed I do. I've been trying to look the worst in the face. Supposing my father is the wicked man you say, the very, very wickedest man that ever lived, don't you think if we tried to love him very much, it might make a difference?
What made you think of that, Mary?
It's what you taught me, Uncle, in your sermons.
I taught you?
Yes, and besides, there's another reason. I've been thinking about that poor man I met this morning.
Yes?
What of him?
He said he was a wicked man. And at first he looked so dreadfully wicked that I believed him. But when I began to look at him closely and heard him talk about his little girl, everything seemed different. I could no more believe him than I could believe you, Uncle, when you said such awful things about yourself. I believe he was a much better man than he ever dreamed. And so I think we might find my father just the same if he were properly loved and looked after.
Can I be heard civil in this house if I speaks a few words? Hold back. Don't you come near me. Don't you so much as speak till I've done. You don't know me. You don't know me. You understand? There ain't no one here as knows who I am except one little girl. Her over there. Now, keep quiet. Here, miss. Tell 'em who I am.
Why, it's my friend, the man I was telling you about, the man who looks after drains.
That's right. I'm the drain man, see? Thought you might be mistaking me for someone else if you wasn't told. And now you know.
Go on.
What I come here to talk about's my job. Perhaps you'll think it ain't a tasty subject for a lot of nice, clean, respectable people. But someone's got to see to the drains. Someone's got to clean up the muck of the world. I'm the one. and I'm here to tell you about it.
Go on, go on.
Well, I come to this house this morning. I don't mind owning it, in a rotten bad frame of mind. That young lady will tell you what I was like when she first saw me. I looked that bad she thought I'd come to steal something. Well, perhaps I did, after all. Some as I had no right to. Some fingers don't properly belong to a streaky swine like me. It was when she first saw me.
What changed you?
A bloke I met, miss, what knowed me better than I knowed myself. He changed me.
Manson?
Don't remember his name. He was a fair knockout. Got togs on him like a Earl's Court exhibition. He changed me. He taught me my own mind. He brought me back to my own job. Drains.
Yes.
Funny thing, ma'am. People's born different. Some's born without noses in their heads worth speaking of. Now, I wasn't. I can smell out a stink anywhere.
I'm sure you can. This is most interesting.
And the moment I stuck me head in this here house, I knowed as summat was wrong in my line, and I says to myself, that's drains. And drains it was. Strike me dead, asking your pardon.
Now, didn't I always say
Yes, miss. You were one of the nosy ones, I can see. Well, I got me smeller down and went down into the drains. Followed up the scent, and afore I knowed where I was in it up to me eyes. Muck, ma'am, just look at me hands. I followed up that there drain and I said, where's this leading to? Where's it emptying into?
Very rightly, I see.
So up I goes through the slugs, a-puffing and a-blowing. So, truth, it seemed miles. Talk about beautiful, ma'am. I'd have done your heart good, it would really. Rats, hundreds on 'em, ma'am. I'm bit clean through in places. Howsomedever I pushed me way through, holding me nose and fighting for me breath, till at last I got to the end. And then I saw what was the matter. It's under the church. That's where it is. I knows it's the church, 'cause I heard the church's one foundation on the organ rumbling up over me head.
Yes.
You'd never guess what I saw there. Not if you was to try from now till glory hallelujah. Why, it ain't no drain at all.
No.
Well,
what
is it then?
It's a grave.
A grave?
Yes. One of them whopping great beer vaults what you shove big Bugs's corpses into. What do you think of that now?
Horrible.
You'd have said so if you'd seen what I saw. Talk about coffins and shreds and bones and dead men gone to rot. Why, they wasn't in it with what I saw down there. Lord. Why, it'd cost a man his life to deal with that little job.
Oh, the thing's impossible.
Impossible? Means a bit of work, that's all.
Why, no one would ever dare to...
Dare? What do you think I come here for?
You?
Yes.
Do you mean...
I mean as I've found my place, or I don't know a good thing when I see it.
What? To go into that dreadful vault?
Why not? Ain't it my job?
But you said perhaps death.
It's worth it. It's a lovely bit of work.
No, the sacrifice is too much.
You calls that sacrifice? Why, it's fun, not half.
I'd rather see the church itself abandoned.
What? And you calls yourself a clergyman?
I call myself nothing. I am nothing, less than nothing in all this living world.
But I calls myself something. I'm the drain man. That's what I am.
You shall not go.
Why, what is there to be afraid of? Ain't it worthwhile to move away that load of muck?
But the stench and the horror and the darkness.
What's it matter? The comrades up above have light and joy and a breath of wholesome air to sing by.
Then you mean to go?
By heavens, yes.
Then by all the powers of grace you shall not go alone. If you're ready, comrade, you and I together.
God bless you, William.
Well, I don't know. It's dangerous, you understand.
I go with you.
This ain't psalms and hymns and old maids' tea parties, mind you. It may mean typhoid.
I understand.
Rats.
Yes.
They don't leave you alone. They got teeth, remember. With poison in 'em.
I will go with you.
All right. And let's have summat to eat and get along. There ain't nothing more to say.
Yes, there is.
Why? What do you mean, miss?
I mean that I understand. That I know who you are.
Me?
Yes. You're my father.
How the everlasting did you know that?
Because you're my wish come true. Because you're brave. Because you're very beautiful. Because you're good.
My little kid. My little kid.
Robert.
Brother.
Beg pardon, sir. Perhaps you'd like to know. The Bishop of Benares is here.
Oh, already, Manson. Let's have him in at once.
He is here.
What do you mean, Manson? Where is he?
Here.
What? In God's name. Who are you?
In God's name, your brother.
On this occasion of Easter Sunday, the Great Play Series has presented one of the drama's most noted plays, of which the theme is the Spirit of Christ and its manifestations among men. The Servant in the House, written by Charles Rann Kennedy.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, we bring you an hour-length drama adapted from Elizabeth Bowen's exciting novel, The House in Paris. And at intermission, it will be our special pleasure to present a commentary on this work by Elizabeth Bowen herself, a commentary which she recorded for the NBC Theater on her recent visit to this country. Here now, The House in Paris, as adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis of NBC.
In a taxi skidding away from the Gare du Nord on a greasy February morning before the shutters were down, Naomi Fisher sat straight and thin in an olive green coat and skirt that looked black in the light of a Paris morning shed by a watery sky of wet light. Miss Fisher, Miss because her father had been English, was a French woman with all the animation gone. But this morning she was curiously emotional. The small, prim English girl who sat beside her in the plunging cab thought that Miss Fisher's manner had been very emotional from their first meeting in the railway station, when Miss Fisher had identified herself as the lady with whom Henrietta, for that was the English girl's name, would spend the day between trains. The boat train that had brought Henrietta from London, and the train for the south that would carry Henrietta to her grandmother, who was wintering in Mentone. Miss Fisher's black furs gave out a camphory smell that made Henrietta nervous, and she hugged even closer her toy plush monkey and fingered its stitched felt paws.
You must be fond of your monkey, Henrietta. You play with him, I expect?
Not nowadays much. I just always seem to take him about, you know.
Oh, for company then, I suppose?
Yes, I like to think he enjoys things. His name is Charles.
Well, I hope he enjoys his day at our house.
I'm sure he will. He has a very even disposition. Who lives in your house, Miss Fisher?
My mother and myself.
Just two people in the whole house?
Oh, it is only a tiny house. Although many years ago there were many more people. well-to-do English girls from the very best families stayed with my mother while they studied in Paris. Oh, but that is no more, since my mother is so very ill.
I'm sorry to hear that. Has Madame Fisher been ill long?
It has been 10 years that my mother has been in bed. She is constantly ill, but wonderfully full of spirit. She is fond of visitors, Henrietta, and wants to see you and Leopold.
My monkey's name is Charles.
Oh, no. You see, Leopold is a little boy.
A little boy where?
Today he is at our house, as you are coming to our house while you wait for the train to Menton. So Leopold came last night from Spezia on the Italian coast to meet someone at our house.
Is Leopold Italian? I speak a little French, but I don't speak Italian at all.
No, he is not Italian. Leopold's mother was English. His father, French-Jewish. I've been wanting somehow to ask you, Henrietta, to be a little considerate of Leopold when you meet him. You may find him agitated and shy.
Has his journey upset him?
Oh, no. It isn't that. You see, it is Leopold's mother he's going to meet, and he's never met her before. That is, since he can remember.
That is rather unusual. Has he met his father at all?
His father is dead, alas.
Then with whom does he live in Spezia?
Oh, a very kind American family who have adopted him. All these circumstances which seem so strange to you, Henrietta, are also very sad. I've only told you this much in order that you may not ask more. Do you understand?
In my own way, I think I do.
Well, I beg of you, do not ask questions of Leopold. There's so much about him that he does not know.
I never ask people questions, especially boys. Is he congenial?
Oh, yes. You would take him for perhaps French or Jewish.
Well, it would have been better if he had been a girl, as long as we have to spend the day together.
Only this morning. His mother is coming this afternoon, but when you meet him, you will like him.
When will that be?
Well, you will meet him as soon as you've had a little breakfast and then a nap.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go to bed and sleep away any of my first day in Paris.
I will arrange for you to rest yourself like a real French lady on the sofa in the salon.
Oh! Whatever can that be?
It's only old Madame Fisher upstairs pounding with her cane.
Oh. Leopold.
How did you know my name?
Miss Fisher said we would meet after my nap. What are you doing in here?
Nothing.
Then why have you come?
Because Miss Fisher told me not to. Oh, is this your monkey?
Yes, his name is Charles. I've had him ever since I was born.
Oh?
Don't twist his ear like that. You'll hurt him.
That's Miss Fisher's mother again. She's deathly ill.
You don't think she'll die while we're here, do you? That would be terrible.
I suppose it would. But I don't know Madame Fisher, so I don't care. We've never even met. And anyway, my mother is coming, so she and I will be out.
What will you and your mother do?
Oh, most likely have tea somewhere. What did Miss Fisher say to you about my mother and me, Henrietta?
Oh, she just said that your mother lived somewhere else.
Somewhere else? From where?
From you.
Oh, and I suppose you thought that was funny?
Yes, I did. I did think it was funny, rather.
And if you told it to other people, would they think it was funny?
But I promised not to tell anybody.
I don't see why. It's no secret about me.
Oh? Miss Fisher let me feel there was.
Did she ask you not to ask me things? She told me not to answer whatever you said. She hopes I won't say anything.
Then ought you to?
I don't have to be obedient to Miss Fisher. It's not my fault if you're here while I talk.
I think I hear Miss Fisher coming.
Then let her come. I'm not afraid of Miss Fisher. Oh, you two have made friends, I see.
Yes, thank you. We've been chatting.
Oh, that is very nice. You are company for each other. That will help pass the day. I shan't be here long. My mother is coming for me. Of course, Leopold. Oh, that is my mother, Henrietta. She cannot leave her bed. If you are rested now, we can go up and have our little visit.
Doesn't she want to see Leopold, too?
Oh, yes, but later. For now, we will leave Leopold here to rest so he will be fresh when his mother comes. Of course.
I'll stay right here and rest, Miss Fisher.
That's a good boy. Come along, Henrietta.
Very well.
We won't be long, Leopold.
Good riddance. Now, I'll just take a look and see what Miss Fisher left behind in her handbag. Sometimes people leave letters. Oh, of all the mirrors and silly junk. Oh, here we are. A letter in my mother's handwriting, or the envelope anyway. Oh, it's empty. They're always empty. Oh, but here's another envelope from Spezia, and it isn't empty. Oh, I bet they never meant for me to read this. It's from my Aunt Marion to Miss Fisher. Dear Miss Fisher, Leopold's train will leave Italy on Tuesday and arrive in Paris. If you will be so kind as to meet him.
The idea of Leopold's meeting with his mother fills us with dread. He is highly excitable, and mental tension always affects his stomach. We know of your tender feeling for Leopold, which your tie in the past with his unfortunate father will always renew. And to you, we can say that we feel that the distressing circumstances of his birth, Leopold's heredity, instability on the father's side, lack of control on the mother's, may make conduct difficult for him. We have no idea, of course, what his mother will tell him concerning his origin. He has not yet had direct sex instruction, and almost any fact she might mention seems to us still unsuitable. We have explained to Leopold that his father is dead and his mother married in England. For the second time, we allowed him to understand. Why he is not with his mother, he has happily not asked. He appears to suspect nothing and exhibits no sign of brooding. We attempt to keep his childhood sunny and beautiful, and do entreat that our work may not be undone. Sincerely, Marion Grant.
Oh, those awful Americans. Why doesn't my mother hurry and get here? If I could only see the letter she wrote to Miss Fisher, the one that filled an empty envelope. My mother knows how to write about me. It would be a wonderful letter, too. It would go, My dear Miss Fisher, it is kind of you to have Leopold at your house for me to meet. I shall be coming at 2:30 on Thursday, so please have lunch over and be out of the way. Leopold and I shall go out, and you can come back as much as you want. We shall be very busy arranging things, as I'm taking Leopold home to England with me. He cannot go back to Spezia, as I mean to keep him. The other people there must get hold of some other child. I never did mean him to go back, but did not say so for fear of the fuss they would make. So they can put that in their pipes and smoke it. I have come to the conclusion I cannot do without Leopold, because he is the only person I want. We have a great deal to say to each other, and I would...
Leopold, what are you doing?
Close that door.
Don't shout.
Did Miss Fisher send you to spy on me?
No, she's much too busy with her mother. Madame Fisher is all upset.
Naturally. She is ill. I told you that.
Yes, but the reason why I had to leave the room was because when Madame Fisher began to talk about you, she got more ill.
What did she say about me?
Madame Fisher said that your father, whose name was Max, broke Miss Fisher's heart.
Did she say anything about my mother?
She said she was very beautiful. And she lived here once in this very house when she was a student in Paris. And your father must have been here, too, because Madame Fisher said you had his step. And Miss Fisher was engaged to marry your father.
That was all in the past. It doesn't matter now because my father's dead. My mother's coming for me at 2:30, and that's almost now.
Someone's at the door.
I wonder who.
I hear Miss Fisher coming down the stairs to answer it.
It might be my mother.
I knew you'd say that. Whatever it is, Miss Fisher's closed the door. And she's coming down the hall. This way.
I knew it would be for us.
Hello, Miss Fisher. What's the matter?
Henrietta, darling, there's just been a telegram, an unfortunate message. Would you run away a minute, dear?
Why should she? Is the message about me?
Yes, I'm afraid it is, Leopold.
Then let Henrietta stay. There are too many secrets about me.
Very well. Then you may stay, Henrietta. Whatever you wish, my poor Leopold.
I am not your Leopold. I belong to my mother.
You must try not to excite yourself, Leopold, and try to be good and understand. There has been a change in the plans.
What change?
Your mother is not coming, Leopold. She cannot come today.
Is she coming tomorrow?
She did not say.
Did she ever?
Only that she cannot come.
Why? Why can't my mother come for me? Why has she never come for me? I came for her. Why didn't she come for me? Never. Why? Why?
It has been observed that meetings that do not come off stay as they were projected. So the mother who didn't come to meet Leopold that afternoon remained his creature, able to speak the truth. He wanted to ask his mother, "Why am I? What made me be?" In the course of that meeting, whose scene remained inside Leopold, she would have told him what she had done without looking for motives. These he could supply, for he would understand. And when he asked, "Why am I? What made me be?" this, in effect, is what she would have to say.
There is no telling when you really began, Leopold. Perhaps it was the day I was born, or the day that Max first knew there was a me. One can't always say just exactly when anything begins, for fate is not an eagle. It creeps up on you like a rat. It might have begun that day in Ireland when I sat having tea with Aunt Violet at Cork and watching the ships steam up the tidal river from the Irish Sea. Aunt Violet is dead now. She was dying then, and she knew that the end was not far away. Her life was ending 10 years ago, and mine was just beginning. I was 23 and engaged to marry Ray Forestier. He was a cousin's cousin, and our family approved. But the morning after our engagement appeared in the London Times, Ray was ordered off to the East on a government mission, and so the marriage was postponed. And I went off to Ireland to stay until Ray came back for me. There I found Aunt Violet, quietly making ready to leave the life that I was about to enter.
I remember you as a child, Karen. You used to have so much character. I always felt you would have an interesting life. You do, I suppose, don't you?
I suppose so, Aunt Violet.
I admire the way you always seem to know what you want to do next.
Well, I know what I want at the moment, but not always after that.
I never had any character. I never did much of anything until other people suggested things. And when I did know what I wanted to do, it was too late. One sometimes wishes one had done more.
But being you is enough for anybody.
Perhaps, but I think I should have been more selfish. I did so many things because people liked me to do them without my being sure why. It's so important to be sure.
It's funny that you should mention that. It's what Ray said in his letter this morning. He wanted to be sure that I was sure about us.
Are you, Karen?
I thought I was until he asked me. It would be easier if Ray could be content with just me. But he always keeps wanting to know my feelings. He wants to know why and reasons. I do want to marry Ray, but I don't like to do anything that reasons have been found for. I like to do things I must do.
Couldn't love be a reason?
If you look close enough, there may be a reason for love.
I think you're suffering from a long engagement, Karen.
Perhaps.
Was there anything else in the mail?
Just a letter from Paris. Naomi Fisher wants me to come back to London and meet her there. She's engaged to be married.
Madame Fisher's daughter? Oh, she was so plain.
Naomi has come into some money from an aunt.
Well, the French gentlemen have always had a great respect for a dowry. Do you know the young man?
His name is Max Ebhardt. When I lived there, he came often to see Madame Fisher. You may remember him.
I can't recall.
He wasn't Madame Fisher's age, but he was entirely her friend. We used to ignore Naomi. He's not the sort of person you'd care for at all. I cannot think what he wants Naomi for.
Perhaps it is the money, then. Will you go back to London and meet them, Karen?
Naomi has always been so kind to me. I should see them before the wedding.
Is Madame Fisher with her in London?
Oh, no, Max came instead. They're there to settle the inheritance.
Then why don't you go to London, Karen? Not that I want you to leave, but but you're getting too restless, perhaps, and, well, the trip might be just what you need.
Dear Leopold, I guess maybe that was the beginning. When I got to London, I waited for Naomi in our drawing room and tried to imagine Naomi married to Max. Dear Naomi, who loved me with that touch of devotion that can be on one side only, a thing you cannot return. And as I sat there, I practiced a smile of congratulations and worked myself to a point so that when she came in, I was able to say, "Oh, my dear Naomi, how good it is to see you again. Congratulations."
Thank you, Karen. But you are engaged yourself, are you not? You are happy, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Ray and I are almost blissful. Except, of course, they sent him away.
I know. How long will he be gone?
Oh, a year, most certainly. Oh, but let's talk about you and Max. How is he?
Oh, he is fine. You will like him now, Karen.
I always liked him.
But you were afraid of him. I remember how just the thought of his coming to visit my mother's salon used to make you almost speechless. You were so shy of him.
Yes. Oh, but that's the past, isn't it? Does he love you very much, Naomi?
Yes. Naturally, I have asked myself many times, am I stealing him? I am in no way his type. I am not a femme du monde. You know how it is. Nobody looks at me. How often have I said, Max, what can I do for you? There seems to be nothing. But he says yes, that there is, and wishes me to believe him.
Madame Fisher's very pleased, I expect.
No, oh no. My mother opposed the match.
Oh, but he and she are such friends.
That alters nothing. She is not pleased with us.
Does she interfere?
Not any more now. She simply smiles and says nothing. She washes her hands of me.
Well, where shall you live?
Oh, where I am. I cannot leave my mother, and Max would not wish me to. And there is the house. We cannot just go away.
No, I see. So you'll all go on just the same, even though things are so different.
We can only try. Good heavens, 4 o'clock. We are to meet Max for tea in Twickenham.
Whatever is Max doing in Twickenham?
The home of my aunt who left the money is there. Max has been there all day attending to details of the estate. There is a beautiful garden just now in bloom with spring flowers. I promised Max I would make a little tea for the 3 of us. You will come, won't you? Max made me promise to bring you.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, we can drive out in my car.
Oh, I'm so glad. We are all such old acquaintances.
On the drive out to Twickenham, Leopold, I thought of other afternoons when Max had come to visit Madame Fisher in the house in Paris. Max was the first man I had ever noticed. And when Naomi brought us together, I saw that he was as handsome as ever with his dark curly hair, soft dark skin, and his long childlike lashes that made his face appear flinching and sensitive. Mostly it was passive. Intellect, feeling, and force were written all over him. When I saw him in the garden, I wondered why Madame Fisher did not want him for a son-in-law. He greeted me cordially, and when Naomi went into the house to boil water for the tea, Max and I sat on the grass, not talking at first. Then he put his hand on mine.
I suppose we should say something.
Do we want to?
Not really, but perhaps it would put us more at ease.
Well, do you live indoors much?
Yes, I'm too busy. And games I never play, which is terrible in France. Do you mean I shall get fat?
Oh, no. I should think you were born thin.
Oh, I did play tennis.
Well?
Oh, fairly well, but in Paris it was too expensive. And when I was a boy, I played in the south of France.
Do you know people there?
My mother's relatives live there.
Are they Provençal?
Oh, no. My uncle retired there to raise carnations. Karen, why do we talk like this?
Oh, we can't just sit and look at each other. What do you and Madame Fisher talk about?
Oh, we don't talk anymore. She finds me bad company after all these years.
Why, Max?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure, anyway.
How long have you known Madame Fisher? I never knew.
Oh, since I was 20. I was given a letter to her when I first came to Paris. That was 12 years ago. Until this year, I have not tried to separate what she made me from what I am. From the very first, she acted on me like acid on a plate.
Corrosive?
Yes. No. What her wit ate out is certainly gone, but more happened than that. As she saw me, so I became. Oh, her sex is all in her head, but she is not a woman for nothing. No, in my youth she made me shoot up like a plant in enclosed air. She was completely agreeable. Our ages were complementary. Our brains became like senses, touching and drawing back.
Well, then you acted on her, too.
To an extent only. Madame Fisher was all ready for me when I was not ready for her. She had waited years for what I had not had time to miss. We met in her house, in all senses. Women I knew whereas she made me see them. Any loves I enjoyed stayed inside her scope. She knew of them all. She mocked and she played upon my sensuality. She always had time to see me, and she did not turn upon me however angry she was.
Until now. And she is angry about you and Naomi.
She does not say so.
I think Madame Fisher is in love with you, Max.
I cannot think about her in that way.
Do you think about me?
I don't know. I knew you first as someone to leave alone. One of Madame Fisher's young girls that I might bow to but not meet. That rule of the house stood all these years. Only now we have broken it. And already we have spoken too much.
But you did not forget me. Even though there was nothing to remember, really.
No. You have always been in my mind, Karen.
Perhaps we didn't meet to talk.
That is possible.
If there had been something to say, we would have written to each other. There would have been letters. But there's nothing to say about wanting to be alone together.
Ah, Karen. What would become of us?
Is there anything worse than being apart always?
Yes. Oh, yes. We should never tolerate each other if we were not in love. You would find my life mean, Karen. A good deal of what you are, I should not dare to touch. No, I am calculating and I like to see my way to my pleasures. To love you would be a leap in the dark, and you were not made to leap in the dark either.
Why not?
To leap is not only to leap, it is to hit the ground somewhere. Oh, you have a romantic idea, Karen. But we would be wretched married.
You would rather marry Naomi?
Yes.
But why?
Why are you marrying Ray Forestier?
Oh, I may not after all. We're worlds apart. He won't be back for a year. I have all that time to make up my mind. But you and Naomi will marry in July. This is May.
I am at home with Naomi. She reposes me, and I need her. I'm not ashamed with her. There is nothing to be explained. And also, I love her. I could not hurt her life. She would be my wife. And you and I expect so much the whole time.
How do you know that?
How does one know anything? I have thought about you for 5 years.
Are you telling me that I won't do?
No, there is more to it than that. I cannot live in a love affair. I am not English. You know I have no humor to cushion myself with. I am nervous the whole time. I could not endure being always conscious of anyone. Now, Naomi is like furniture or the dark. I do not want adventure, Karen. And you are not capable of it. Now, please don't weep. You will kill me. But you don't know what you want.
Why else am I here? Why did I come from Ireland?
But we cannot be alone together in London. And I cannot stay in England another night because I must be to work by Monday by 8:30.
Then we'll never be together.
I cannot see how.
But if you love me...
I love you, but I must think.
Oh, quickly. Naomi's coming with the water for the tea.
Look, Karen, will you come next Saturday to Folkestone on the Channel?
Oh, no, I don't like Folkestone. I've been there. It's an awful place. But Hythe is nearby.
Then will you meet me there?
Oh, if you want me to, Max.
I will come from France on the morning boat.
I'll look for you.
I am supposing that you know what you are doing. It will be too late when you ask yourself, what have I done?
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a dramatization of The House in Paris by Elizabeth Bowen. Our radio version of The House in Paris will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I go swimming every Monday and Wednesday and Friday. I feel so very good.
Pick your favorite activity and your 3 favorite days and put them together.
I play racquetball on Tuesday and Thursday and Friday, just like I know I should.
Participaction says get active 3 days a week and you'll feel wonderful and build a stronger heart.
I go hiking every Thursday and Saturday and Wednesday.
Just do it, even on Sunday.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Elizabeth Bowen.
The House in Paris is, for me, its author, to an extent, a mysterious book. In it, I can trace no part of my own experience. It seems to be almost perfectly clear of the me. For this reason, I rate it, in certain ways, more highly than other novels I have written. The central image of 2 children, strangers to one another, shut up for a day in a house in the heart of an unknown city, imposed itself on me like something out of a dream. Who were these children? How had it happened that they arrived here? What was to be the signal for their release? In answering those queries, I found my story. When I was last in New York in 1933, I was brooding over the theme of the House in Paris, which I began to write immediately on my return to England. So, paradoxically, the House in Paris would always seem to me to be New York's child. The book was the fruit of the stimulus, the release, the excitement I had received here. Perhaps a newcomer to a city, hitherto a legend city, always feels childish. The little girl in my story, Henrietta, reacts with bewilderment to the impact of Paris. Could I have entered into her feelings if I had not just returned from another city, equally new and significant to me? Children, as I believe Henry James said, are the ideal representatives of feeling, because in them feeling is still unmixed and pure. The child protagonists of the House in Paris are, to me, major characters in a sense that no adult could ever be. The technique problems that I encountered in the writing of the House in Paris were numerous. Insofar as I steered through them, I did so under the influence of the theme itself. This book seemed set upon being written.
Thank you, Miss Bowen.
In Hythe, it rained the whole weekend, and the sea air was washed unsalt by the rain. On awakening in the middle of the night, there was only the smell of tamarisks and wet grass. I thought how frightening luminous watches are. The eye of time never stops watching. I asked myself, what have I done? I began to think of you, Leopold. And having done as I knew I must, I thought of all the things to dread. The idea of you, Leopold, began to be present with me. And having done what I had done would no longer be something that was completed and already part of the past, if there were to be you, Leopold. I should always see the hour of you. Like a wire, you would run through the past and keep it from falling apart and disappearing. You would be my enemy. Disaster.
Carole, you shouldn't sit by the window where there are storms.
Oh, I thought you were asleep, Max.
No, I've been thinking about Naomi. I have to tell her about us.
But I don't see why.
Because I must.
How unfair to Naomi. Well, she belongs to your future. This finishes the past, Max. It doesn't touch the future. What's happened doesn't belong to now. It belongs to that year in Paris.
But it could not have happened then.
How much I wanted you just to even look at me then. But if I hadn't felt that this now was something that should have happened long ago, and that belonged to when it should have been, if I had not known that you loved Naomi and felt that she was the real now, I should never have come, Max.
You should have told me this before, Carole.
But I thought you knew. There was no question in my mind. How could you love anybody but Naomi?
I was mad to think I could marry for love. For her love only. I see now that I cannot accept.
What made you think you could then?
Oh, how little you understand me, Carole. You do not know what it is to be suspect and know why. What it is to have no wall to put your back against. A fatigue I had not admitted, even to myself, made Naomi my pillow. And I victimized her.
No, Max.
Yes. One afternoon, her mother left us alone, and Naomi dropped her scissors. Seeing how gently she picked them up, I remembered that she was a woman. I said something, and she started and pricked her finger. I saw from the pitying way she sucked the bead of blood from her finger how much she pitied me. And I saw at the same time that hers was the only pity I did not resent. I was overcome with the idea that here was someone who could make for me an unattackable safe place. I asked her to marry me.
You have not regretted it?
Not then. The force of the moment lasted. It twisted my senses until I found her bountiful because she was thin, and beautiful in being ugly.
Must you say that?
Desire for what she gave seemed to be desire of her. All my life I have been alone. In France, to have no family can be more humbling than poverty. The ambition for some other, more advantageous marriage, which Madame Fisher credited me, fell away.
And all this? All this was smashed by your meeting me in London?
Yes. But you are not to blame. Madame Fisher encouraged me to go to London. She did not say so, but she knew of all the unspoken things that had gone between you and me in her house when you were there.
And Naomi, did she know?
Oh, she was not unaware. She wanted to be sure of me. That is why she wanted me to come to London. Naomi wanted to see us together before the marriage so that she could be sure.
Is she sure?
No. Since we returned from London, she has seen, though God knows how, that I love you.
And she still wants to marry you?
Yes. She desires to be desired. But her love of me is love of her own pain, and I will not live with a woman who lives with her own pain.
Do you love me, Max?
Yes.
Even though we have been two people darting across the sea to each other without having had time yet to be much of anything else? With no time to feel anything but compulsion?
I love you, Carole. There is no doubt.
But if I had known that you loved me, I would not have dared to come here.
But now that you have, now that you know, would you marry me?
Oh, you said in London that was impossible. After that, I never let myself think about it.
But it is all quite different now, Carole.
Are you sure that this hasn't spoiled me?
Not if you love me.
Oh, I'm beginning to, Max. For the first time, I'm beginning really to love you. It was 2 weeks later, Leopold, that Naomi's wire from Paris came to me in London. When it was brought, I thought it might be from Max, who'd returned to Paris. It was not, but it was about him. Max was dead. At the end of her message, Naomi added that she would come to London as soon as possible. but that her arrival might be delayed by several days because of the inquest and the police investigations. And so, until she arrived on a Friday afternoon, I had to wait for Naomi to tell me what had happened.
Karen, you have understood why I could not come before.
Of course. I had even thought I might have gone over to you.
No, I think that was better not. It was better here. How much do you know about how it took place?
I found the account and some papers. Then there was your letter. That's all I know.
Do you want to know it all?
As much as you care to tell.
Then I will tell you. Max wrote telling me that he no longer loved me. I would not see him, and so he begged my mother to plead with me. And because he was beside himself, I agreed, and he came. We spoke of you and our love for you. He told me his difficulties had been preying on his mind, and he spoke of a dread of being faithful to you.
Did he tell you everything that there was to tell, Naomi?
Yes.
I mean about how
He told me everything. He said, what Karen and I are is outside life. We shall fail. We cannot live what we are. I said, I believe love to make any life possible. She does not know me, he said.
He could not have been himself.
I am sure he was not. My mother then came into the room and suggested that a long interview might upset me, and she asked me to leave. Max looked at me like someone peering out through the bars of a death cell. My mother turned and said, so, Max, with Karen you have already secured your position. And he shouted at me, go, Naomi.
And then you left them alone?
Yes, in the salon.
Well, how long did they talk?
I don't know. I was trembling. I could hear her voice shouting at him. And then I heard him go out. But the step was not like his own. I felt something was wrong. The whole house had gone strangely quiet. I rushed down the stairs. In the salon, my mother spoke to me. Go after him, she said. You fool, he's dying. Then I saw the blood splashed on the parquet where he had stood and in a trail to the door. I saw his penknife with the long blade open, fallen between where he had stood and my mother sat. My mother said, Naomi, he has cut his wrist to hurt me. I ran from her into the street, but there was no trace of blood there. He must have held his wrist and crossed into the alley where he fell down. And as no trace led us there, when we discovered him, it was too late. Which was what he wished.
Your mother let him kill himself?
He did it so quietly as they talked, she was not aware of what he had done. He's nervously fondling his penknife, and it was not until after it had happened did she notice that he had turned away and severed the artery in his wrist.
But what right had she to reproach him?
She said she did not. It was her commendation he could not bear.
Whatever she said must have turned me to dust for him. You were out of her power, Naomi. He'd given you up. They have killed him to see his love for me in her hands. I told Max once that she loved him. Her age can only have made that more terrible for her. And made her more relentless. She saw him love you. And then me. She had only her own power. Oh, but I was wrong about her loving Max. Or at least there was more to it than that. It was her power she loved. When that time it overreached itself.
Have I told you too much? I cannot tell where to stop and spare people's feelings.
Oh, forgive me. You see, I'm going to have Max's child.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Oh, but why? I want him to be born. Now his birth is what I want most. Why should Max leave nothing?
Have you thought how he would live?
We could live together someplace, I suppose. Somewhere where no one knew us. Oh, but that would be exile. And if he's like Max and me, he would hate that. Hate exile, hate being nowhere. Hate being unexplained, hate having no place of his own. Oh, he'd hate me, too, because of all that. Oh, he'd be better without me. In any place he could believe was his.
Where would this be?
Oh, Naomi. With you.
That is impossible because of my mother.
Oh, must you live with your mother always? She doesn't love you.
If she doesn't love me more, that is because she needs me. She does not care to need anyone as much as she needs me. And she and your child must not live in the same house.
You must know, Miss Fisher. Tell me why my mother isn't coming for me.
Whatever caused your mother to change her mind must have been unforeseen. You know, even grown-up people cannot always do what they want most. Oh, children, that is my mother calling from upstairs. Now that your mother isn't coming, Leopold, you might as well go up and see my mother now. She has been asking to see you.
I don't care particularly about seeing anybody now, least of all your mother.
Come here, my darling, and let us neaten you up a little first. My mother has never seen you before, you know, Leopold.
Well, Naomi. So this is Leopold.
He has come all the way from Italy.
I know that. How do you do, Leopold?
How do you do, Madame? Are you feeling better today?
No.
Do feel better, Mother?
You must please let me decide, Naomi.
I regret that you do not feel better, Madame.
At my age, one must expect to die soon. But Naomi takes such good care of her old mother that I am not allowed to die. Oh, there's somebody at the door. Why don't you see who it is, Naomi?
If you think that's my mother, Madame Fisher, she's not coming for me today.
Oh, indeed. Why don't you go anyway, Naomi?
I think it would be better if I stayed here.
I think it would be better if you went.
The maid can answer.
I insist. I would like to talk to Leopold alone.
But I thought we agreed that would be unwise.
I have changed my mind. Do you understand, Naomi?
Very well, but I will be back in a few minutes. Behave yourself, Leopold.
Yes, Miss Fisher.
Well, Leopold, we meet. Come over here by the bed, where we can see each other better. This day has been hard for you, I suppose. Your mother not coming.
We will meet some other time.
We must not, of course, judge your mother. She always had courage, but could not always command what courage she had.
People change their minds. Can I ask you questions?
If you wish. But you must not embarrass me. It is not easy for me to talk to you naturally, for fear of perhaps inadvertently telling you something you do not know, and they mean you never to know.
Who are they?
Your good friends with whom you live in Italy, and my daughter, and your mother.
Those people in Italy, do they know anything about me?
That is the point. They cannot wish you to learn in this house more than they know themselves.
You mean people who know me must not know that I was born, and people who knew that I was born must not know me?
Exactly.
Then no one except you here, and of course my mother, knows that I was born, do they?
And your mother's husband, so I'm told, Mr. Forestier.
Is my mother Mrs. Forestier?
Mrs. Ray Forestier.
Has my mother been Mrs. Ray Forestier long?
8 years. They were married the year after you were born. Forestier may have encouraged your mother to see you. He has a romantic mind which I will never understand.
Did you know my father, Madame Fisher?
Fairly well. You do not know anything of him?
I know one must have a father to have been born. The Americans in Italy said he was dead, though. That is true, I suppose.
Perfectly.
Then he must have known I was born.
Never. He was at the time he died still more ignorant of you than it is generally wished you should be of him.
Why did no one tell him about me?
Because he was dead. Oh, what a shame you are still a child. I will never live to enjoy you as I'd like. Ah, it's a pity.
Why?
I'm dying too early.
It's more a pity for me that I'm still a child, if I must go back to Italy now.
You must not allow yourself to mind that.
But I don't want to go back to Italy. Every Saturday, they weigh me like something to eat. Have they bought me, or what? Why should I have to kiss them? And I wish every time I have to do that their faces would fall off. Like the outside of onions. Why was I given to them?
It was Naomi's suggestion.
So my mother let Naomi sell me to the Americans?
Your mother was very ill. She could not be consulted.
But didn't my mother care when this thing was done to me?
Your mother was a long time in getting well. It is possible that the death of Mr. Forestier's child may have closed her heart against you.
Someone's at the door.
Well, open it. If it's Naomi, tell her to go away.
It's Henrietta.
How do you do, Madame Fisher? I have a message for Leopold. He is to come downstairs at once.
Is that all?
Tell my daughter that Leopold and I are having a conversation.
She said that if you said that, I should tell you that there is a visitor for Leopold.
Is it my mother?
A man.
American?
English, I do believe. We weren't introduced. Miss Fisher kept the salon door closed until she looked out and asked me to come here and get you. I was sitting on the stairs.
Where is the man now?
In the salon, talking with Miss Fisher. I don't know what they were talking about, because they kept the door closed.
I'm sure you know what you're doing, Ray, but don't you think you're forcing Karen's hand?
In what respect, Naomi?
By coming here alone, after she changed her mind about seeing Leopold.
I don't believe she changed her mind. That's why I don't believe I'm changing it for her at all. She's been waiting to see Leopold for years.
Then why isn't she here now?
Oh, I think it was just too much for her. She wasn't quite up to it. So I've come.
But what did she say when you told her that you were coming to take Leopold and bring him back to her?
I didn't tell her. But she must have known when I left the hotel that I was going out to fetch him.
But if Karen was too upset to come here herself and just visit with him, how will she feel when you come back, bringing Leopold with you? I have it. Hello?
Naomi?
Karen, where are you?
In the Hotel Versailles. I'm sorry I couldn't come, Naomi. You got my message?
Yes.
I do hope you understand. My not explaining why I haven't come, that is. But I will. I'll write to you. Ray isn't there, is he?
Yes, Karen, he is.
Well, put Ray on, will you?
He's right here. Just a moment. It's Karen, for you, Ray.
I was afraid of this. Naomi, can you get Leopold's clothes ready?
Of course, right away. I'll get them now.
Hello, Karen?
Ray? Ray, I just heard what you said to Naomi. Oh, surely you don't mean you're bringing him.
If he wants to come, he may not want to.
But if he does,
Then I'll bring him.
must you really do this thing?
You talk as if I were doing something to you. He's only a little boy.
He's more than that. He's the enemy. Our own child would have lived if you'd wanted him. But you wanted your own ideas more. All you wanted was Leopold. Why must you feed your complicated emotion on what happened to me? Why can't you be a plain man?
Was Max a plain man?
I have no memory. You remember everything.
I only remember you're coming back, Karen.
No, what you remember is taking me back. Kissing me with that unborn child still with me. That was part of your complicated emotion.
Well, what do you want me to do? Hate the child?
No, I still want to be with you. Alone and not remembering. That's why you must not bring Leopold here.
We can never be alone, Karen, as long as there is a Leopold anywhere and you keep dreading him. If he were with us, he'd be simply a child, either in or out of the room. While he's someplace else, he's everywhere and always between us.
let me worry about that. It isn't right for you to want him as much as you do.
But I love you, Karen. Would you want Leopold more if I wanted him less? Is that it?
No, I don't know. Why haven't you forgiven me?
But I have. What have I said?
You said nothing. That's just it. Forgiveness should be an act. With you, it's some kind of state. You forgive me for wanting Max, while there's my not wanting Leopold not to forgive me for. Oh, but if I gave in to wanting Leopold, you would bring Max back and refuse to forgive me for him. Oh, Ray, you don't want to forgive.
Karen. Come in. Hello, Naomi.
Ray, do you want to see Leopold still?
Oh, yes. You better send a telegram to Spezia this afternoon telling them something.
Oh, what shall I say?
Oh, something like, Leopold wishes remain Paris a few days longer. Full explanation follows. We, or I, will follow that with the letter. Give me a pencil. I'll scribble some sort of a wire for you.
Leopold is waiting outside. He's very anxious to see you.
Well, I'm sure he can wait a moment or two longer, as long as he isn't into mischief.
Oh, no. He and Henrietta sitting out on the stairs, talking.
Heavens, this is exciting, Leopold.
Not to me. I knew my mother would send somebody for me. My mother wants me very much.
I'm sure she must. She probably couldn't come because she had a cold or something.
She's probably out buying presents for me. A bicycle, I hope. They wouldn't let me have a bicycle in Spezia.
Don't you miss those people in Italy?
Why should I? I didn't belong to them. Miss Fisher gave me away to them like I was a dog or something.
But no one's really told you yet that you weren't going back to Italy.
I won't. Just you wait and see. He wouldn't have come here not to take me back.
But what if you don't like the man?
Mr. Forestier is married to my mother, isn't he?
Yes, and that's what made me ask. If he's married to your mother, that would make him your stepfather.
I suppose it would. But lots of people have stepfathers. I'm sure I'll like him.
Well, I hope you will like him. But I always think of David Copperfield and that dreadful Mr. Murdstone.
I've got... You have been listening to The House in Paris, an NBC theater production of the novel by Elizabeth Bowen.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Good evening.
What? Who are you?
I beg your pardon?
I said, who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Gabriel. I am butler to the Holloway.
Gabriel? But you can't be. Well, you're dead.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The House That Time Forgot. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is The House That Time Forgot. Early evening on a desolate part of the Virginia coast. Along a road near the beach comes a car with two people in it.
I guess we've done enough looking for today, Eva.
Oh, it's really beautiful country around here, dear. Wild and lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, if we can't find a house, perhaps we should buy some land and build.
Well, we'd better start back to town. It's getting dark, and I think we're in for a storm.
Oh, look, Fred. Look at that house we're coming to.
Huh.
Oh, now, isn't it a beauty?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Nobody that owns that one would want to sell it.
Drive slowly, dear. I'd like to take a good look at it.
All right.
There's a for sale sign.
Yeah?
This house for sale. See Mr. Cecil Smith, Westfield, Virginia.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, let's drive in there, into the grounds.
We can come back tomorrow, Eva. It's really starting to blow up.
But it'll only take a minute. I've just got to have a close look.
All right, but we're going to get caught in the rain. I'll back in to save time. Well, watch the fenders on that side.
All right, dear, I would. Come ahead.
Am I clear?
Okay, you're all right. Fine. Ah, there's a light in one of the gable windows.
I guess somebody's home.
Beautiful, Fred. Simply magnificent.
Yeah, the grounds look a little neglected, though.
Grounds? Who cares about that? Go ahead and knock.
Okay. I wish they'd hurry. We're going to get caught in a storm.
Oh, don't worry about it. They don't seem to answer, do they? Try knocking again.
That's odd. Must be somebody home. We saw a light in the window.
Maybe they can't hear us. Let's try calling them.
Oh. Hello there. Hello?
That's very strange.
Yeah,
What?
I hear something. Listen.
It's the clock striking.
Now, let's try the door. It's not locked. What do you think?
Let's go in. It's a big place, but lovely.
Wait a minute, dear. Anybody home?
Well, if there is, they can't hear us or don't want to.
Come on, dear. We'll come back tomorrow.
Place needs fixing up, but it's worth fixing. Shall we take it?
Well, I don't know, Eva. We'll talk to the agent in Westfield, and then, well, we'll see.
So you're interested in buying the Holloway house?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
It's just the kind of house we've been looking for.
It's a fine place, all right. Even got a private inlet to moor a large-sized boat. It's got everything except...
Except what, sir?
Well, it's only fair that I tell you all its defects.
What defects, Mr. Smith?
You see, Mrs. Jordan, it's kind of hard to put your finger on it. There's something very queer about the house.
Huh? Oh. You mean it's haunted?
Well, I don't know exactly, Mr. Jordan. No one has seen a ghost there yet.
Well, we don't mind ghosts, do we, Fred?
No, we don't believe in them.
Well, I didn't say it was haunted, but, well, people say that the house is alive, that it has a life and a will of its own.
A life? Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, I've had 4 caretakers in the Holloway house since I took possession of it, and none of them stayed more than a few days.
Well, why did they quit?
I don't know. They didn't see any ghosts or apparitions, but they all felt the same way, that the house was alive. Every one of them.
Oh, well, there must have been something that scared them away.
Well, I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yes, we'd like to hear it.
Please do.
Now, the house originally belonged to Richard Holloway. 7 years ago, in 1939, Richard and his wife, Diana, went on a short cruise in their yacht, the Viking II.
That's an interesting name, isn't it?
They never came back.
Oh?
They had 2 friends visiting them who refused to go with them. The strangest part about it is that these friends warned them that they'd never return alive from the cruise. The Holloways laughed at them.
Oh, well, how did they know, these friends, that the Holloways wouldn't come back?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Well, did you talk to these friends?
No, I never saw them. I only know about it through John Gabriel. He was the Holloway's butler.
Oh.
Been dead for 2 years now. As a matter of fact, even Gabriel didn't know these friends. He'd never seen them before. It's a mystery that I've thought about for years. I'm afraid it's going to be a mystery forever.
Very interesting, but we'd still like to buy the house.
Mr. Smith, there was a light shining in one of the windows when we were there yesterday. We also heard a clock chiming.
That's funny. No one's been inside that house in over a year.
Oh? Eva, perhaps we ought to think this over.
Oh, nonsense, darling. You're not going to let some old wives' tale bother you, are you?
No. But how could a clock still be going if no one's been in that house for a year?
Well, there's a life buoy not far from the house. You might have mistaken it for the clock.
Now, you see, everything has a logical explanation.
Yeah, what about the light in the window?
Well, it was probably a reflection from the sun or something. We'd like to take the house, Mr. Smith.
Well, if you wanted, I'd be glad to sell it to you. I just thought it fair to tell you all about it, so if anything happens, you can't blame me.
Well, here we are, darling. Our house.
I hope we'll like it.
Oh, of course we will. Let's go in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the key, dear?
Yes, but we don't need it. The door was open, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Hey.
It's locked again.
Oh, Mr. Smith must have locked it. There we go. Here you go, dear.
Well, look. Darling, everything clean. Dusted. Why, it's spotless. Oh, now, Mr. Smith really is a dear.
Hey, it looks lived in, doesn't it?
I told you we'd like it.
I suppose. You also put flowers around.
It does smell of flowers, roses. But let's look around. Bright-looking kitchen, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah.
And this wonderful big refrigerator.
And it's full of food.
No.
Fresh food, yeah.
Oh, that Mr. Smith, why, he thought of everything. Oh, the bedroom is even bigger than I thought.
Look at the bed.
What?
Someone has slept in them.
That man Mr. Smith sent to clean the house must have slept in it.
Yes, and he apparently slept in both beds.
This library. Darling, look at that paneling.
Yeah, it's a very lovely room. Everything is charming.
But what?
Look at the fireplace.
Well, what's wrong with the fireplace? There's just some half-burnt logs in it.
Yes, just some half-burnt logs. Still smoldering.
Well, it was the cleaning man.
I don't think there was a cleaning man.
Now, don't be absurd, Fred.
The clock we heard the first time we were here. Eva, I just can't shake off the feeling that someone is still living here.
You're being ridiculous.
Well, maybe I am, but I feel like an intruder.
Oh, darling, it's that story Mr. Smith told us about the Holloways and their mysterious friends. It got you all keyed up.
Yeah, well, I'm going to call Mr. Smith and find out about that cleaning man you think he sent here. Operator. Oh, operator, give me Westfield 403.
You're really being a fuss-pot, Fred.
Yeah, we'll see. Hello, Mr. Smith?
Yes?
This is Fred Jordan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan. How's everything up at Holloway?
Oh, everything seems fine. Thanks for having the house cleaned up.
Cleaned up? I don't understand you.
Didn't you send a cleaning man to straighten up the house?
No, Mr. Jordan. The house was sold as is. I never sent anyone over.
Might interest you to know we found the house in a spotless condition, cleaned and ready for occupancy.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll be in touch with you later.
Lovely night, darling. I'm glad we came out.
We'd better go back to the house.
Oh, now, please don't be upset. There must be some logical explanation. Maybe somebody took advantage of a boarded-up house and was living in it rent-free.
I'd like to correct you, dear. Someone is still living in it besides ourselves.
Sometimes, Fred, you get very ridiculous.
Maybe. Let's go back inside. Look.
What?
There's a fire burning in the fireplace.
Well, now, what's wrong with that?
I haven't touched this fireplace since we got here.
You didn't?
Look. The table is set for tea. Did you do this?
No, I didn't.
Ooh, the teapot is hot.
Somebody must be hiding.
If they are, I'll find them. Come on.
I don't understand it. I just...
Cellar to attic, and there's no one here.
It's incredible.
Someone is living here, and we can't see them.
It doesn't make sense.
There's somebody here right now. Right in this room. It sounds crazy, but I know it.
Fred.
What?
The clock.
What about it?
It just struck midnight, and it's only 10 o'clock.
A house that is deserted, except for invisible tenants, and a clock that is running backwards. Has it just struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The House That Time Forgot.
Fred?
Fred,
wake up.
Huh?
Get up.
Huh? What? What is it, dear? What's the matter?
Look out there, out the window.
Why?
Get up and take a look.
That what? That boat out there in the inlet? It must have put in while we were sleepy.
Can't you read the name, dear?
Huh?
It's the Viking Second.
The Viking Second?
Yes.
Wasn't that the Holloway's yacht? The one that never came back?
That's what Mr. Smith said.
Either Mr. Smith is a fantastic liar or something very fantastic is happening to us.
Perhaps the Holloways have finally come back.
After 7 years?
It doesn't make sense, none of it.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Darling, we ought to take a close look at the boat.
You don't sound very enthusiastic about it, but yes, I suppose we ought to. Whoever's on it might be able to tell us something.
The gangplank is down. Somebody must have come off the boat.
Well, they couldn't have, dear. At least they didn't come up to the house.
Well, let's go up and see.
All right.
There's no one on deck.
Anyone here? No answer. Maybe they're down below.
They must be.
I'd rather not go down there.
Oh, we've got to find out. Let's both go down together.
All right, you keep right behind me.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I will.
Here's the stateroom.
Oh, there's nobody here either.
Anybody here?
No one. At least.
Yeah, but the beds are still warm. But I just left the stateroom a little while ago.
It seems so.
Let's get out of here, Eva. I've got a peculiar feeling down my spine.
It is chilly. We'd better go back to the house.
The lights are on in the living room. Did you put them on?
Just one of the lamps, a floor lamp.
Well, all the ceiling lights are lit.
I can see that, dear. Let's go in.
Yeah. The door's locked. We didn't even close it when we went out.
No. I remember. We left it up.
Good evening.
Who are you?
I beg your pardon.
I said, who are you?
I'm John Gabriel, butler to the Holloways.
Gabriel?
That's right, ma'am. Whom do you wish to see?
We don't want to see anyone. We live here.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir. The Holloways live here, have been living here for years.
But this is our house. We bought it.
And the Holloways are dead.
Dead?
Yes.
I'm afraid someone has misinformed you.
Oh, this is like a nightmare. Look here, Gabriel, or whoever you really are. We bought this house from Cecil Smith, a real estate agent in Westfield. He's not the kind of a man who plays practical jokes.
No, he's not. He's a very sober man indeed.
He told us you were dead, too.
As you can see, madam, I'm very much alive.
Oh, this is crazy. We'd better talk to the people who call themselves the Holloways.
Perhaps you should. They'll be in any minute. Please come in, won't you? Will you excuse me if I close the windows? We're going to have a storm.
Perfectly all right.
Would you care for some tea?
Look here, Gabriel. We've been waiting an hour for Mr. Holloway and his wife. They haven't shown up, and I don't think they will. Now, just what is your game?
Would you care for some tea, Mrs. Jordan?
No, thank you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir, I did. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Holloway arrive, I'm sure you'll be convinced of your error. They should be here any minute since they plan to leave tonight on a cruise.
Oh, this is mad. Fantastic.
They've come.
Just missed the storm, Gabriel. Oh, hello. I don't believe I know you.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Jordan, Mr. and Mrs. Holloway.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Jordan.
Well, thank you. Are you Richard Holloway?
Yes?
I can't believe it.
It's all terribly confusing, Mr. Holloway. These people claim that this is their house.
What?
That they bought it from Cecil Smith. They also claim that you, Mrs. Holloway, and myself are dead.
Somebody's playing some kind of a joke on them.
Well, I'd say it was a very unpleasant joke, Dick. We've been living here for years and years, Mr. and Mrs. Jordan.
Oh, before I forget, Gabriel, get our suitcases aboard the yacht, will you? We'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Yes, sir, right away.
Fred, do you suppose that maybe we're dreaming this?
Well, if we are, we're dreaming it together.
I'm sorry. I don't know how this happened to you. Perhaps you'd better stay here for the night. There's plenty of room.
And we're delighted to have you.
Would you mind if I called Mr. Smith?
Oh, please do. The phone's right there on the table.
I know, thanks. Operator, let me have Westfield 403. Never. Hello, Mr. Smith?
That's right.
This is Mr. Jordan.
Who?
Fred Jordan. Remember, you sold me the Holloway house?
The Holloway house?
Yes.
You must be mistaken. I never sold it. That property's not for sale.
What are you talking about?
Who is this?
Listen, Mr. Smith, you know very well who I am. You won't get away with it. I'll have you brought into court now.
I never heard of you in my life. You must be crazy. Goodbye.
Hello. He hung up.
What did he say?
He said he never sold the house and he'd never even heard of me.
You must have been taken in by someone who posed as Mr. Smith.
That's really a shame. You have to be very careful these days.
We'd be glad to have you stay here till you find other quarters.
Well,
As a matter of fact, you can stay for a few days until we get back. We're taking a trip on our boat.
Perhaps you'll be able to get it all straightened out in the morning. I just don't understand it. The Mr. Smith we had dealings with wasn't a crook. I know he wasn't.
That was my feeling, too, but I...
You're not going out to sea in this kind of weather.
Oh, we don't mind a little rain.
My husband's a very good sailor, Mrs. Jordan. He can handle the Viking second in any kind of weather.
It sounds like a gale coming up.
No, we like them. Exciting.
Well, it's dangerous to set out in this weather. It's very dangerous.
Oh, now don't worry about us. We don't drown easily.
Oh, darling, we'd better get started.
Oh, yes. I'm all set.
Are the suitcases aboard?
Yes, Gabriel took them.
Something's wrong with your grandfather clock. It only struck 8 times.
Yes, it's correct. My watch says 8 o'clock, too.
Well, how can that be? It's after midnight.
You really are mixed up, Mr. Jordan. It's only 8 o'clock.
Well, my watch says 1:30.
Well, so does mine.
I'm afraid ours is right, Mrs. Jordan. It's very old, but very accurate.
Of course, there's a legend about it. The story is that it will sometimes go backwards in time.
Has that ever happened?
No, it's only a story. It's never gone anything but forward, like any other clock. But it's a nice story, isn't it?
Yes, delightful.
Might even be true.
Mrs. Holloway.
Yes?
What is today's date?
Why, I believe it's September 10th.
What year?
1939, of course.
1939?
Yes, of course, Fred. Mrs. Holloway, I'd like to ask you and Mr. Holloway something.
Yes?
Please, don't go out on this trip you're planning.
Why not?
Because if you do, I don't think you'll ever come back.
What a terrible thing to say.
Please, Mrs. Holloway, please.
I don't know what's wrong with you two. You came in here with a strange story about owning my house, and now you tell us we're never going to come back.
She's right. You won't come back.
You'll pardon me for saying so, Mr. Jordan, but I think you're both crazy.
I don't care what you think, but please don't go.
Why, Mrs. Jordan?
I have a hunch about it.
We don't believe in hunches.
Well, it's more than a hunch, Mr. Holloway. I know you're not coming back.
If you'll excuse us, I think we'd better get started. Come along, darling.
I'm ready.
I've put everything on board. Is there anything else, sir?
Yes, just take care of our guests. See that they're comfortable. Goodbye, Gabriel.
Goodbye. A pleasant voyage.
Make yourself at home, and we'll be back, despite your hunches.
Oh, you mustn't go, please.
Oh, they've gone.
If you wish, you can occupy the master bedroom. I'll go up and make it ready for you. Was there anything else you wished, Mr. Jordan? Ma'am?
No, Gabriel. Just go to bed. We'll sit here for a while.
It's rather late, sir. Nearly midnight.
By your clock, Gabriel, but it seems to have stopped.
So it has. It needs rewinding.
It's going now.
Yes. Seems to be ticking rather fast.
Something's wrong. It never did that before.
Fred.
Something's happening.
Switch them on, Fred.
As soon as I find the switch.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe the storm, lightning.
Where's Gabriel?
Oh. Gabriel. Gabriel.
Never mind, dear. Can't you find the switch?
Here it is. Oh.
Fred!
All that dust. Like the first time we saw the house.
Telling as if no one had been here for years. Where's Gabriel?
There is no Gabriel. We're back in 1946. And that means he's dead.
You mean the clock did go backwards?
Something else. You understand, too, now, don't you? We were the friends that Mr. Smith told us about. The mysterious friends that urged the Holloways not to go on that trip.
Yes. Fred.
What?
The clock is stopped.
Well, it needs rewinding.
No, don't touch it. We won't wind that clock again. Ever.
A house without tenants, except for the dead, and a clock that runs backward in time. If it was your clock, would you wind it?
Or are you afraid it would keep you up nights while you waited for it to strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death comes out of the past, out of time gone by, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The Jordans, husband and wife, were played by Vinton Hayworth and Elsie Hitz. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.